Morning all, afternoon, good night, wherever the hell you are. You know your denominations. How we doing there, guys?
I'm alive.
Feedback.
Am I?
You know what really annoys me these days? Is that now, beforehand you used to be able to actually mute the stream before it actually goes live. Now you can't. So it just turns up if you've got your the open house thing open. No matter what, you can't do anything. You've just got to catch it. It kicks in.
Interesting.
Bit annoying. So open
Yeah.
house, open topic today. I mean, you guys were debating anyway, so it's yeah. I mean, when do you ever stop? That's the question I'm asking.
Mhm.
Oh, that's a lovely picture. Just seeing somebody getting lynched. Oh, that's lovely. Will Brown, 1919. Was that the last public lynching in America? I think not.
No.
The last known public lynching, maybe?
Well, it's certainly it's got a lovely one. Wow, just wow. That's really disgusting. It's not so much the fact that they've got a dead body burning. It's more the fact that you've got all this crowd around smiling. Wow. Nice one, America. Sheriff Clark reported that Will Brown moaned, "I'm innocent. I never did it. My God, I am innocent." Ah, yum.
It's cute. He thinks he's innocent.
Ouch.
Damn lynchings.
So how you been, Green?
Oh, I've been alright. Busy as all hell, but I've been alright.
Using your public image again. Are you surviving it?
Yeah.
Not being mass banned every time?
No, not currently.
Who would have thought that people using tools stop harassment against people just giggles and laughs?
Yeah, who'd have thought that? But yes, the true Manning Green account has been just fine. There's been a number of the usual suspects trying to get under my skin, but I just immediately block them because, well, no point in dealing with them.
Nice. Having a look at Dan Maplethorpe's images of that's one of those is of Vivian James. Good.
Some people were like, is that really the real Green? Have you ever seen anybody else in Gamergate that could produce such an image that looks like that?
Who is the real Green? And what were you guys discussing earlier? You were talking about due process in America. Sorry. Almost kept a straight face there.
Due process in America, that can be a good one depending on the situation.
Do you know what I always loved was in the 80s, you used to have this questionnaire when you're entering America, and it was one of them, are you or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
Was that really a question on that?
Yeah.
I'll be damned. What was the goal of that?
Well, to root out communists, because as we all know, communists always tell the truth. They were innocent times, my friend.
Yeah, I just don't see any reason to answer yes to that question.
How's the 1 million Gamers Strong petition coming? Let's have a look at change.org.
It's probably at around 3,000 right now.
It's at 2,360. Not exactly a million. Why
No.
the million Gamers Strong?
I think it's kind of to do
A piss take.
I think it has a few reasons in history, like the Million Muslim March, the Million Biker March, the fact that a million copies of a game getting sold makes the game considered really good in a lot of cases. It's more for reasons than actually.
Oh, because reasons. Are we
Yeah.
there now? Are we?
No, the million thing, the million thing is almost as common as having a gate at the end of every controversy. It's a very common thing in America to say million this, million that, even if only like 5 people end up showing up.
I'm going to be taking over the open house hashtag, by the way.
Hmm.
Even though, obviously, sort of got loads of people basically kind of going, come in for a drink. But, yeah,
Yeah.
fuck it. Come on over and take a load off.
But yeah, when it comes to due process in the U.S., not all people are treated equally.
Well, they're supposed to be treated equally, and they're treated equally.
There's equal and then equal, in quotation marks.
Yeah. How many cells have we got left in the prison? Oh, about 5. Let's have a look round. Sometimes, when in America you have privatized prisons, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is essentially a little bit like badass. A bit like where's that place in New York that they do all the shows?
Broadway?
Broadway, yeah. Basically it's the same model. Bums on seats. Got to make sure they've got a full house. Otherwise,
Well,
it's
how
not
they make
financially
money.
efficient that way. Yeah. Got to be somebody out there committing a crime. Go get 'em, boys. You, what are you doing? I'm waiting for the bus. That's illegal. What? You give me lip, boy. No, I'm not. Don't answer me back. He's resisting arrest. Kill him.
He's
No.
loitering.
Yeah, don't shoot him. Don't shoot him. Get him in the leg.
He needs to stand trial. There was a guy who actually was pinned down by the police officers. Pinned down. So he's not going anywhere. By like 3 officers. One of the volunteers, and this is important that it's recognized that he's a volunteer, takes out something. He says, taser, and then shoots. He doesn't shoot with a taser, he shoots with a gun. In the guy's arm. The guy who's on the ground, who's also a black guy, is screaming, I can't breathe, god damn it, he shot me, fuck. I didn't do anything.
Damn.
He didn't do nothing.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not he committed any crime at all, but at the point in which he's on the ground, pinned, so he's not going anywhere.
Have you ever seen that video where there's a few of them running around, where it's basically like some of the worst incidents that police have had to suffer, where they've had people basically just getting out the car and just unloading a rifle right into the fucking vehicle, like taking these people out, or just basically just stepping out the car with a big 45 and just popping them. And it's not here's what's happened, America. Years and years and years ago, that would be sort of like criminals gone mad. Now it says citizens fight back. That's the name of the video. Not nutcase criminals. No, citizens fight back. America, you have a police problem. Trust me.
Yeah, it would be nice if that wasn't the truth.
Yes, Will, a director is a person who mostly watches everyone else's stuff while wandering around quietly breaking things. That's the job.
Okay, I don't think it's supposed to be doing that.
Trek is working through his addiction of Elite Dangerous.
No, I'm fighting. As it's known, the first boss of that game, namely the key bindings.
Right, of course. And it is a big boss.
I mean, I have to say, I do think that the joystick might actually be providing a nice. But I'm not sure that the other thing, the throttle control, is going to be able to do everything I wanted to.
I think like dual joysticks would work quite well in this particular case. I was
Well,
wondering.
I do like that the turning is implemented, like you can twist it to stick. It's not quite as good as my 3D mouse.
Yeah,
Like it doesn't have the lifting part and so forth, but it has more buttons.
yeah. I was wondering if you'd actually had a go at rigging that up to see if it actually
I
worked
did,
quite well.
and it works beautifully. It's literally like holding the ship in your hand. Like you pull it upwards, your ship moves upwards. You tilt it forward, backward. Everything works
But
except, well, first off, there's a big flaw with the 3D mice. You need double-sided tape to glue it to your table, otherwise the pulling upwards thing really
Yeah.
doesn't work so well.
not got little suckers on the bottom of it then.
No, it's made from solid metal and weighs a ton, but it's still not enough. You know, they could have provided a much better, manual with this thing, or any manual for that matter. All it provides is a thing that says, these are the presets for, Call of Duty or whatever the fuck. What presets it?
Let me
Flight
just.
Simulator X.
Can I just John Oliver you for a second? It's 2015. People use manuals. Are you mad?
I like manuals, okay?
Half the game. What does this button do? You know that's.
Oh, I miss good quality manuals.
In the
I mean,
original
it
Elite, they had like a list of stories.
Like the lateral thrust and so forth, that stuff I definitely need to bind on something. I haven't decided what I'm gonna bind it to yet.
Nice. Hydrogen monoxide is an acid with a pH level of 7. That's a higher pH level than any other acid.
You can see that. Yeah.
Okay, and now I got it to crash.
Got it to crash. Well done. Yeah, most of us don't think that's an achievement. Cool. Open live chat in a new... This... Been some new changes within GooTube.
Did you say
Yep.
YouTube?
GooTube, yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's because we
Interesting.
mostly use Google Hangouts and YouTube.
So it
So
works.
it is now one entity.
That's nice. Open it. There's the live chat window. You can now open up separate. Ooh.
Yeah, you were able to do that for a while. You could pop out the chat.
I found it. I think, yeah, this is it. I found the video. So this guy was subdued.
This guy.
Yep.
Which
this black
guy? Which guy? We're going to be talking
black
about this.
guy.
Remember, we're in front of a live studio audience of
Okay.
No,
three.
Let's see.
So
Oh wait,
Um,
we're live?
we're live. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I better stop masturbating then.
Okay.
You can continue masturbating. It's all right. If you wish
But
to
then
share
at
your
least
screen, that's okay.
Put it on camera so we can all enjoy.
No.
And then
Okay.
and then change your name to Crooklyn.
The man's name was Eric Harris.
Won't that get the channel taken down again, though? I mean, come on.
What now?
Probably.
Let me see.
Won't that
This
get the
is
channel taken down again?
for free thought blogs.
What? No, for showing masturbation.
I don't know.
Did
Hey.
you set the adult setting?
Hey there, little pug. Puggaroo. Hey,
Ooh,
right.
does it mean I'm gonna have another pug war?
Don't know, but perhaps. I think he's probably still licking his wounds after the last one. I don't think he won that one. I understand.
Would this be round 3 of the plug-in?
The puggening.
What are you messing with your table again, Win?
Okay, so we've got a video of a Tulsa police chase and shoot Eric Courtney Harris. Let's put this into the window and have a look at this. Window capture, yada yada yada.
View
Give me a
discretion is advised.
Yes. Viewer discretion is advised. I don't think we've actually got the adult setting up and running. So kids, look away now. And what are you doing here? You should be in school at this time. Anyway, okay.
They're probably getting home now.
Who's most of
just
your
3
audience,
o'clock.
by the way?
Our children,
Robin?
yes. Most of my audience are children.
I am.
This is a
the
family-friendly
audience.
show.
Every now and then.
So it's the Addams
Oh, does that
family.
mean I can put away the bomb? Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wait, no.
so-
Violence is okay. It's sex appeal. That's not.
Okay, let's play this thing. Not keen on the audio.
He's running, stop.
There is a
Definitely-
police.
They're definitely after him, so they're definitely after him.
Stop right here!
What's recording that is a police glasses, so it's like sunglasses camera. That's why the audio is not particularly great.
Alright, he's down. Got him. Well done.
Alright, Leon! I need to roll on your stomach. Now! Here! Oh, shit! Oh, shit, man, he shot me!
Ooh,
He got me!
things.
Oh, God,
Did he do it? Did,
He shot me!
stop putting. Why do you people put your knee on the guy's head?
Well, why not? I mean, that's a very good restraining tactic.
It's really comfortable
Oh my God!
for your knee.
Yeah, it actually, when you're putting your knee on the back of someone's head, it's really easy to cut off their circulation with blood.
Yeah,
By
not to,
doing
not
that.
to mention when they're talking about the police brutality trial and you've got gravel stuck in your temple. You know, somewhat of a bit of a tell there.
It does
Yeah.
make your case a lot easier to prove.
Yeah, and well, the thing is, you can have your knee on his back. That'll be just as effective.
God, America. Mad when it comes to this. I know, you've got criminals out there with guns because you give them the right to have one, but, it seems to be somewhat of an escalation issue here. God damn it.
Yeah. I mean, there's one of my friends actually talked about how we should actually regulate those vests, the bulletproof vests, on who should have those. And we were talking and they mentioned that, well, what if they go hunting for a bear? I said, if you're hunting for a bear, you have made peace with that. you should not have a bulletproof vest when hunting for a bear.
Are you fucking kidding
You think-
with me?
Bears don't shoot back.
Yeah.
No, it's in case of another hunter accidentally shooting you.
Yes, that is the reason.
Or
You
even
don't go
still.
bear hunting solo. You group up and hunt bear.
Yeah, but are you in front of the hunter when hunting bear?
Okay, think about it like this. You could be hunting with Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's just going to get you in the face.
The fun part is that you hunt side by side. So Dick Cheney had to go, bam! I got him! Turn left, shoot!
Can't prove that. Although judging from reports, he was asking the victim who's leaking now. Not hear about this.
No.
No, the guy in the ambulance. Who's basically looking after this guy. Basically said, yeah, this guy was literally shouting at this motherfucker when he's on he's in the ambulance bleeding half to death from his face, and the guy's going, "Who's fucking bleeding now? Who's leaking now?" It's like, guys,
Yep.
What? Dick Cheney and nutcase? No.
Well, what do you
Oh,
expect from
sorry, Dick Cheney. If you heard me, please don't shoot me in the face next.
fuck you, Dick. Thanks for fucking it up for everybody.
Oh, Dick Cheney jokes. Do they ever get old?
Does he?
Well, he is quite old right now, but that's another story.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for this particular generation to kick the bucket a little earlier. I'm really getting tired of listening to Frank.
I would like a new generation too. Actually, the next generation is probably going to be worse than the current millennials.
Yes.
so-
Planet Earth, can I have a new generation, please? I believe this one's broken.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, you
I
have
can
to-
confirm my generation is broken.
Well, being broke and broken are two different things.
Yeah. You know, if my generation is the best one in the world, then we're in trouble, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're totally the best generation in the world, obviously. I mean, come on.
Well, you know, we've got the ones ahead of us who have just basically spent us all into debt, and then they're wondering why we can't actually. And then there's the one behind us that want basically everything handed to them late. We're sitting there in the middle, kind of going, okay, so those guys have taken all the cash, and you want it. Brilliant. Ooh, Thornby is home today, so she's taking it easy today. Nice. So you're not going to work today, is it, Thorn? Seeing if you can repair that dead Dell. It was a terrible sight. Did anyone see this?
Mm.
Well, apart from the fact that it was a Dell, he basically posted a picture of one that had, I believe, 6 bullets in it.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least
Oh,
six holes and some exit wounds.
In the Dell?
In the Dell, yes.
Where the hell did you get that Dell? And who the hell did that?
Well, the customer actually brought it in for repair.
I think no. You got it wrong, Boom. It's not who the hell. It's who the Dell.
But yeah, I mean, if anyone brought in a Dell, you'd sit in there kind of going, I can't repair that. But you know, in this particular case, they really meant it.
In all fairness, though, they do make some decent screens.
Mm-hmm.
There was obviously some revenge porn on there or something. Fires at their machine. That was not a responsible gun owner. Let's be honest.
hey, but let's be honest here. That gun tried to attack me first.
That guy without a gun tried to attack me first. Bam!
I'm sorry.
In the
That computer tried to attack me first. I was triggered by Twitter.
No. It's not that. It's that the computers have become sentient, and it's as if the computer ads knew what I wanted, and therefore the ads just gave me exactly what I wanted, and I kept clicking on all of them, and I had to fight back before it killed me.
Yeah. Do you know who stops a bad guy with a gun? His child accidentally finding it.
Yo. Yeah.
It's like I always love it when some like, accidental shooting, wig or whatever like that. It's all legal weapons and stuff like that. It goes, no, that's an irresponsible gun owner, like the no true gun owner sort of thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
no true gun owner fallacy.
Yeah, it's like, oh right, okay,
Anybody could get in here with
Sorry?
that on the description.
that's right. Yeah, open house, open topic, open door.
The actual there's actually been study case showing that that by the mere fact that you have a gun on your position, it makes you far more paranoid.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like with anything. If you're holding onto a hammer all day, you're always going to spot the odd nail.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
But it also makes you more anxious to use it.
yeah.
I'm not paranoid. Who you been talking to?
Who told you I was paranoid?
It was the government and their damn weed program.
Oh man, wouldn't you like to have been on that one? They send you like about 1,000 ready-made spliffs in a tub.
You saw that too?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there kind of going, damn.
I think I can still apply for that. It is a specific program the FDA still regulates, so.
The glycoma.
Yeah, well, it's not just glaucoma. There's cancers. There's actual specific things that if you're on death's door, they'll give it to you.
There was this one illness that causes you to have cysts all over your body.
That sounds delicious. That's good enough for me to want to get some.
Here's the actual video with that program, and that program really does exist by the FDA. It's still
I think
regulated.
it was on Fox, wasn't it?
Yep, Fox 11.
So now I don't know. I don't know if it's true at this point.
Oh, I've looked it up. That program really does exist.
What, Fox did something actually correct? Holy shit!
Well,
What is
I
the
mean, you
world
could look-
coming to?
Penn and Teller did it first.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can actually go to the FDA's website and find the program.
Well, Fox did do something right. They created Archer.
I have no comment.
Fox created The Simpsons.
No, they didn't.
They did.
Yeah,
Fox didn't create them.
Fox sponsored them.
That is not
This is the-
creation, gentlemen.
No, it is not.
Otherwise, I invented people walking.
Which, by the way,
I-
is
I'm
300
sure-
joints
I'm
a
pretty
day.
sure people
It's
were
300
walking
joints a
long
month.
before you were born.
Yeah, but I sponsored a walk once, so that's how it worked.
Mhm. It's 300 joints a month.
Damn,
Wait, a month?
a month.
Yes, a month. 10 joints a day is how much this person smoked, though.
They have to that's their prescription.
Because of how
It's-
bad their glaucoma is.
Yeah, it's on the label. Smoke 10 joints a day. That was obviously taken by a rapper into smoke weed every day.
That can't be good for your lungs. Honestly.
It actually hasn't had much effect on the lungs. The actual regular tobacco cigarettes are far worse for your lungs because of all the other stuff that's combined with them.
This is true, but smoking things is bad for your lungs no matter what it is, because your lungs are not made for the hot air.
Sort of. This
Your
person
lungs are
doesn't
not
sound.
made
The
to
person
breathe fire.
talking doesn't sound like a smoke. They have smoker lung, or they have that deep voice from smoking a pack.
To be honest with you, I mean, my granddad, lived in his 80s. That's well over the average. He's smoking a pipe his entire life. I think a lot of cancers have come along since cigarettes became manufactured.
My grandma's 79. She still smokes 3 packs a day.
Wow, 3. I think she's actually being held together by tar.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah. It actually does say on the canister, 10 cigarettes per day.
Yeah, smoking 10 cigarettes per day is fuck all.
Yeah.
I mean, that's imagine a waking life. That's basically just under one every hour.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing too, well, I think it's 24 hours. It's about 2 every hour. That's 1 every 2 hours.
Oh no, that's if you don't sleep.
Oh yeah, if you
Yeah,
wait. Yeah.
I remember watching my grandma when I was little, lighting the next cigarette with the one that she was smoking.
Mm-hmm. The other thing too is that this is high grade marijuana. It is.
The tits.
Yeah, it
It's
is
the
not.
shit.
It is not. Yeah, it is not low. It's not. It's not cheap shit.
It ain't that fucking Mexican crap, huh?
Yeah, and there's no seeds. There's no stems. It's pure. It's pure. A marijuana that has been filtered and like just quality shit. There's actual university which grows it for this program.
I want to work for that university as a tester.
Yeah. Well, you can work for the FDA and get on this program.
Oh,
Mind you,
I
both
could
of these
probably get that job.
one of these people actually have glaucoma. The other person has bone cancer. And they were actually like when they got onto this program, it was when Reagan was saying, pot is evil and terrible.
Well, just like most things the government does.
yeah.
Say one thing, do the
another.
other.
Yeah. It's like whenever we, like no child left behind, war on drugs, stuff like that. You're just sitting there, kind of going, whatever that. I found that whatever they're gonna take away, they're gonna basically protect.
Yep. He's been on it since Reagan said pot, weed, marijuana, whatever you want to call it, is probably the most dangerous drug in America.
Yeah, Reagan.
I've heard a rumor that I can neither confirm nor deny, but apparently, way back in the day, for their first campaign on drugs, they said that the reason marijuana is so dangerous is because it gives a black man superhuman strength, and they can bust through brick walls.
You know what gives a black man superhuman strength? A few
PCP.
hundred years of slavery.
But like I said, I cannot confirm nor deny that this ad existed, but I hear rumor that it has.
Okay, I'll try to find that. But at the same time, are you sure it's not like PCP or angel dust?
No, it was to go on after marijuana.
Oh, I know
Wow.
that. I'm saying, are they not confusing it with PCP?
Well, they could be confusing it with another drug, quite possibly.
This cannot
but
be
this is-
genuine. This cannot be genuine. A Tumblr poster that says, "It's not misandry. It's not misandry to want men dead. I want all men dead to reduce crime in the world, so it can be safer for everyone.
So it has a purpose.
Misandry would be wanting men dead for no reason."
No, no, that doesn't work that way. You could still want take that and apply that to black people.
I don't have
Say
to
you're not
ask if
racist.
that person is on drugs.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever thought that most professional athletes being black wasn't a coincidence?
Oh, oh damn
They,
it.
you know what's even
well,
worse?
we did breed them for endurance and athleticism, didn't we?
No.
It's
They
just
were.
strange how they're so damn fast. You'd
No,
think we would be
No,
slow.
no, that sort of thing. You didn't. Okay, you didn't breed them. Okay, all right. If you can imagine Africans as a sort of like a section of the gene pool of displayed that. Actual Africans. Okay. Have you ever seen those tribes where they, one of the sort of things they do is they just basically just stand there jumping while they're singing and whatnot like that.
Well, fuck, Native Americans do that shit too.
Yeah. Well, if you can imagine, the ones that jump the highest get the love of the ladies. So imagine that through a couple of 100,000 years, or maybe a couple of thousand years of evolution will basically give you stronger legs. As far as I understand, this is one of the reasons why black people have got basically sort of like the run of the litter when it comes to sports and whatnot. They've just got a stringier leg, able to jump higher, able to run faster.
Especially when it comes to the Kenyans that actually outmatch any other runners on the field.
Huge, amazing endurance.
Yeah. You ever wonder just what's with the shoe advertisements when the dude who's always winning the race has never wore a pair of shoes in his life?
That was the funny thing. The Kenyan who won the race, and they said Nike's wanted to give him a sponsorship. He held the fucking shoes while he was running the whole race.
Well, it makes them easy to see.
Yeah.
Well, I used to run 100 meters when I was a kid. I had two older brothers, so I could run pretty fast. And I won my 100 meters race barefoot.
Yep.
What's going on here?
Barefoot gives you more flexibility with your feet.
To be honest with you, no. When I won my race in the third year, it was 13.3 seconds, and the next year, because I'd actually, done pretty well at that, a friend of mine had some old running shoes that he'd grown out of, that fit me perfectly, and I managed 11.5.
I think the fastest I ever managed was 12.
That's pretty good, man. That's your 0.3 off national standard in the UK.
Now you guys are all making me feel bad.
Well, I was a
I can't
fast
roll
little
around.
fuck when I was a kid.
Here's me with my 15 seconds. Cries.
No, I don't remember.
We can't all run that fast. I mean, the reason I could run that fast, remember, is I had two older brothers.
Yeah.
You had to run that
I could
quickly.
also lift 300 pounds when I was that small.
Yeah, I could lift about twice my body weight as well. Yeah, because that's the only way to get them fucking off you.
Hey, I'd have someone to carry me.
I never even came close to that.
I don't know. Robin
re-
looks a little scrawny.
I remember the weights room in middle school. I fit the damn leg thing to like 600 pounds, and everybody was like, "You could possibly even move that."
Oh, what a brilliant title! A passage written by somebody called Comfortably Smug, and it's called "The Radicalization of Luke Skywalker: A Jedi's Path to Jihad."
Actually, what
I'm
you
gonna
just
have to
said
read.
is,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a dramatic reading. I'm just bringing this up. It's from a website called thedecider.com.
That was right, because he would be viewed as a terrorist.
With the imminent release of the new Star Wars film, The Force Awakens, many theatre goers are rewatching the original, reacquainting themselves with stories from long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. This time, however, they may find themselves surprised at how much the film characters echo the current war on terror. While some have put forth persuasive arguments why the Galactic Empire were actually the good guys and the Rebel Alliance bad, an example by Jonathan V. Last can be found. I'll have to look at that. And an excellent follow-up by Sunny Bunch. The recent online discussion tends to be on a more macro level, discussing galaxy-wide events and surrounding the Empire's struggle to restore safety and order to a star system overrun by space terrorists. The more focused study, however, is needed to truly understand that the Star Wars film is actually a story of the radicalization of Luke Skywalker, from introducing him to us in A New Hope as a simple farm boy gazing into the Tatooine sunset, to his eventual transformation to a radicalized insurgent of Return of the Jedi, as one who sets his own father's corpse on fire and celebrates the successful bombing of the Death Star.
What the fuck?
Each film, well, this is the thing. It's all about perspective, isn't it?
It is correct though. The rebels were terrorists.
Yeah.
By definition, yes. I mean, they were rebelling and using guerrilla tactics.
How dare they?
well, and the thing is also, we never really saw any of the other citizens per se during the course of the movie. As far as we know, all the other citizens were pretty happy with life.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
here's
the Empire had actually basically thrown off the shackles of religious intolerance.
here's this disturbing correlation between that logic, though. America was founded by terrorists.
Yeah,
Yes.
pretty much every country is.
Yeah, that's pretty much true for
Yeah.
every country.
Do as I say, or I'll kill you. That's pretty terroristy. By carefully looking at the same signs government and scholars use to detect radicalization, we can witness Luke's
the
dark.
opposite of the way the Americas was founded, because we were told to do as we were told, or we would be killed.
Told to do as you were told, or you killed.
And then we kicked
that's
the
what's-
British
When
army's
somebody
ass.
says "do as I say" or "I'll kill you," that is being told to do as you're told.
Yes, good.
What about the citizens of Alderaan? Sorry.
Well, the other thing too.
those people made their decision.
The other thing too,
Technically, the princess made this decision,
if you
but
looked at the Jedi and the religious factors, these were like the highest people, and they actually controlled the vast
Yeah, these were
majority
the
of
mullahs
everything.
of the universe, man.
Yeah, and so you also have where the Emperor, who's supposed to be the Dark Sith Lord, basically kills all the Jedi, and then just all the basically all the Senates unite as one empire. So they're all now united.
Yeah, he was bringing the galaxy to, not taking it over. Right. Corpse on Fire. Each film in the original trilogy is another step in Luke's descent into terrorism. By carefully looking at the same signs governments and scholars use to detect radicalization, we can witness Luke's dark journey. Religious fundamentalism and extremism happen before our very eyes. When we first meet Luke Skywalker, he's an infant farm boy with barely any friends, living with his aunt and uncle and wanting to join the Galactic Academy. Like all the other guys his age, you see, Luke didn't become a space terrorist overnight, but he did exhibit signs that he might make him a prime candidate for terrorist recruiters. Process of radicalization, as described by Anthony Stahelski in the Journal of Homeland Security, notes terrorists tend to come from families where a father is absent. Check. Have difficulty forming relationships outside of the home. Check. Be attracted to groups offering acceptance and comradeship. Yeah, mate.
Holy shit!
Well, one of the things I wanted to point out.
I'm a radical in the making.
Yeah, one of the things I want to point out real quick though is that the Empire was democratic. The senators who were on high, including the highest senator, which was the Dark Lord Sith, which was the guy on high, those were all voted in. Because that's how they chose representatives from each, section of the world.
Jar Jar Binks was voted in too. Doesn't mean it was a good idea.
Luke is just the kind of isolated, disaffected young man that terror recruiters seek out. Yeah, Obi-Wan, you motherfucker. Obi-Wan, a religious fanatic with the history of looking for young boys to recruit and teach an extreme interpretation of the Force, is practically salivating when he stumbles upon Luke, knowing he found a prime candidate for radicalization. Stahelski notes terror groups place a focus on depluralization, stripping away the recruits' membership from all groups and isolating them to increase their susceptibility to terrorist messages. Trust your feelings. Within moments of meeting Luke, Obi-Wan tells Luke he must abandon his family and join him, going so far as telling a shocking lie that the Empire killed Luke's father, hoping to inspire Luke. Life of jihad. Shocked and confused by this onslaught of terrorist brainwashing, Luke hurries home only to find the charred corpses of his aunt and uncle. The Empire's accidental harming of Luke's Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen can be directly compared to the casualty of President Obama's drone campaign. Whose body count, they were basically looking for, terrorists. It can happen, it's just, what happens in war, people die. I don't know, Maggie. The Empire's accidental harming of Aunt Beru can be directly compared to casualties whose body count terrorists capitalize upon for recruitment. This is precisely what Obi-Wan does, preying upon Luke's emotional state to take him under his spell towards a life of extreme. Obi-Wan whisks Luke off to Mos Eisley, using a Jedi mind trick to bypass security, knowing full well he likely appears on numerous terror no-fly lists. After contracting a local drug smuggler for transportation, Obi-Wan and his newest Skywalker recruit are off. They are soon captured, however, and attempt to escape, which culminates in a battle between Obi-Wan and Vader. During the fight, Obi-Wan notices Luke watching, seeing an opportunity to fully inspire Luke to radicalize him, says a Jedi prayer while committing suicide. Can you think of any other groups who try to inspire terrorism by yelling a prayer before a suicide attack? Once Luke escapes and rejoins the Terra sleeper cell, he joins them on an attack mission. As he nears his target, hearing Obi-Wan's words in his mind, Luke closes his eyes, says a prayer, and bombs a space station, killing everyone aboard. Young Skywalker has proven himself a quick study in the ways of armed religious extremism. As The Empire Strikes Back begins, Obi-Wan appears to Luke as an apparition and gives him clear instructions on continuing radicalization. Luke is ordered to travel overseas and receive training and religious instruction from Yoda, an extremist cleric who runs a Jedi madrasa in Dagobah.
It's amazing how accurate this is, yet so much so bullshit.
Well, it's pretty much.
It's not necessarily bullshit. The only thing that this is the thing.
It's only a lie from a certain point of view.
Yeah. The other thing too is that the Emperor didn't recruit more Siths. That's the thing. Even though they said he was a part of the dark side, even though they said that he was a bad person. If you look at Attack of the Clones, there's a lot of Siths. But what are they doing?
Only
They're
supposed
killing.
to be one Sith Lord at a time, though.
No. There's Siths and there's Sith Lord. Because this is the thing. The dark side recruits people just like Jedi's. But the thing is, those Siths are trying not to kill people, like kill the Jedi's.
Yoda.
The other thing too is that the Sith Lord didn't make any more Siths other than Vader. Vader was the last Sith.
The thing about Vader is he was preying on Vader's emotions in some regards and
All
had to lie to Vader at the very end on who killed his wife.
once
Yoda-
all of the
Yoda-
Jedi were dead, they didn't need to have more Sith. Their entire reason was to kill the damn Jedi.
Exactly.
Well, see, the thing is the Jedi were the current order at the time, so technically they were acting as kind of...
Yes, the war on terror would end once all religious fundamentalists are eradicated. Yoda accepts Luke into his religious school, teaching Luke Jedi fundamentalism and guerrilla warfare. Like many extremist mullahs, Yoda demands total adherence to his strict interpretation of the Force and seeks to strip Luke of independent thinking. Yoda's push to radicalize Luke robs him of an identity and instill obedience. They are apparent when at various points he instructs Luke, clear your mind of questions. Unlearn what you have learned, and most grimly, do or not do. There is no truth. The Jedi know it is imperative to force mindless devotion in warriors they recruit for their holy war. Armed with the new combat training and cloaked in hardline religious fervor, Luke leaves Dagobah, impatient to put terror training to use. In Return of the Jedi, we see a darker, hardened Luke, fittingly dressed in black and eager to use violence as a tool to enforce the twisted judge, jury, and executioner value system of Jedi. During a rescue mission, Luke exhibits their extremist binary worldview of, you aren't with us, you're a viable military target. Then he blows up Jabba's barge, killing every man, woman, and child on board. Excited by so much bloodshed and mayhem, young Skywalker seeks to assassinate the Emperor and even his own father. If they won't convert to Luke's extremist interpretation of the Force, Luke will do his bidding. Luke enters the Death Star, hoping to gain martyrdom if he is killed. As Luke's insurgent friends successfully bomb their target, Luke succeeds in killing the Emperor and eventually his own father. Luke's path to radicalization complete. His bloodlust satiated for now. With Darth Vader, the final casualty of Luke's jihad, Obi-Wan and Yoda have succeeded in catching yet another young man in their web of Jedi extremism. As is now evident, Star Wars is clearly a cautionary tale of the dangers of radicalization, and how even a seemingly harmless young man who kept himself on Tatooine can become a terrorist next door.
Mm-hmm. But the actual... Yeah. And the actual... Him lying to... what was it? He lying to Vader? And all that kind of stuff is a lot of what America does. It justifies lying to incur certain actions.
No, I'm just saying he was playing on Vader's emotions as well.
Yeah, and we do that too. I mean, we did that with 9/11.
No, I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm just saying to point out that a similar story could be told pretty much for the second trilogy.
All militaries do that.
I mean, let's bear in mind in the original, or sorry, not the original trilogy, but the first 3 movies in the story timeline, but not the original trilogy. It was a tale of the dark side trying to take out the Order of the Jedi, who were in control and keeping the peace in the galaxy.
I'm just sharing that one on Facebook, saying, remember that if you see the Force Awakening, you may be aiding terrorists.
Sadly to say, if I had the Force, you guys would be fucked.
No, if the Force existed in this realm, we'd all have some level of Force.
It does in this realm. That's what the background radiation is.
Haven't you learned anything? The Force is really just space gonorrhea.
Yeah, it flows through us. It binds the universe together. Yeah.
No, it is. No, you're right, Shrek, because it is metachlorians, which are microbacteria.
I just said space gonorrhea.
Goddamn space AIDS.
It's not AIDS, because that's a virus.
So instead of eating your brain and making you insane, space gonorrhea give you superpowers.
It makes you believe you have superpowers, so it might have eaten your brain already.
Space gone. Don't worry. Don't answer that.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm a
yeah,
fucking
Thorn
god.
Blossom. Did you manage to repair the Dell? That's my question. Vader brought balance to the Force. There was one Sith and one apprentice. Same with Obi-Wan and Yoda. One of them had to die to keep balance. Thorn Blossom reckons that the whole thing with the whole thing with Alderaan, it was a tax revolt. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found it funny that in the original, not the original trilogy, in the original 3 movies for the storyline, as far as that goes, that they all wanted to recruit Anakin to bring balance to the Force. It's like, wait, isn't the Jedi in control right now? And, like, nearly wiped out all of the dark side. Guys,
Balance to the Force.
guys, the prophecy says balance. It means equal amounts of power. You guys have an overwhelming amount of strength against the dark side right now. This guy is going to kill you.
But think about this.
No one said the Jedi were that smart.
Yeah, yes, if this guy is truly going to bring balance to the Force, he's going to kill all your asses.
Yeah, you have an overwhelming balance, and that's the thing. The Jedi had way more power than the Sith Lord did. It was just one Sith Lord at the point in which they were fighting.
Isn't there always just one Sith Lord? I thought that was the entire part of the Sith lore. There's only supposed to be one.
Yes.
Okay, there's supposed to be one Sith Lord and one apprentice. However, there are multiple Sith.
Mm-hmm.
So
But
there are
that's
multiple.
That's the thing, is that when you see Vader and that kind of stuff, you don't see him interact with any other Sith. There aren't any.
Yeah, the thing is, the apprentice of the Sith Lord is to become the new Sith Lord when the old Sith Lord either dies or...
There were Sith. There were, you had what's his face?
The first guy?
Yeah, but you've got to remember that the apprentice of the Sith Lord, Palpatine, they were certainly separate from me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but there are multiple Sith out there. There are
Yeah.
multiple dark side
There's
users.
always more than one of them, but they don't have like a whole madrasa.
Yeah, there's Sith W, there's Sith Jeb, there's Sith
Exactly, yeah.
Tiny.
But yeah.
Sith
But as
Bush.
soon as the Jedi died, pretty much they're like none of the other movies had any other Sith.
Sith Trump.
Does Jar Jar Binks classify as a Sith?
No,
Nah,
he's just an
nah,
alien.
nah. He's too evil even for the dark side. Like, he actually drove his own father to suicide.
Wait, really?
If you check the lore, yeah.
But
Well,
see,
okay,
anybody who had to
I-
listen to him for a lifetime would be driven to
No,
suicide.
no, I'm actually dead serious. If you're free to check, the actual Star Wars lore, right? Jar Jar Binks actually drove his own father to suicide.
interesting. However, like I said, in the lore, Darth Vader, also known as Anakin Skywalker, was supposed to bring balance to the Force, and that pretty much meant wiping out all of the Jedi. If the Jedi had any sanity in them whatsoever, they would have fucking killed Anakin the first moment that they found him.
So let's have a read for A Case for the Empire. Star Wars returns today with its fifth installment, Attack of the Clones. Obviously, in 2002 this was. There will be talk of the Force and the dark side and the epic morality of George Lucas's series. But the truth is that that from the beginning, Lucas focused the good guys with the bad. The deep lesson of Star Wars is that the Empire is good. It is difficult leap to make, embracing Darth Vader and the Empire over the plucky and attractive Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia. But a careful examination of the facts, sorted apart from Lucas's off-the-shelf moral cue, makes a quite convincing case. First, an aside. From the sake of this discussion, I've considered only the history gleaned from the actual Star Wars films, not the expanded universe. If you know that the expanded universe, what the expanded universe is, and want to argue that no discussion of Star Wars can be complete without considering material outside of its canon, that's fine. However,
This is no canon anyway. No.
yeah, could you bring your sound down a little bit? You're getting a bit of bleed there, Shrek. If you know the expanded universe, however, it's always been my view that the comic books and novels largely serve to clean up Lucas's narrative and philosophical messes. Therefore, discussion of intrinsic intent must necessarily revolve around the movies alone. You may disagree, but please don't email me about it.
The Disney did say that only the films are canon when they acquired Star Wars.
Understood. If you don't know what the expanded universe is, well, neither do I. The problem with the Galactic Republic. At the beginning of the Star Wars saga, the known universe is governed by the Galactic Republic. The Republic is controlled by a Senate, which in turn run by an elected Chancellor who's in charge of procedure, but has no real power. Scores of thousands of planets are represented in the Galactic Senate. And as we first encounter it, it is sclerotic and ineffectual.
And there is ET species
And
there.
ET species is there, even though you actually see on ET the kids playing with Star Wars figures. Work that one out. The Republic.
Actually, they do.
Yeah.
It turns out that ET is a Jedi.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. The Republic has grown over many millennia to the point where there are so many factions and disparate interests that it is simply too big to be governable, too big to fail. Even the Republic's staunchest supporters recognize this failing. The Phantom Menace, Queen Amidala admits, "It is clear to me now that the Republic no longer functions." In Attack of the Clones, young Anakin Skywalker observes that it simply doesn't work. The Senate moves so slowly that it is powerless to stop aggression between member states. Like the UN, essentially. In the Phantom Menace, a supraplanetary alliance, the Trade Federation, think of it as OPEC, the Galactic Republics and the United Nations, invades the planet, and all the Senate can agree is to do is call for an investigation. Load more. Like the United Nations, the Republic has no armed forces of its own, but instead relies on a group of warriors, the Jedi Knights, to keep peace. The Jedi, while autonomous, often work in tandem with the Senate, trying to smooth over quarrels and avoid conflicts, but the Jedi number only in the thousands. They cannot protect everyone. What's more, it's not clear that they should be protecting anyone. The Jedi
Hello.
Hello there, mate. The Jedi are Lucas's great heroes. full of Zen wisdom and righteous power. They encourage people to use the Force, the mystical energy which is their power, but the truth, revealed in the Phantom Menace, is that the Force is available to the rabble. The Force comes from metachlorians, tiny symbiotic organisms in people's blood, like mitochondria. Um,
Midichlorians.
Yes.
The Force, it turns out, is an inherited genetic trait. If you don't have the blood, you don't get the Force, which makes the Jedi not a democratic militia, but a royalist Swiss Guard. And an arrogant royalist Swiss Guard at that. With one or two notable exceptions, the Jedi we meet in Star Wars are full of themselves. They ignore the counsel of others, often with terrible consequence, and seem honestly to believe that they are at the center of the universe. When the Chief Jedi... mute yourself, James, if you're typing, please.
Sorry.
When the Chief Jedi record keeper is asked in Attack of the Clones about a planet she has never heard of, she replies that it's not in the Jedi archives. It doesn't exist. The planet in question does exist again, with terrible consequence. In Attack of the Clones, a mysterious figure, Count Dooku, leads a separatist movement of planets which want to secede from the Republic. Dooku promises that these Confederates smaller government, unlimited free trade, and an absolute commitment to capitalism. Dooku's motives are suspect. It's not clear whether or not he believes in these causes. However, there's no reason to doubt the motives of the other separatists. They seem genuinely to want a fresh start with a government that isn't bloated and dysfunctional. The Republic, of course, is eager to quash these separatists, but they never make a compelling case, or any case, for that matter, as to why. If they are such a freedom-loving regime, these planets should not be allowed to check out of the Republic and take control of their own destiny. The Empire. We do not know yet. We do not yet know exactly how the hows and whys, but we do know this: at some point between the end of Episode 2 and the beginning of Episode 4, the Republic is replaced by an Empire. First hint comes in Attack of the Clones, where the Senate Chancellor Palpatine is granted emergency powers to deal with the Separatists. It spoils very little to tell you that Palpatine eventually becomes Emperor. For a time, he keeps the Senate in place, functioning as a rubber stamp, much like the Roman Imperial Senate. With a few minutes in Episode 4, we are informed that he has dissolved the Senate and that the last remnants of the old Republic have been swept away. Lucas wants the Empire to stand for evil, so he tells us that the Empire and Darth Vader have gone over to the dark side and dressed them in black. Closer. When Palpatine is still a senator, he says, the Republic is not what it once was. The Senate is full of greedy, squabbling delegates. There is no interest in the common good, and at one point he laments that the bureaucrats are in charge now. Palpatine believes that the political order must be manipulated to produce peace. When he mutters, there is no civility, there is only politics. We see that at heart, he is an esoteric Straussian. Make no mistake, as Emperor, Palpatine was a dictator, but a relatively benign one, like Pinochet. What? Benign? Whoa. Who the fuck is reading? Who the fuck is writing? Where is this? The Weekly Standard. Where the fuck is this coming from? Anyway, Pinochet, a benign dictator? Are you fucking kidding me? Well, he only killed people at the start. Yeah. Anyway, where have we got? I've lost it now. Bear with me. Old Republic stepped away. Strauss.
You gotta understand, very, very few dictators ever reach Hitler grad.
Yeah, I know. You know, you can't beat the king.
Was Hitler even technically a dictator? He was kind of elected.
Most dictators are kind of elected. Make no mistake, an Emperor Palpatine is a dictator, but like Pinochet, if you. It's a dictatorship people can do business with. Okay, yeah, you put that comma in completely the wrong place, guy. It should have been like Pinochet, comma, it's a dictatorship people can do business with. Not the other way round. They collect taxes and patrol the skies. They try to stop organised crime in the form of smuggling rings run by the Hutts. The Empire has virtually no effect on the daily life of the average law-abiding citizen. Also,
other than taxes and wanting to kill them.
No, they didn't
No.
want to kill them. They had to get taxes off. But unlike the divine right Jedi, the Empire is a meritocracy. The Empire runs academies throughout the galaxy. Han Solo begins his career in Imperial Academy, and those who show promise are promoted, often rapidly. The Empire Strikes Back, Captain Pete is quickly promoted to Admiral when his predecessor falls down on the job. like this. But and while it's a small point, the Empire's manners and decorum speak well of it. When Darth Vader is forced to employ bounty hunters to track down Han Solo, who address them by name. Even Boba Fett, the greatest of all trackers, is referred to icily as bounty hunter. And yet Fett understands the protocol. When he captures Solo, he captains Solo. Whether this is a deference to Han's formal rank as the Imperial Starfleet, or simply because Han owns and pilots his own ship, we don't know. I suspect it's the. But the most compelling evidence that the Empire isn't evil comes from the Empire Strikes Back, when Darth Vader is battling Luke Skywalker. After an exhausting fight, Vader is poised to finish Luke off, but he stays his hand. He chops off the other guy's hand. He tries to convert Luke to the dark side with a simple plea. There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me, and I will complete your training. With our combined strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy. It is here we find the real controlling impulse of the dark side and the Empire. Empire doesn't want slaves or destruction or evil. None of which is to say that the Empire is sometimes brutal. In Episode 5, Imperial Stormtroopers kill Luke's aunt and uncle and find Moff Tarkin ordered the destruction of a planet, Alderaan. But viewed in context... Okay, let's see if we can get this one in context. These acts are less brutal than they initially appear. Poor Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen reach a grisly end, but only after they aid the rebellion by hiding Luke and harboring 2 fugitive droids. They aren't given due process, they are traitors. The destruction of Alderaan is often cited as ipso facto proof of Empire's evilness, because it seems like mass murder planetside, even. As Tarkin prepares to fire the Death Star, Princess Leia implores him to spare the planet, saying Alderaan is peaceful, we have no weapons. He is important, if true. But the audience has no reason to believe that Leia is telling the truth. In Episode 4, every bit of information she gives the Empire is willfully untrue. In the opening, she tells Darth Vader that she is on a diplomatic mission of mercy, which in fact is on a spy mission trying to deliver schematics of the Death Star to the Rebel Alliance. She is a traitor! When asked where the Alliance is headquartered, she lies again. Leia's lies, that's a difficult one to kick off with, are perfectly defensible. She thinks she's serving the greater good. The greater. Hey Hitmar, sup? They make her wholly unreliable on the question of whether or not Alderaan really is peaceful and defenseless. If anything, since Leia is a high-ranking member of the rebellion and a princess of Alderaan, it would be reasonable to suspect that Alderaan is the front for the rebel activity, or at least home to many more spies and insurgents like Leia.
I mean, if you look at the actual rebels on the snow planet, where all the droids and that kind of stuff, they had a shit ton of weapons. They were not defenseless by any means.
Yeah, those weapons catches, they were ready to go. Whatever the case, the important thing to recognize is that the Empire is not committing random acts of terror. It is engaged in a fight for the survival of its regime against a violent group of rebels who are committing destruction. As we all know from the Star Wars final installment, final Star Wars installment, and the Jedi, the rebellion is eventually successful. The Emperor is assassinated. Darth Vader abdicates his post and dies. Doesn't die. Sorry, I was thinking. New Hope. The central governing apparatus of the Empire is destroyed in a spectacular space battle, and the rebels rejoice in their small, annoying Ewok friends. But what happens next? There is a raft of literature on this point, but but as I said in the beginning, I'm going to ignore it because it doesn't end. Episode 4, after Grand Moff Tarkin announces that the Imperial Senate must be abolished, he asks how the Emperor can possibly hold control of the galaxy. Regional governors now have direct control over territory. Fear will keep the local system in line. So, under imperial rule, a large group of regional potentates, each with access to a sizable army and star destroyers, run local affairs. These governors owe their fealty to the Emperor, and once the Emperor is dead, the galaxy will be plunged into chaos. In all of the time we spend observing the Rebel Alliance, never hear of their governing strategy, their plans for a post-Imperial universe. All we see are plots and fighting. Their victory over the Empire doesn't liberate the galaxy, it turns the galaxy into Somalia writ large, dominated by local warlords who are answerable to no one. This makes the rebels, Lucas's heroes, an unimpressive crew of anarchic royals who wreck the galaxy so that Princess Leia can have her tiara back. I'll take the Empire.
You realize the vast majority of rebellions only figure out how they're going to run the country after they've won.
Well, that's not good enough, you see. You need to have a good, coherent plan here. You can't just go around just basically attacking people willy-nilly.
Yeah.
They
Especially
don't
after
think about these things. They just care about, I want control. Right, we got control. What now? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even when it ended, there was no follow-up of how, they governed and anything like that, posting.
That's because the movie was over.
They could have easily put in...
Your hour and a half was done.
Yeah, well, they could have easily put in that text thing saying, now that the Rebel Alliance is in control, blah, 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 they now have peace, and the governing goes as smooth.
Yes, because
Well,
people
in
actually
the-
read those text scrolls.
Yeah, I mean,
I would have.
essentially, they were just having a jihadi party afterwards, that's all.
Yeah, they were.
So here's the thing in the extended universe. After the Battle of Endor, the war continues for many years. It takes a good few years before they're actually able to attack Coruscant, which is the capital. So the Empire is still alive and very much kicking. It may have lost the Death Star, but it's by no means the end. It's
Yeah, and
damaged.
they've lost the their leaders and stuff like that, but there's still the infrastructure that.
There's a quote from the extended universe called, "After hydrogen and human stupidity, the TIE fighter is the most ubiquitous thing in the galaxy." Which,
Okay, we've got a new one for you from the Washington Post. The destruction of Alderaan was completely justified. The Daily Beast's Assawan.
Crazy bastard.
are we living in the real world here?
Yeah, well, basically, if you can imagine, destroying cities and whatnot like that, perfectly justified if it's there to fight terrorism. The Daily Beast's Assawan Subang. I'm sorry, Assawan, if you're listening. That was probably a terrible pronunciation. Mea culpa. Recently noted that neoconservative Twitter loves the Galactic Empire, the putative villains of the Star Wars universe, prompting much harumphing from people who think that this is nothing but petty trolling. As I always say, it's not trolling if it's true. Honestly, I have a hard time understanding why more people haven't seen the light, so to speak, about the dark side of the Force. My friend Jonathan V. last ably laid out the pros of the Empire and the cons of the Galactic Republic more than a decade ago for the Weekly Standard, titled "The Case for the Empire." As last notes, on one side of the ledger, you have the meritocratic force of order, stability led by the more or less benevolent dictatorship that seeks to maintain galactic unity, facilitate trade, and head off a nasty intergalactic conflict before too many people can die. On the other, you have the band of religious terrorists, whose leader, including a drug smuggler and a pocket of slavers, and a pair of incestuous twins, working to
You're right about that one.
well, you just kissed him. That was about it.
And they didn't really know.
Yeah, exactly.
But how far were they willing to go?
Well, we'll never find out now, will we?
Exactly.
A pair of incestuous twins working to restore a broken republic held hostage by special interests that tolerated its chattel. I don't know about you, but the good guys and bad guys here seem pretty obvious to me. The sticky wicket of Alderaan. The Death Star destroyed Princess Leia's adopted home world earlier on in episode 4 Hope. Pro-New Republic propagandists frequently point to this militaristic action as unconscionably evil, ipso facto proof that the Empire was in the wrong. As Dylan Matthews bluntly put in when Bill, I keep on calling him Kill Bristol, Bill Crystal, correctly pointed out that there's no real evidence that the Empire was evil. They destroyed a fucking planet. Well, sure, but there was really the least bad of all the available options. Take a moment to think about it. First off, let's dispense with the childish notion that Alderaan was, as rebel spy and intergalactic insurrectionist Princess Leia has argued, a purely civilian target. There is literally no reason to believe her claim that Alderaan is peaceful. We have no weapons. She had previously lied about her diplomatic nature of the mission that she was on when she was captured, but also about the location of the stolen Death Star plans. It was also worth noting that she would go on to lie about the location of the military target for the Death Star to target moments before Alderaan was deployed. We have further reason to disbelieve Princess Leia when we consider that her adopted father, Bail Organa, was one of the original members of the rebellion, conferring with Obi-Wan Kenobi and Yoda in an effort to undermine the democratically elected Chancellor Palpatine shortly after his ascension. Alderaan was less likely a peaceful planet than a financial and intellectual hub of rebellion, whose leaders, as we've seen, are totally untrustworthy negotiating partners. A hive of scum and villainy, no less wretched than Mos Eisley, but on a planetary scale. So, Alderaan was a legitimate military target. Was the level of force used against it justified? Tricky question. But it seems the least bad of all alternatives. Consider the other option. The Empire would have taken invading Alderaan, removing its leaders and installing a pro-Empire regime. It's essentially, it's a bit like invading Japan. However, putting boots on the ground in this manner would likely have destabilized not only the planet but also the entire region, creating a breeding ground for religious terrorists and draining blood and treasure for decades. It's not hard to imagine a Jedi state of the Alderaan system, JSAS for short, although they'd likely prefer a simpler Jedi state, arising from the ashes of some ill-conceived invasion and all.
I'm not sure how. Just about all the Jedi are dead.
Well, the other thing... Well, no.
Yes, but their children remain.
Yeah. And the other thing, too, is that Luke was trying to re-establish the Jedi.
Yeah. They've already been martyred, you see. There's always somebody out there that's those heroes. The more martyrs you make, the more martyrs you make. This was probably just the sort of catastrophe that Grand Moff Tarkin was trying to avoid when he devised his Death Star-centered defensive strategy. Tarkin Doctrine, discussed, is one of the basic
defensive.
Well, of course, it's always that would never you have we have the
I take it this is the American style of defensive, right?
Yeah. Well, you say you have the Department of Defense. It's not called the Department of Attack. Anyway, the Tarkin Doctrine is one based on.
Well, a good defense is a good offense.
That's right, and the Tarkin Doctrine, said for the third time, is one based on deterrence and a threat of force rather than the use of force. Granted, if you have to use force once for the threat to be useful, but it's easy to use the appeal of such a tactic, which is designed to save lives in the long run. Imagine the human toll, not to mention the enormous fiscal cost of launching invasion after invasion. Breakaway system. Totalitarian calculation is complicated, but it's not hard to imagine the scenario in which fewer people died as a result of the destruction of Alderaan than would have died in a series of costly invasions.
Didn't the first guy argue
It's sort
that
of
you
like
should
the
be
Hiroshima
letting-
bomb.
Yes, this is the justification for them testing their weapons on an entire country.
This is essentially the nuclear bomb.
Because they just finished it, hadn't they? They were testing it.
Yeah.
I'm slightly confused at why these guys. I know this is a different person, but didn't the first article or the second one make the argument that the Empire was a good thing because the Republic could no longer function, and they refused to just let planets leave.
Well, they wouldn't let planets leave, of course. You know, any cessation, any taking themselves out of the system was greeted with bloodshed and intimidation by basically, electric sword-wielding mullahs.
So now they're arguing that the Empire's a good thing for doing the exact same thing.
No. This is different. You're talking about rebels and traitors here, people that were undermining the Empire.
They were trying to kill a lot of
Yeah,
people.
these, if you imagine, yeah, they didn't know whether it was peaceful or not, and they're talking to somebody who is a traitor and who is looking to basically destroy the Empire. You know, it was a self-defense thing.
I never did understand double standards very well.
Oh right, okay. Well, just imagine that somebody stole your shit from you after you'd stolen it from them. How would you feel?
I would cut their hands off.
There you go. Anyway, wow. The destruction of Alderaan then, as more analogous to atomic bombing.
Hold on, with what? Your dog?
What do you think? I'm a dog.
He would bite the hands off.
Woof woof.
He is a pug of war.
Yeah, the
He's a
pug,
battle pug.
the pug, for body weight and everything like that, has a very strong grip. Anyway, the destruction of Alderaan, then more analogous to the atomic bombing of Hiroshima or Nagasaki, that it is to genocide. Yes, it was horrible, and yes, it would be nice that it didn't happen. I love when people talk about that sort of thing. It's like, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that whole genocide thing, it would have been nice if it didn't happen. But,
we didn't want it to happen, but it just would have taken us a lot longer to kill them all. But it was an attack on the.
Hold on. Can I use this?
Yes.
Can I use that whole, it would be nice if it didn't happen thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we do have our own little, that Holocaust thing.
Yeah,
You can absolutely use that argument. That is a
Now, if
valid
you'd have
argument.
put all of those Jews into camp and then nuked it, perhaps. Anyway, the destruction of Alderaan then is more analogous to the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. Yeah, yes, it's horrible, and yes, it would be nice if it didn't happen. But it was an attack on the legitimate military target and defensive under just war theory. An attack intended to save lives by deterring other major powers from beginning a conflict of their own. The Imperial Grand Moff Tarkin is no worse than the Democratic President Harry S. Truman, and no one worth listening to considers Truman to be a monster. Obviously,
Well, other than the Japanese.
yeah. Well, obviously those they stay under their breath. Obviously, this piece will not convince those who have been duped by the propagandists of the New Republic. After all, these are people who go to bed dreaming of attending a Nuremberg-style rally in support of an Aryan aristocracy. But I implore you to open-mindedly view the open-minded few to reconsider what you've been taught. Star Wars Episode 7 approaches. Keep in mind that the Empire was, in all likelihood, the good guy this whole time. I always get vaguely annoyed when people describe the destruction of Alderaan as genocide. It's not like they blew up Kashyyyk and wiped out the Wookiees, folks. There were plenty of other human settlements in the galaxy. This is more akin to the Roman sacking of Palmyra, and no one considers that a genocide. Correction, this piece originally referred to the Galactic Empire as an intergalactic empire. The author deeply regrets any confusion or embarrassing mistake may have. There you go.
But yeah, these were essentially planets are like cities. They're all over the place, and you can travel pretty much anywhere. And who's to say how many people were really on this planet?
Billions.
No,
How many then?
we don't know.
No, you don't know. She was these are long-standing planets. They'd been around for thousands and thousands of years, this council was. So you can imagine how long those planets have been around for. They had interplanetary travel, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I often wonder, when they're talking about a galaxy-wide council. I mean, galaxy's pretty fucking big. I mean, to only have a few thousand civilizations.
Of course, it works slow. I mean, anything that covered that span would work slow.
That's why you have sectors which have multiple planets in them, and then you have a representative from those. Like how politics is now. That we have our sectors. The majority of those sectors then become that sector's sector's leader then goes into the council, and then the majority of the leaders from that go to the council. So that council's representative is of the majority of the parties.
Cole says Darth Vader was actually a hero, not Luke. He brought balance, not balance, both when the Jedi were too powerful. That's powerful, and when the Sith were. Okay, I'm waiting for the next part of that sentence.
What I'm saying though is that if Princess Leia is a part of like the rebellion and that
Wasn't
kind
it
of stuff,
millions? Wasn't it millions cost? Because as you say, according to the Force, it was in the billions. As you remember, when Alderaan went up, what did Obi-Wan say?
So apparently that planet only had 2 billion people.
Yeah, it's just
That's actually a pretty
but there are
light
people in the
population compared to
trillions.
Earth.
Yeah, there are trillions of people in the whole, grand scheme of things.
So yeah, I'm torn here. For me, I'm looking at this and saying that yes, I think both protagonists might have their own reasons. Difficult, it's difficult to come down to on one side or the other. I think more than anything else, we can all agree here that we basically had a fight between two totalitarian forces who just wanted it their way.
What
And
I was
George,
saying
and
is
George,
we don't
you're a
know how
terrible
many people.
director.
Yeah, we don't know how many people left due to the fact that they knew war was coming and just left to go to the Empire from Alderaan.
George,
That's true.
Yeah, and
but-
George, please don't direct another movie. You don't have your heart in it anymore.
Oh, he has his heart in it. He just also, has his brain in it, which is probably from.
No, he doesn't.
No, he does. He has toy licensing rights in it.
Yeah, that's.
No.
Yeah, he has those cash register signs in his eyes in it. That's
George Lucas. I remember watching documentaries on George Lucas making the films, and you know what? While he was doing those, the new episodes, he just looked bored. He really did look bored. It was, and this is why I think a lot of the acting was so wooden, because a lot of it was just first take stuff. I've seen first take stuff on other recordings done, and it's always about people just basically just finding their feet, and everyone does readings very, very, without really getting themselves fully into it. You usually get that after a couple of takes, but by the looks of it, he's just kind of gone, right, action. They've just gone through the lines, go, right, that's fine. Let's move on to the next one. I think he just rushed it. He took his time when he gets in the studio afterward, but I think it's when he's actually getting the footage together and getting the cuts and all that sort of thing done. And people were like, walking in front of the camera and stuff like that, and he was going, "No, don't worry, we'll just set that up in post." I fucking hate directors like that because they waste time in the back end. You're a director of a film, by the way, everyone. Yeah, and if you are an assistant director of a film and your director says, "Don't worry, we'll sort that out in post," quit. You have a bad director on you.
Of course, that pisses you off because you're one of the fucking people in the back that have to deal with it.
Well, what happens is, if you have to make corrections in post, that means you spend less time on making the effects better. That means you spend less time on doing everything else, getting the cut right, getting the timing right, that sort of thing. You've got to waste time getting rid of shit. That's the
they're
point.
going to give you all the time you need,
knock-on
though.
effect. It's a knock-on effect.
In terms of a giant Hollywood production, they're probably just going to give you as much time as you need.
That's right, and that delays the film as it is. And people got to get paid. And that means that the film costs less. That means that your costs more to make. That also means that your investors going in and actually put money down on this film get less back. So, you know, if you any budding directors out there, don't assume that post-production can do everything. Help them and they'll help you.
So you mean I can't just film on a shoestring budget and then just throw you guys at it?
Well, you can, but it's going to cost you. That's the thing. You know, a lot of directors don't actually understand. You know, they understand like getting a scene organized, and they'll concentrate on getting a decent performance out of actors and stuff like that. But like, they don't know how a green screen is supposed to be organized. They don't understand why that you need to have a much wider angle for camera tracking, for example.
I do understand why a lot of Hollywood directors would try to rush through the actual filming, considering how much those actors are being paid by the hour.
Do you have any idea how much the budget is?
They don't get paid by the hour, dude.
They get paid per contract.
Yeah.
Oh, so they want to fucking rush too.
No, they don't. Yeah.
Most
They get
actors
the
want to
money
get
no
a
matter
decent
what.
performance out. They'll go through that scene after scene after scene. That's what they're prepared to do. Actors actually, you know, people give them quite a lot of hard time and stuff like that. But depending on the role, you have to put in a fuckload of work. You know, remembering lines, you think, oh, that's a piss, isn't it? You just got to like, read the thing and then off you go. No, it's not about that. It's not just about that. It's about where you
Dude,
put.
I can't even remember what I'm saying half the time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, you're the second person to hear what you've just said, and it's very difficult.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, it's very difficult to you know, get the right feeling and actually transmitting that across the camera. There's one thing to feel it yourself and then say it, but it's to actually transmit that onto the screen. That's actually a lot harder than you think, folks.
Not to mention on demand.
Yeah.
No, that's a service.
I'd make a
Comcast.
really good background extra.
But yeah, there is no pay per hour. There is no, like, nobody's paid per hour except for like camera crew, and they're paid a lot less.
Paid per. Oh, they're
Yeah,
still being
camera crew, 'cause
paid
they're not gonna
fucking
get-
insane amounts per hour if you really think about it.
They have a set amount that they're being paid.
And you've also got to remember, yeah, that the contract doesn't start the moment you get on set. For example, if you have a look to a lot of actors, especially method actors, they'll spend the better half of a year getting themselves to work out the role. I could give you an example of, say, 12 Monkeys, where Brad Pitt essentially had to research his role of people who were in manic depressive states, and he actually went and visited asylums to meet these, try and sort of get himself into that role. That's why he sort of like had a lot of sort of fidgets, wide-eyedness, you know,
I didn't
very
need to go
agitated
to no
state.
asylum. He just needed to meet my family.
Either that, you know, obviously, you know, he had to be in a safe environment as well, of course.
You mean a safe
Okay,
space?
yeah. There's nothing really safe about meeting my family.
Yeah.
You mean a
But
safe space?
there's also the other thing as well, is that some actors actually have to appear a little plumper or a lot more fitter than they may have actually been when they were asked to do the role.
Gaining and losing weight.
Action movies, action movies especially. Yeah, you know, action movies especially. You do need to be quite tough to do that. Yes, you do have people doing, say the big stunts and things like that. That's understandable. However, still got to do quite a lot of running, jumping around, and all this sort of business. It's, you know, especially
And you still have to look good with your shirt off.
That's right. Yeah.
Like the guy who plays Wolverine, like he had to build muscle mass and lose muscle mass.
Okay.
Okay. That's like yeah. I don't know. That's sort of a
Losing muscle
contradiction.
mass is easy. Just sit on your ass for a while.
What did you want to maybe like put a bit of meat on those bones, or are you just going to sit with that sentence there, Win?
Well, for roles is like that's more of adding on to what you said earlier.
Well, what did he do?
I'm even more
Okay.
confused now.
Actors like the guy who
Like he
plays
has a physical
Wolverine.
body.
Actors like the guy
Jackman.
actors like the guy who played Wolverine.
Oh, fuck, I actually remembered the actor's name. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Need to go through intensive body training as well as intensive body degradation to take on certain roles. So it's actually really harsh on the body for a person to be an actor like that. We want you for this movie, but you gotta lose 50 pounds. Fuck.
We want you for this movie, but you gotta gain 100 pounds.
Yeah.
It has to be all muscle.
Well, that one's steroids.
A great message from Penny Arcade. Put for everyone. Quite a good one. I'll do a dramatic reading as well. Go. So Penny Arcade comes through. They're doing some sort of Christmas tree here. There we go. And it says, do you ever wonder that some imaginary third party isn't taking games seriously? And he goes, no, I never think about that. More games are being played now than in any other time in human history. It's inextricable from living. I saw 2 construction workers playing Candy Crush while they were in line for teriyaki. I remember when games weren't taken seriously and it didn't look like that. So yeah, I guess I don't know what the fuck that you're talking about. I just really need somebody's approval at all times, even imaginary people I know I will never meet. Good luck with that. Says it all, really.
Don't worry, Robin. You have my approval.
I don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah, a lot of people do strive for approval, and it's not about whether or not you'll meet them or not. It's the fact that people approve of you.
You do not have my approval, and you never will.
Yeah,
I
a quick
don't
message
care.
to all you whining, wailing banshees of gaming journalism. If you want games to be taken seriously, get the fuck out of the trade, because you're the ones making it look like a joke.
Yeah, I mean, I can create. This is the thing. If you want any type of store with any type of morality thing to it, you want a type of moral. Learn how to fucking write. Learn creative fucking writing, because none of these games that we joke about, like Gone Home, like Depression Quest, they're all terribly written. That's
Well,
the
also-
only reason. Huh?
Also, it might be a good idea not to remove any kind of conflict from it whatsoever.
Hey,
Exactly.
Just a suggestion.
That is bad writing to have it where it's a
Because
sterile line.
it might offend somebody.
hey, did you ever consider that you're asking people to, put in some effort and work here? I mean, did you consider that for just a moment?
Well, let's not forget that I think the biggest problem with gaming today is the fact that you have all these games programmers who don't know anything about hardware, and all the old school guys are slowly dropping out who actually know how to optimize shit. And then stuff like Arkham Knight happens.
Well,
Shrek,
James, I
you're
think
asking people to work while being German. That's probably a bad thing.
Look, work makes free. Have you never heard that saying?
Well, we've
I
seen.
remember the other part.
I've seen a sign.
Yeah, there's a Anyways. Nah, but I think, James, I think we know somebody that we need to get into game development who would really be good at optimizing shit.
Oh yes. Oh, yes, oh, yes. I said it before, I'll say it again, I'd give that man a load of energy drinks and a limited supply of Doritos and just stick him in the basement.
Can I just point out something about Lee Alexander, who the big mentioned? I was recently talking to Logic, who Gamer. We were going through the analytics of Loot Gamer. And I'm proud to announce that Lee Alexander, we now match Lee Alexander's Off-World. I believe she gets the same monthly amount of hits that Loot Gamer does.
No,
in a day.
we already passed that.
In a day. Didn't let me finish the sentence. I'll say it again.
Yes, I understand. We still passed that.
Yeah, Lee Alexander has about the same sort of monthly hits that Loot Gamer does in a day.
How's it going? Games journalism.
How's that being games journalism?
Yeah, did she check the batteries in the megaphone?
So you're telling me you have 30 times for traffic monthly?
More than that at this point. Actually, I'm proud to announce I did a little bit of math. If the current growth continues, within a year we will beat Kotaku.
Oh, the irony.
It was pretty immense to see. I believe November yielded 1.2 million hits.
Now all you have to do is figure out how to actually make money off of those hits.
Well, he's working on it. I mean, the thing is, it's not just your average game site. So you're gonna have a smaller pool of people to advertise for. But baby steps.
You're gonna have to talk to Pornhub over.
Looking forward to a good review of Honey Pop 2.
Well, then we'll probably have to do a video review of that one then. I'll crack open the video editing.
And I will provide gameplay footage.
Well, would you?
Video editing software, something I need to learn how to use.
You want to spend money, or do you want to do it for free?
Considering I don't have any money,
you're asking it wrong. You have to ask: are you a masochist?
I have no money, so.
Are you? Yes, but do you enjoy pain and suffering?
Not really.
Okay, then avoid Blender.
I feel sorry that you find it so difficult to use. I would say get good scrub, but that hasn't really worked for you.
Yeah, that's like the same thing.
Some people need everything laid out for a moment.
And some people don't like playing first-person shooters on a command line basis.
So yeah. So bring a topic, folks, if you've got anything out there.
Well, I'm gonna bring. Here's a news story apparently that hits a little closer to my home. Apparently, there was a Michigan lady who is upset after she lost her gun permit when she shot at some shoplifters.
You shot at shoplifters?
Shooting shoplifters is not a legal way to use your gun.
Yeah, but
you're not allowed to shoot in public.
I don't really think vigilante justice is a good thing to do.
Technically, you are allowed to shoot in public, but only to save someone's life and/or your own.
Yeah.
By the way,
danger.
Much more interesting topic. A UK insurance company is now offering trolling insurance.
Yeah, I saw this and I was sitting there kind of going, I want to get in on that shit. Talk about money in the bank.
Green. You should try to get insured there and then just out yourself on Twitter. Easy money.
I get my ass insured there and just go off on Ralph. That's all you really need to do.
I already technically did out myself on Twitter. I am the True Man in Green account, so.
Dude, get that insurance going, man. That's like a license to print money at this point for you.
Welcome to the open house where hate figures have died.
Well,
Hi.
you need to pay attention
Hello.
how that actual insurance works.
Well, we have the Lord of the Ethics cock, Robin here. We have Nick Denton Jr. here, myself.
And of course, Pug. Basically, the Pug version of Otter G.
I suppose.
I think I'm gonna have to buy myself whatchamacallit, a Cobra, so I can properly train with this thing without crashing into things.
I'm not quite sure. New someone is saying, "Hey, is Lou going to review Dead or Alive 3?" There have been articles about it.
I can already say from without giving away too much, it is quite likely that you can look forward to something like that in the near future. I do believe we've got the access to that lately.
I would suspect that there will be a full naked mod for it.
No, it's not on PC.
So
Like that's ever stopped anyone.
there was an interesting Gama Sutra article today.
Is that all you're going to say, or are you going to fill that out a bit?
Alright, so they were doing the things that happened in gaming in 2015.
Right.
And the number one horrible thing that happened was the indie apocalypse.
Keep going.
They said that the indie market has crashed.
Are you going to just be doing this in like single sentence large pauses?
You really don't have it in you to really make that sufficiently dramatic, Green. Okay, hold on. Can somebody bring up the effects panel and do the appropriate, like Inception sound between every song?
Yes, okay, so let me go find it.
And then we'll start this one over to give it the proper drama.
It is loading up Google Effects. Which particular effect would you like?
The Inception one, drama. Exactly, perfect. Okay, Green, start all over again.
Alright, so...
From the top.
Alright, so the 2015 indie apocalypse.
Oops.
4 new astronomical objects detected.
The indie market has crashed. No longer is the indie market as sustainable as it once was.
I'm really sorry, everyone.
This is amazing.
This was bound to happen because there was a rise in the amount of talent out there and the amount of people producing games that it would just slip through the cracks.
You mean there was a rise in shovelware?
Okay, first off, no, there hasn't been a rise of talent. The amount of talent generally stays the same. The only difference is the bar has now significantly lowered. So,
Ooh, we have a new person. Hello, Lance.
Well, let's
that is such a porn name.
There are other factors. When
Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs.
And you're gone. Thanks a lot, kid. Anyway, yeah, there are other possible factors. We've had quite a lot of big name AAA companies releasing over the last year. You've had like
I
Witcher
would
3.
suggest you all block him.
Say again? Yeah, just block away, guys. Nobody else can hear. So yeah, go with block and permanent ban, of course. Obviously, otherwise you might actually have this person come back again.
I've seen that one coming.
It's an open house. It's gonna happen.
Eventually.
We haven't had one in a while.
I mean,
Last
you
one
know,
was
but you know what? The thing is, you know, if they would only at least, you know, like make it a little bit more quality.
Yeah, he kind of
Put
spent
some
a load
effort
early.
to
Did
the
that
trolling.
puberty ejaculator. He kind of blew his
Ouch.
load within 5 seconds. It's like, Mr. Crab. Oh, okay. Well done. Yeah, that's well timed, mate. Comedic timing, like strong point.
Yeah. I just wish trolls would actually put some effort into things like the old
Well, that
days.
was a kid, man. You know that you know all they've gone is kind of going, oh, this will annoy everyone. Then they get bitten. They're like, ha ha! I won. I acted like a complete dick.
I remember when trolls actually had some talent.
I know, right?
Now it's just people making threats for
Seriously,
being really
timing.
fucking annoying. I mean,
Alright.
I mean, keep in mind, you know, when I don't know, there used to be a time when trolling meant you made a joke that even the person that was being trolled could potentially find funny.
I just think edgelords today are such a low quality compared to what we had back in day.
They still exist.
They were always there.
They're just a
folks.
rarer
They
breed
were always.
nowadays.
I mean, you know, okay, you know who's a genius troll in my opinion? Godfrey Elphick.
Yeah, exactly. There's a man with class.
He's a god level troll.
That's how you do shit. You know, like none of this bullshit. Like that. This isn't even low tier trolling. That's like the bottom of the bottom.
Well, you know, he's obviously a bag.
Clearly.
In fact, detected.
well, of course
I
he's a
bet he's
new bag.
now.
Could
Real
you
trolling
imagine
is
old
where you
bags?
can actually convince.
Oh yeah,
entire
Mr.
news
Krabs. Oh yeah.
And you're ignored again. Sorry, kid. Gonna have to try somewhere else. Get the next account up.
We can confirm. Get good. Scrub.
I mean, I remember trolling people. I could keep
And you
that
know
shit
what the
alive
best
for
part about
fucking
this
months.
is? He actually believes that we can hear him.
You know, I could keep that shit alive for months without somebody blocking my ass. These people can't last freaking 5 seconds.
Well, the thing is, they work.
it's
They
minor league.
they don't work their way into it. You know, he could start off with something like that. I mean, but the problem is, of course, is that you know one of the things about the open houses is that I only see icons, so you can't put up like you know nasty porn or anything like that. The only thing you've got is your irritating childish voice.
Like the best kind of trolls are the trolls that you don't actually know they're trolling until
Yeah.
it's too late.
Until it's far too late. As a matter of fact, there was somebody who was talking with a G-Man guy that I know for quite some time. He was actually talking to him in his hangout. He was all normal, and then all of a sudden, towards the end of the hangout, towards after it had gone on for all that time, he showed porn. And the whole thing got blocked and flagged for adult content. It's like that is dedication. Because he waited till the very last minute before he closed the hangout to do it.
Dog confirmed.
Yep. There were also people who actually waited until G-Man left the hangout when no one else was moderating, and then showed porn. It was hilarious.
Ooh, we have a new person.
Hello, you Red.
Oh, they're showing porn, so.
They can't.
Oh, bless. Are you going to say something?
We'll give him a round of applause.
No,
Anyway.
yeah, leave him in here. Leave him in. Just to let you know, mate, you can't actually see this on the vid. Sorry. So all you can do is now giggle to yourself, hoping that seeing this.
Yeah, the stream
Go on.
cannot
Go on.
see that.
Say something of actual worth, or are you just basically trying to
But
giggle?
we can, and honestly,
Go on,
I don't
try.
know if we
Talk to
mind
it,
all
talk
that
to
much.
it.
Oh, and by the way, for the record, you know, like seriously, you genuinely think that this is going to
Oh,
What
bless.
happened?
He just ran away.
It's all low grade stuff. I mean, Alfred Godwick convinced the media exactly what he, he convinced him of the position that he
Such-
believes.
What cowards, man! How lame was
Hey,
that?
but hey, just for the ones watching this that may consider doing this again, you really don't know this crew, do you? Seriously,
Try so
I
much
have
harder.
seen stuff that would give you nightmares. Okay?
He is German.
No, like seriously, like
No.
hell.
Spicy Wiener is like,
I am
can I interest
literally
you in some troll insurance? No, it's all right, mate. We have that covered.
Oh,
I am literally friends with a person who's into injecting salt water into their testicles until they're the size of a football ball, and then having somebody else punch that like a punching bag. You really get up your game.
What?
That's pretty impressive, I must say.
I'd like some explanation behind that one.
I'd like a movie.
Google
I'd like
Saline.
a shot after that.
So,
Google-
Robin,
Google's-
I need you to change the guest list because you are not including orcas in there, and I feel oppressed.
I'm sorry. Tough shit.
Google saline injections.
Just no.
It's not for today.
It's just not
I
what it
don't. I
is.
don't have to.
Like,
And that's not even-
100 years old.
And that's not really the most hardcore shit I've seen.
That's
It's
tame by Shrek standards.
It's a bit amazing that they think they can get under our
Hey,
skin
YouTube
like
Red,
that.
how you doing there, mate? Sorry that you couldn't actually get a decent trolling in. Are you going to try and do something on here? Have a crack. See what.
But seriously, dude, up your game. You
Yeah.
know, you gotta bring something better than this.
Infiltrate, subvert, then flip it. Come on, man. You've obviously never played EVE Online. You know nothing about being a spy.
Spy gotta do what Spy gotta do. You ain't
Seriously,
no
if you're
spy.
really
I mean,
gonna take
come on.
somebody by surprise, you'd
Come
need
on,
a
at least he's trying. He is trying.
That's
So,
true.
the question is, what was he?
Also, hold on. Can I request some gay porn next time, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be
Check
so
who
oppressed
likes the
out.
cock.
What he was trying to troll us was hetero porn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Right.
god. Oh, kid.
No, what?
Bless his heart.
back in then.
And the worst part is he got it from Pornhub. It's like,
And it was
Oh,
not
bless his
even
heart.
anal. It wasn't even anal. It was straight up vanilla shit.
Oh, bless his heart. He's probably quite shocked by that himself.
I've fallen asleep to more hardcore shit. than
Kappa,
this.
yeah, I don't think you're actually old enough to be on this stream. So,
I think the worst
ask
video
your
I
mum.
ever seen was the one of this dude fucking the dead chick.
Look, if there is not at least 15 midgets in a Nazi uniform, then
Then it's not getting in the Daily Mail.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kappa, if you want to bring some more trolls along, fine. We can. All that's going to happen is you're going to have about 5 seconds on here screaming, and then you won't be able to have any access. And when you have something actually interesting to say, when of course you actually leave school, you find that those avenues are cut off.
Implying they leave primary school.
Now, I am a bit curious. How is he pulling up that particular screen?
Oh, he's back!
Take two.
Oh,
let's see
come
what.
on.
Let's see what he brings to the table.
Alright.
Constipation.
You might want to get that looked at, mate. I mean, it doesn't seem healthy.
What?
Find that those avenues.
Wait.
You can hear
Hold on.
ourselves on here. He's doing this in speakers for crying out loud.
No. Did you hear this? I think he's watching My Little Pony in the background.
He delivers. He delivers.
Come on! Okay, hold on. Let me tell you what to Google, okay? So okay. First of all, okay. Google space stalking.
Oh man, these trolls, man. It's painful. It really hurts.
No, space stalking. Seriously, up your game, dude.
You know, I really liked it when some trolls were better. I mean, I had it better.
And now
than
he's
G.
playing us back. Oh dear, oh dear. Go on, say something, mate. Go on, say an actual word.
That would require all.
Show us how brave you are.
She is a brave, beautiful woman.
Google space.
Now it's got to the point where you're basically just echoing back our own video at us. You're basically you're now using what 6-year-olds would do, sort of like, well, I don't know what you are, but what am I?
So tricky
yeah,
boy.
I mean,
How
you know,
do
come on, I'm going to give you a chance. You've got 5 more seconds to do a decent troll. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing. Okay, fair enough. You've tried. You've failed. Have another go with the different account. Later.
Yeah, sorry, dude. Black.
No offense, but you weren't even trying. I mean, come on. Educate yourself on really disgusting wild shit first.
We've seen some shit, mate. We've been around. I mean, we're old.
Yeah.
Fuck, I've been on the internet.
Well, old compared
Most
to
of my
this
life.
person, of course. I mean, maybe it's his first time SSL.
Well, he is a young'un.
Yeah.
Well, he's not a millennium. Well, we can say at least he's not a millennium.
Ask your teacher to teach you.
We assume he's human.
He's
We
from
assume
Club
he's human.
Penguin. Whatever Club Penguin is. Let's have a look. That's Club Penguin. Is it like a book club?
No. That's it's this kiddie place where you.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That'd be first MMO.
Yeah, it's an MMO for penguins.
You know, it's really just kind of interesting. I mean,
Yeah,
that
you
first-
can get banned for just you can get banned really.
You know, the amusing thing is, I'm literally right now in a chat room that has 10 times more disgusting shit than whatever he just showed.
Now the question is, that original screaming he was doing, was that actually him, or was that a program, or what?
I think there's a program.
No, I do think it was him, but
That
you
was
know,
My Little Pony.
it does require the assistance of.
You're hackers, are you?
It does
I've got-
require the assistance of.
Dude, I've got the hangout. I've got the hangout right here, dude. You can look in the description. That's your idea of hacking. We don't forget, and we don't. Oh.
Okay, can I have the floor for a second here?
Please,
Yes,
please.
Oh no! Let's have Zero have the floor. It's his turn to have a go. Go on, Zero.
Hello,
Show us
Zero.
what you got.
Evening, chaps. So, what is the topic today?
It is an open topic. You can bring in whatever you like, mate.
Well, the bad thing about that is I haven't been following any news lately, so...
Right.
Oh,
So-
well, you
so I
must
guess
have
we
missed
By the
out
way,
on
that is an adorable animated kitty you got there.
It's a Friday. It's a Friday evening, mate. So you know.
Cat. Wait, there's a cat? Cat?
Yes, there's a cat.
Talk about your favourite drink. Who gives a
So
shit?
now we got pugs, otters, cats, orcas. What else?
Okay, wait a second. Let me get
great
this. Okay, I need to ask this because this is something, like, of all the furries, the one thing that I could never really understand were the sharks and like the orcas and whatever. That makes no
I can
sense
explain
to
it in
me.
2 words. Shrek, I can explain it in 2 words. Shark tits.
Doesn't
No,
do it
but-
for me. I'm sorry.
I
I mean,
think the question is-
that is for me. That is almost the same level of autism as Sergals.
See, circles are just cheese with fur on them.
I love
That's
YouTube
essentially
Red.
what they are.
You're my new friend. We don't forget. We don't forgive. That's hilarious. You're sitting there kind of going, "Of course you forget. Otherwise you'd be here. You're 20 years old,
YouTube Red, dude.
and that's your
you
level
should
of.
probably
Oh dear.
not be using the anonymous motto. They don't like that.
Certainly not back to front as well.
Well, the proper anonymous group.
I'm
not
20
just-
years old and you 9/11. You're not 20.
Oh
You're not
god.
20.
Okay, can I have a moment here
9/11,
to
though.
talk directly to Mr.
Perhaps
YouTube?
12. Oh, we've got another one. Let's see what we
Ooh,
got.
it's Draven. Hello, Draven.
Hello.
And there's XSplit. Start XSplit broadcasts. Or might.
Oh, I see it.
Really?
Well, hey, Oxide.
He is indeed a gladiator Draven.
What's happened with you, mate? Your mic's bust or something?
Oh, from Gamer Geeks, apparently.
No, we're wondering if you have a mic.
Oh,
Oh,
but this
that-
is sort of a chat show type deal. So, it sort of helps to have one. If you'd like to take part in the conversation, there is another option for you, which is pop yourself in here, mate. This is the YouTube channel.
However, hold on, let me give you a piece of advice. Regardless of having a mic or not, if you happen to have a really old set of headphones, you can actually use that as a microphone. Fundamentally, microphones and headphones are not all that different, provided it's a really old one. You know, those really cheap ones you can get for $3 at
the more modern ones, of course, they've got a lot higher impedance because you don't really, you're not able to, you literally have to shout in them to be able to get anything.
Yep.
God, I hate neophytes. I really fucking hate neophytes.
So yeah, Oxide, if you haven't got a microphone, mate, it's not worth being. But pop yourself onto the side chat there and everyone can.
Too bad we actually had a guy who wanted to talk and not like.
There he is. No, he's
Vietnam.
okay. He's found his place. It's right.
Yay.
How are we doing, Oxide?
Hopefully, Mr. YouTube Bread doesn't bother you too much.
I'm usually just sitting out in the chat.
Of course, you're not from 4chan. You would
Well,
you'd have
if you
better
were
porn.
from 4chan, you'd be doing a hell of a lot better.
No, you wouldn't, because remember, 4chan is kill now.
Yes,
Yeah.
4chan is indeed the kill.
Yeah, good point. I mean,
4chan lost all the good guys.
all the old fags moved on the 8chan.
I'm kind of intimidated by the
8chan, not just 8chan. They moved all kinds of places.
Yeah,
There's
I don't think
12chan.
8chan's necessarily the last bastion.
I mean,
Let's be frank.
But in all fairness, if those are old facts, then what are we? Because like I come from a time, a long time ago, before 4chan.
You're ancient fag.
Like it's like downright Usenet shit for me and BBSs and that kind of crap.
You're not old fag, you're ancient fag.
Trek. We're dial-up fags.
You're a fossil fag.
Well, actually, even before dial-up, are you familiar
Yeah,
with something
with
called
diskette trading fags.
Are you remembering something called packet radio?
No, because I was like 7 or 8 when I got
Okay,
internet for dial-up.
Packet radio is basically the grandfather of the internet. Think of it like internet based on amateur radio.
Oh Jesus.
That sounds horrible and interesting at the same time.
Well, hey, you know, if ever the internet goes down, we will still have that.
Did it function worth anything?
Well, yes. I mean, absolutely, it worked perfectly. You
Oh
know.
my god.
Of course,
it's
it would
really,
take days for porn to download, but
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, you'd have to pre-book your porn.
It's
for about
really
a day or
really
so.
upsetting. You are doing. Hitler did nothing really.
Well,
I
he is
mean-
right though.
have
Hitler
a
did
fucking
nothing
German
wrong.
No, he did. He did.
Hey,
First
Robin,
of all,
apparently
Hitler
we're
did
off
nothing
there.
Worf. And
Robin,
then had to get
apparently
the
we're off
spelling
there.
right. I mean, it's just. Oh, it's so painful.
Robin,
well, okay, listen up, and let me tell you something about Hitler, okay? Like, I'm gonna
God.
quote somebody here.
Great
Wonderful-
eye for color.
Yeah, I'm going to quote this gentleman, an acquaintance of mine. He's Arab, really nice guy. According to him, Hitler, great man. He almost solved the Jew problem.
Technically. Possible.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, Green. We're just.
you're off air.
We are.
No.
No, this is just a different. The room itself is off here, but Rob uses OBS to stream.
Got it. Okay.
Remember, I'm special.
Okay.
That's why he has the fancy layout.
I think I might have to actually buy a Defender or practice this shit, because anything else I am going to crash.
Seriously, YouTube Red, dude, you're eking on pathetic at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, thank you for bringing up the old memories of what trolls used to do in 2000.
Back in the day when they were actually
It's
like-
nice to go down memory lane.
No, Robin. Even then, trolls had more class than this.
Oh my God, this guy thinks he's.
It's like modern feminism.
Are you enjoying the attention though, YouTube Red?
You have a whole room.
I can rub your ego for you if you want,
Yeah,
but I
mean,
have to charge.
You could always just go and talk to him. You know, she will give you attention eventually. So ask her what she.
Once I'm done with her.
Oh! He could have at least showed some higher class porn. I mean, geez.
I know.
No, don't
disappointed.
pick on him. Don't pick on him.
Disappointed.
Don't pick on him. He's young. It's not his fault.
I think he's functionally retarded.
I mean, at
Look,
least
We
he could
don't
have
know
showed some more
this. We
disturbing
don't
porn.
know this. Yes, he could be retarded. Maybe a little bit of arrested development, but there's no need to pick holes.
Look,
No.
all I'm
Hey,
gonna
hey,
say
hey,
is,
hey! At least
You'll
I have
get
standards in my porn.
all I'm gonna say
Practice
is,
makes
fi-
perfect.
all I'm gonna say is 5 megabytes from my medical folder would make him, stay away at night because of nightmares.
You keep a medical folder?
I have an extensive porn collection. Medical is just one of the many subdirectories.
Hey, Shrek.
How is medical a subfactor of? Never mind.
Yeah, I chose not to think about that further.
No, it just hit me as to how it could be, and I was just like, oh, that's how.
That's just the category, mate. There are subcategories within that.
Indeed.
All right, so here's a question for you. Would you rather push your face into 8 razor-sharp knives or cut your own arm off with a hunting knife?
I'm gonna try to be trapped in a room talking to Margaret Thatcher. Because at least then I could laugh at her.
Well, she's dead. So
Exactly.
I'll
It'd be all
take
my
the
conversation.
face thing because I'll still have both of my hands at the end.
No, imagine being trapped in a telephone booth full of Crisco and Roseanne Barr.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know what they are.
How about this? Would you stick your dick in a beehive for $1 million?
I have a video of that.
I would do anything for enough money. You put enough zeros after
you
that
really,
one.
You really shouldn't have said that.
Well, if you put enough zeros after that one, we can have a conversation. I'm not saying that, the
Let's
zero is
see.
not significant.
Okay, first off, let me just check. I think I have 29 different videos of what you just described. Then I have a different folder which has somebody attaching baby alligators to their scrotum.
Ow.
Yum.
So
We're talking terabytes.
yeah.
So is it all stored RAID in a RAID array? So if one of the disks, Ken forbid, goes down, you don't lose it.
No. The way I've done it, I use an external SATA dock, so I can just swap the hard drives in and out like disks.
I like it. I like it.
It's the most efficient way because at this point, burning that shit off to DVD takes more time than anything else. So I just grab another hard drive.
Plus, you can always get a bunch of hard drives and stick them in the microwave.
True.
Yes. But it's not exactly illegal, though.
I do not approve of that.
Why are we going into Sarah Butt's territory?
And if you want, I mean, there's a lot of really, like for example, he could have played the Pokemon porn movie.
Which one?
The one with the really, really bad Pikachu mask.
No, I don't think I've seen
I
that
dislike the show because it ruins the games. The games came first.
Before the porn. I would have thought so, yeah. The one,
I
the
love
one,
the terrible show.
here's the one thing you can always say about porn is generally quite it's
No, it's as Jonathan McIntosh would say, it's a transformative art form.
it's somewhat derivative, let's say.
I would have put in parody category.
Yeah, but think about Butt Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, I believe they were. Let's say they were inspired by.
Most of the time, there were some unique works, though, if you think about it. And
I don't really have an as an extensive library as you, I'm afraid. So I would have to defer to you on your expertise.
Oh, absolutely. You know, like if there was a doctor of pornology, I would probably have it.
Or he could have always like leaned on some shit like Bible Black. I mean,
Oh, come on! That's at this point, and it's so old, it's not even funny anymore.
it's also rather
look,
wild for.
Is the
yeah,
Pokemon porn movie called Pokemon?
No, but close.
Unlucky.
If you want to go with one of the classics, you're going to not be able to not mention Urotsuki Doji, Legend of the Overfiend. It's the absolute classic. Has everything in there: Nazi tentacle, demon rape, everything that works.
Okay. So,
Alternatively, if you want to go for a little bit more on the whole other spectrum, you can go with La Blue Girl, specifically the live-action version, which actually features.
Wait, there was a live-action version.
which actually features actual inside shots.
Ethan, check
of
the description, mate.
Inside tentacle rape shots. So, you know, they actually put some real special effects in there. Mostly, I think, using plastic tubing and wet rags with that slime stuff that they used to sell on Nickelodeon back in the days.
Yeah, Ethan, if you want to join in the hangout, mate, just click on the description.
I wonder if YouTube Red is at this point already grossed out.
Yeah, if kids, if you if you want to help him out here, see if you like teach the way of the troll. He obviously is interested in doing this career, but as you can see, he's self-taught. He needs someone to come under his wing.
He must go
the way of the troll.
Okay, let me put it like this: in terms of insurance, it wouldn't even pay $10.
ladies and
Ooh,
gents.
Sins of the Sisters, okay, not the worst, but I wouldn't say it's the biggest one. There is fucked up shit out there.
Ladies and gents,
And
we're gonna
most of
play
it's
a
Japanese.
deadly game of Would You Rather.
Ooh.
Would you rather burn alive in a tanning bed or get shot multiple times in the head by a nail gun?
Shot multiple times in the head by a nail gun.
Nail
Depending
gun.
on the dimension of the nail gun, it would actually bounce around my skull and thus kill me more or less instantly.
Would you like to see a video of that?
I'll go with the burn alive.
Frank.
Because fuck it.
Look, I got a lot of time on my hands, okay?
Apparently way
Frank?
too much.
Somehow you have as much free time as me, and I don't understand it because you work.
So do I.
The difference is I get paid for this.
You get paid for looking up pictures of people being shot in the head with a nail gun.
You'd be surprised, you know, the internet is a strange place.
No, your house is a strange place.
Well, that too, yes, absolutely.
Somebody
house
was saying that you'd like us to make fun
normal,
of John
I swear it.
McIntosh. I think we have to read his feed, don't we?
Yeah, it's kind of an exercise in futility. The man already makes fun of himself. Like his own existence is at this point a big joke on him.
I sort of feel sorry for the guy. I mean, well, I know. Well, I don't. I obviously feel more sorry to whoever the victim is, giving him the guilt complex that he has.
Oh, well, quite frankly, if you look up daddy issues in the dictionary, he's right there next to gullible.
I still think he did something.
And yes, someone I do agree. Having seen Bible Black is kind of saying I've seen Debbie Does Dallas. You know, there are people out there that don't even realize that Bible Black is actually based on a video game.
Yes, it's a visual novel. It's pretty good.
Wait, Debbie Does Dallas is an actual porn?
Yeah.
Ethan.
Well, I'm not sure if it actually is labeled as porn or if it's labeled as a rated R movie with nudity in it. I can't.
Now here's something actually actually, but most people don't know. Were you guys aware of the fact that the original Leisure Suit Larry is nothing but a graphical reenactment of a game called Soft Porn Adventure, which was a text adventure back in the days.
I think I figured out why you're part of Lewd Gamer now.
Took you this long, nigga? Seriously.
It's funny. Shrek showed me one picture and he's like, "Yeah, you're good." My response was pretty on the ball.
Well, we do have an entrance test. I'm not sure whether we do it anymore, but we used to do this with every new person.
Doesn't Logical have a certain requirement?
I believe so. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to write for Lewd Gamer, you do actually have to have a big passion for the subject and willing to put in 300 words an article.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And it's
Can't
not like
even
people
write.
just hand you the topic.
No thanks.
Yeah, and to some people they do want that to them on the plate, but that's not really. It'd be very
So they
sensitive
expect them to be actual journalists and go and find a story.
That's right.
I can't even write 300 words a day.
Yeah, kids of the text message generation are probably not well suited for this.
No, I can do something like that easily. I've just been under a lot of stress and yeah.
Text messages? Fucking text messages. I might grew up in the 90s, but fuck, cell phones didn't exist around here until recently.
Should I get myself a Cobra?
You always have
No.
a Cobra. Cobra will always make you
Cobras are
money.
handy. Good little smuggling ship.
The work it takes to keep them warm enough to not die is...
Well, I'm trying to. I'm in the process of slowly configuring this joystick combination, and while I have to say that it is definitely a lot more pleasant with like keeping the I'm no longer spinning constantly in space like a dreidel.
Dreidel, I made you out of lasers.
Oh my God! Why? What? Clinton, you've made the stupid mistake of actually addressing Trump. Clinton says Trump is dangerous and no longer funny. Yes, but you're dangerous and never funny.
Honestly, I still think Trump is funny.
Yeah, but you like to labour a joke.
This is true. For instance, is water wet?
Stop, please. I beg you. I've really got to. It is interesting of how many times they show Trump giving the Nazi salute.
Okay, listen.
It's interesting how many times he does it, actually.
Yeah, he's always doing it. It's getting a bit weird now.
Listen, this is how you solve the question 2, is water wet? Water is not wet. It is wetness.
Stop it!
It can make other things wet. If you add water to water, it
Stop!
just makes a bigger pile of water.
Okay, it
This is
is
an open
face
house.
a vacuum.
Open house. It's an open topic, except water. That's the deal.
Okay. Does it dry?
Stop it!
Is air dry?
Yes, air can be dry, but you can also have moist air.
Oh dear.
Are you saying you're salty as fuck? We should so dry.
It is air with nothing else in it dry.
Don't they show like a humidity percentage in the news?
Yeah. Air, like if you had pure oxygen, then it would be neither dry or wet because it's a gas.
And probably kill whoever's breathing it.
That too. But the air around us can be dry or wet, depending on the humidity and the temperature.
So can alcohol be dry?
Yes, it's called
Yes,
gin.
there was recently powdered alcohol made recently,
Oh yeah, I
and then
remember
it
that
got a
shit.
patent in America, and then instantly the patent got removed. I wonder why.
So,
People
is
thought it was
water
more
wet?
dangerous than
No, it's because of the alcohol corporations want it banned, unpatented, and not legal to sell.
okay.
Is
Due to it'll
also a
compete
really
with them.
stupid idea. Honestly, it's out.
Not really, just powdered alcohol, pour it in water, instant alcohol.
Yeah, but the most efficient way to store alcohol is liquid.
In powdered form, you can get even more. It's even more convenient.
Not really, considering you have to first make it into powder, then mix it with water, so you have to carry the freaking liquid with you anyway.
Yeah, but for storage, you don't need the water. For instance, when you go to McDonald's, they don't have bottles of Coca-Cola. They have powdered Coca-Cola, and then they mix water in when they pour it into your drink cup.
Yeah, and when you go to McDonald's, you know you're not eating beef.
Morning, Troy.
Hey, not necessarily.
I was using McDonald's as an example for soft drinks because I don't know what the fuck your other restaurant chains are, or KFC with Pepsi. You're getting a powdered soft drink, and then you pour the water in at the same time, and it mixes together.
God, Forbes, you really, Eric, what is wrong with you, dude?
Eric Kane.
Yeah, I just popped onto Forbes just to see what was going on. He goes the top 10 biggest video games on 2015. Number 1, Call of Duty Black Ops 3.
Holy shit! I
Really,
actually
dude?
managed
I can understand Call of Duty being pretty
chat to argue over whether or not water is
Wait,
water.
big on
What do we call the next
YouTube?
generation of the millennials?
And then we've got FIFA 16, Five Nights at Freddy's,
Pro gamer.
Wait,
Ark
never-
Survival,
Children. Ark Survival was pretty popular.
Agar.io, Five Nights at Freddy's 4, Fallout 4, Mortal Kombat X, Batman Arkham Knight, and Until Dawn.
Okay.
Where was
Alright.
where was GTA in this?
Okay.
Can I point
I mean,
out a game
how
that's
many
missing?
people were pushing out shit on? Yeah,
GTA's last year's game, and the year before that.
Okay.
It was only on PC we got it this year.
well, that's right. Yeah, so that was going to, tanking Twitch.
Well, let's be fair here. I mean, he could be talking about best games sold that also were featured on YouTube, but I've never seen anybody really playing heavily Call of Duties on YouTube.
Yeah, and especially,
Not lately.
especially
Anyway.
with Twitches and things like that, Twitch games and things like that.
No,
Actually, streaming is
it's
shit's really bad for your ping.
No, right. So it's not really streamers. Say it's like kids in primary school. They love Friday night. Like they like Markipliers and the PewDiePies.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That's who their main target audiences are, and thus that's why Friday Nights at Freddy's is a heavily popular game with young children.
Yeah, it's literally 12-year-olds.
Yeah, but that's how PewDiePie has got so big. It's because of 12-year-olds.
Is it because 12-year-olds are stupid? Got it.
Well, yeah, of course they're stupid.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even started puberty yet. What do you expect?
I have a question for everybody. Do you think the internet has made people more stupid, or do you feel like the internet has made stupid people louder and given them a platform?
In other words, are we
Louder
more
than what?
aware of their stupidity?
Yes.
I would do this on a relative sense. The older one gets, the stupider the world becomes. As basically, you acquire more knowledge yourself, you begin to see that the world is filled with idiots more. It is just the way of things.
Since I've known that the vast majority of humanity were fucking idiots since I was like 18.
You just guessed that.
You're American. There is no
That
rest
was
of
a
the
good
world.
guess. That's all. Just stop clock to that shit.
Well, it might have something to do with me being in the 99th percentile. I don't.
There was a virus discovered this year, and it has called the stupidity virus, and half America is believed to have it.
And I suppose I got
told
away.
you that?
I got out. I got
I
out
can't
of
remember
that.
which news site it was.
I think you might have contracted it, dude.
Only half of America?
Yeah, it's believed to lower someone's IQ by 10 or so.
Only half of America?
I suppose I've managed to avoid that because I never leave the fucking house.
Yeah, you're thinking
no,
of
you
you're
probably
thinking
have
of
it.
people reading Kotaku.
I was gonna say it's probably just very concentrated in Florida, but that's just me.
Let's try and get an article on it.
But still, really? Only half of America? Come on.
Yeah, we've seen the statistics.
Hey now, the middle of America ain't that fucking stupid.
You ever met the average man?
I found an.
Yeah, the average man knows how to grow his own food. And
Yeah.
not
No, sorry,
fucking-
the average American.
once again, they know how to grow their own food and not be fucking stupid and think the city's the only place.
The only reason they know that is because they watched it on The Martian.
No, the only reason they know that is because they couldn't afford to eat otherwise.
You're living in the middle of Hicksville, crazy. So you can understand that you might know a few growers here. No, vast majority of people living in America don't live in places.
The vast majority of the population lives in large cities. The vast majority of the country is not.
That's right, and none of you live there. And for good reason.
I don't know why anybody would live in the city. People get shot there.
There's all these jobs and
Yeah, but
things
you know,
to do,
crap-
like go to the cinema.
People get shot
yeah,
in the
and
country
discos.
too.
and the crime rate's really high, and you get sick a hell of a lot
Okay,
easier.
just because the crime rate is higher in the city doesn't mean crime doesn't happen in the country. Crime
Okay.
happens all the fucking time. All those goddamn meth labs and shit. Crime happens all the time. It's just people
Yeah.
get killed more often.
Well, let me give you a sort of like an insight. I live in London.
Okay, guys.
And
My ride's-
I live.
I gotta get to my doctor's appointment. Bye.
All right. Okay. No worries. But I live in London. I live in the northeast of London. It's one of the least crime-ridden parts of London. If you were to have a look at London as a whole, it's got a high per capita thing. But the thing is, a lot of that crime is concentrated in certain parts of the town, certain parts of the city. Whereas the rest of us are all basically just sitting here not getting mugged. And when you
walked
get to
out
those,
at night in Chicago, in pretty much everywhere I lived. I've always walked out at night. I've never been mugged. No matter where I've been, no matter what state or city I've been in, I've never been mugged. No one has ever tried to attack me or come after me in the dead of night. And so, no matter how risky people tell me cities are, the vast majority of people don't want any interaction to do with you.
Well,
The
a
only
lot-
time in which
yeah.
somebody wants to take your money is when they don't have money.
a lot of the time you'll hear this from people who don't actually went it. You know, they live out in the country because they're scared. Oh, you'll get mugged in every corner. I had some friends come up with their kids and stuff like that, and the girl that come up, she was just terrified. She just thought that walk out and you get mugged. And it's like,
Or
okay.
raped.
Yeah, and I just took her outside and kind of go, let's play a game of looking up and down the street, and there's nobody, not even a soul walking around. It's like, yeah, it's not quite as dangerous as you think. But some people when they're living out in the country, they just get all these ideas about how terrible like that. And go, yeah, you got a high crime rate, but it's only in certain parts of that place. You just don't go there. The rest of us don't want to kill each other.
Yeah, most of the people that I've met and I've seen on the street pretty much don't want anything to do with you. They're on their way. They're going home. They just want to live their own lives, and they don't like human beings. Like other human beings or walking on the middle of the street just don't like human beings at all. Doesn't matter who it is.
Well, it's not so much that. I mean, living in London, stuff like that. You have to give people a certain level of ignorance as a sign of respect, really. because there are so many people. You can imagine just staring at somebody on the train or something like that. It's going to weird them out. So you don't look at other people. You try to give them their personal space as such that way. Whereas when you go into the countryside, it's sort of the reverse is true because there's hardly anybody out there, and this is one individual walking by you. You go, oh hi, just simply for politeness' sake. But in the city, when you're surrounded by so many people, the polite thing, try and ignore everyone.
Yeah. And so,
Not being
even
rude,
if we say,
it's the opposite of being rude.
even if we say, how you doing, and nice day, how's your day going? As we're passing each other, we go, all right, and then we pass on.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, I when I've gone back into England for whatever, like that, and I'm back in there. You do forget that people will just say hi to you, just
Found
big
it.
strangers,
I found the virus.
It doesn't mean they're gonna mug you afterwards. Like, hi, how you doing? All right, now give me your wand. Or I'll stab you with my pokey thing.
I found the name of the stupidity virus. It's found. Was first found in algae.
Are you serious?
Yes, I am.
The stupidity virus.
Yeah.
It's an actual virus.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this. Taking a while to load up. On. There we go. Coronavirus. Part of a paraffin associated with changes in cognitive function. That's not making you stupid. That's basically just making you drowsy. Sort of like, oh God, it's affecting you in such a way, like say,
people
alcohol
found
would,
tend to have an IQ lower by 10 points.
which is actually fuck all. If you can imagine, I could lower your IQ by 25 points by giving you a feeling of being rejected. So, that's actually quite a small.
It doesn't make you retarded. It just makes you slightly dumber.
No, it doesn't. It's
the ability to learn. That's
it's cognition. That's all. Cognitive function. So that's like you could lower someone's cognitive function by getting them drunk. That doesn't necessarily lower one's IQ. It just means that they'll take a little time answering.
Plus, all the tests I've seen mostly measure logic and conjunctions, so.
Lowering cognitive function. It isn't just something that doesn't make you stupid. You can have cognition issues and still be quite intelligent. It just issue itself. You don't recognize somebody.
I am stupid.
Understood.
Plus, is IQ really an accurate measure of intelligence?
No, it's just ability to learn in that specific way.
Actually, it's an accurate measure of the ability to do something that we can use in day-to-day life. Whether or not that's an actual measurement of intelligence or not is another story entirely.
Well, there's book smart and street smart in there.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of people I know that are very, very intelligent, but they don't necessarily interact well with other human beings, or think very well on their feet when it comes to the conversation. It doesn't mean that they're not well studied or well read. It just don't necessarily have straight access to. I mean, you would say that when it comes to, say, write-down journalists versus, say, entertainment personalities. It takes a different mind to be a personality than it does to be somebody just writing. I find that that's a lot of problems for the written press that as they're actually being asked to come forward. The same thing's happened in Loot Gaming. You can have people who are very, very good at the writing side of things, but they don't necessarily lend themselves well to having their voice out there. And vice versa, you can have people who have got really good personality and stuff like that, but they just don't have anything really to say as such. They're saying it a lot, but it's saying nothing over and over again.
Yeah. Well, like take for instance, Trump. He has
Classic example. Yeah.
He has $2.9 billion left from his father's inheritance. There was a person who actually was in the financial world who said that if he had put his money simply into an investment account where it watched the S&P markets and see the value of it, he would have $8 billion. Now, the other thing too is that if you're actually a good negotiator and you actually are smart with your money, as Trump claims to be, he would have actually made 160% more than what the S&P market would have made, which would be about $12.2 billion, with his side investors, so people who work with him, making $11.8 billion. Because great negotiators make 160% for themselves and 140% with those they invest with. On average.
So essentially what you're saying is the only reason he actually wins with the amount of money he has is because he's basically got a fuckload of money in the first place, and it's virtually impossible stuck in those situations.
Yeah, actually, the reason why he still even has the $2.9 billion is because he was categorized as too big to fail and got a bailout. This is why banks will not lend to him. No bank will lend to him. And even a banker who asked about it was specifically told, do not lend to Donald Trump. And that was the end of it.
There you go. Donald Trump, idiot.
Wait, this wasn't already a well-known fact?
I just thought I'd double check with everyone. I sit there when people are kind of going, yeah, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, and I'm sitting there kind of going, are you insane? I mean, really? Yes. I mean, forget if you're just doing it for a laugh. I mean, that's insane enough as it is. I know what I'm going to do is I'm going to elect a fucking idiot as a president just to fuck with people. But, yeah, you may be fucking with people, but aren't you a person?
Yeah, you're one of those people who are going to get fucked.
Yeah.
You're talking about a country.
That's like chopping off your head
George Bush.
Yeah, that's like chopping off your head to spite your nose.
If my alternative is Hillary Clinton, can I at least, get a pass?
I could at least understand an abstained vote here. But yeah, I mean, if it's kind of going, I don't want Hillary to win, I'll vote Trump. I'm still sitting there kind of going, you're insane.
If you don't want Hillary to win, you can vote for someone else. You don't have to vote for Trump.
That's not how the U.S. works.
That is how the U.S.
That's not how the U.S. works.
You can deny someone the nomination. That's why you
understand how the U.S. works.
You don't understand the U.S. doesn't work. It's the old adage. Well, I won't vote for him. He'll never get in. Guess what? You're not laying down a bet.
Yeah.
Vote for who you fucking want, and let it be as it is. You don't just kind of go, well, I don't want this person to win. That is not how you do voting. So I want this person to win. Well, they'll never get in. Who gives a fuck? Your vote only counts as much as everybody else's. Next to fuck all as it is. So for you to, the only way to guarantee that your vote is worthless is to throw it away.
That's not how it works, especially with the college electorate.
Once again, it doesn't really matter on that sort of sense.
The votes in which you actually cast, in the way in which they count, even if these people don't get the electoral votes, those are actually the polls within which politicians form their policies off of. Because those are people who voted. That's why voting matters. It's not the fact that that
Did
the
you know
vote
if
is
one
counted.
person voted per state for one presidential candidate, that presidential candidate would still get in?
One person per state.
Per state. If one person per state voted for the same presidential candidate, that president would still get in.
Are you missing somewhat of a caveat there?
No.
So you're not. So it wouldn't require everybody else to be voting for someone else.
If no one else in the entire U.S. voted, but one person per state, if only 50
There we
votes
go.
were...
There's the caveat we were missing. But that certainly isn't going to happen now, is it?
No, that certainly isn't going to happen, but that same president would still get elected. So, again, you don't know how the voting system works in the U.S. The point of throwing away your vote or not voting in the first place or abstaining vote or whatever have you doesn't work. It just doesn't.
Know this. I can understand why somebody would want to vote if they don't see anybody they like. However, every vote you throw away gives the zealot a greater say.
You should tweet that out, and I'll retweet that. Because I wanted to. I actually wanted to ask you to do that so I could retweet
Oh, did you like that one?
Yeah, I like that one a lot.
All right. Okay.
The other thing, too, is that when you vote, so say a vast majority of people vote for Green Party. You have like 30% voted for Green Party, the rest voted for whoever. Those are poll numbers that the politicians can see. Those are numbers in which they can take, even if the person didn't get any electoral votes or any stuff like that.
The real trick is that these people do market research, just like anybody else. If they can see that there's a contingency of people who really are looking out for somebody who has these issues, they'll want to emulate that. They'll want to actually put that within their own regime.
Yeah, and this is why you can have a single politician who is getting a good portion of support, shifting the political spectrum, shifting what policies people will stand with, shifting what people want, and what politicians are willing to say, willing to do, willing to support. This is how we can have Hillary Clinton shift positions because Bernie Sanders ends up becoming so popular. Because he has a good marginal support.
So yeah, these are the problem is that and America suffers from just the same as the UK is that it's not necessarily a quick fix, and a lot of people don't quite understand that your democracy is based upon everything involved in one fell swoop. No.
You have to continue to fight throughout your whole life. That's I mean, there's several things I tell people. One, governments necessarily, as we advance as people, governments necessarily must also advance too, to keep up with that, to keep up with how much stuff is expanded. But so much people involvement in that political process, because that is the balance. The government is the people, absolutely every time. The other thing too is that as long as we don't see our interaction as valuable, then the people who are trying to control the government bodies win. They are literally trying to take away your power. So by you not involving yourself, when you have the ability to involve yourself, you lose that. Yeah, no one listens. Politicians, and this is why your vote matters. Politicians will not ever care about people who don't vote. That's why the polls, every poll that you see, is people who are likely to vote.
Yeah,
that's what the polls are taken from.
Quick one to all you MRAs that are pissed off that men don't get a look in when it comes to regulations and that sort of thing. Guess who does the most voting?
Yep.
Yeah, so MRA, if you're an MRA and you
why I
don't
vote.
vote, you are fucking yourself in the ass.
Yeah. And this is one of the things that a lot of people don't talk about with it, is that you need to vote. But on a side note, with things that people don't talk about, there's a level of economics that people don't talk about very often. One of it is your customer base. So say you're an established business and you had a certain customer base, so you expected a certain amount of profit. With that profit, a lot of companies like to maintain the profit. In the end, the amount of customer base will give you flexibility based on how much each person gives you per profit on how much you can charge for goods and services. This is why people are complaining about, well, there's not that many deals, there's not that many sales. Well, as, say, the middle class or the people who have expendable income decreases, the range within which companies can adjust their prices, thus giving you a sale or some mutual agreement that is more beneficial for you, that window gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So as we lose the amount of people with flexible income, and this is purely a numbers game, so the number of people that you have that have flexible income, so will the range within which companies can work with you. Because they can afford making a special deal. And once the middle class goes away, they can no longer afford to make special deals, and they will have to raise prices to keep a certain level of profit. It's one of the parts of inflation that a lot of people don't talk about.
What makes me laugh, if you want to think about voting in the same way that customers, imagine somebody who just browses. That's all you're doing. You're browsing. Come into the shop, waste everybody's time, and then just go out again. Nobody wants you back. They want somebody who's looking to actually buy something. Now, if you go in there and you say, "Oh, have you got this?" You go, "No, we don't stock that," and you kind of walk out again. That is something different. That is you actually asking for. But if you just sit there and kind of go, "Nothing here interests me," now, the person behind the thing is going to go, "What an asshole." That's it, and disregard you. But if you actually go in there, you ask for something, and they don't have it, they're going to be thinking, maybe we should get this in. Maybe we should put. You can say, well, hang on a second. These people don't listen to us. They want to work out a way to placate you. So do that thing. Vote for who you want. Don't vote for who you think will win. That is a pointless exercise.
Mm-hmm. This is the thing, is that the politicians are salesmen. They are trying to sell you stuff. So 2 things. 1, always hold them accountable to promises made. If they don't keep their promises whatsoever, campaign against those politicians to get people to vote for someone else who will keep their promise. That's the very important thing about our democracy, is that you have to actively campaign against people who did not keep their promise and highlight that on a constant, regular basis. Otherwise, what's the point of someone not keeping their promise if you're not going to hold them to the standard of that? Gotta hold their feet to the fire to get change.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's all about customer advocacy. I mean, that's how we get anything we want with games. That's how we get anything we want with products. You actually have to say something, and you have to repeat over and over again. It gets tiring, but that's the point.
Oh, that's just mega tank.
Mm-hmm.
Like three guns on it.
I think there are some people who do actually have tanks in the United States. I can't remember who it is.
Tanks are illegal to own in the United States. You just can't own the shells.
Yeah.
And I think you need to dismantle the firing mechanism From what I've read on the internet, it's actually fairly cheap. Like it's 50 grand or something.
Who wants to buy a tank?
Or wait,
I'll have a tank. I'll have 5. I'm gonna
Tanks
start
are
with
fun.
Banana Republic.
Well, the thing, the fun part is that if you go to government auctions, you can get a lot of shit that you didn't think you'd be able to get. Our government sells a lot of stuff.
You have like 10,000 Abrams. I think you could do with losing a few.
Yeah. And this is the thing is that once we like dismantle or when they talk about, well, we need to get rid of our old equipment and switch it out for new, what the hell do you think happens to that equipment? It doesn't just go to, say, it goes to a private lot where they maintain it for the rest of their life. No, they want to sell it.
It goes to the police.
Yeah. Oh, that too.
Of course, we need a tank to go into.
There was actually a district in which got an ATV. It was APV. It was an armored personnel vehicle. Because they said they needed it to fight terrorism. This was a city within which was in the middle of bumfuck nowhere and had like a 10,000 population.
No strategic importance, nothing.
Yeah, had no significant strategic importance other than one festival that they had.
That celebrates cheese.
Yeah, that was it. It was exactly that. It celebrated cheese. And they needed it to keep the terrorists from that event.
But that's a lot of people say America is home of the brave. But no, it's home of the scared.
Yeah.
If you have to have an army that big, you're terrified.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that this is the bullshit that a couple of bullshit arguments. One, cops are afraid that they're going to be recorded while performing their duties. That somebody's going to sue them or something like that. It's like, you have to do your duties. If you do it right, no matter what, I will stand with the police who did their job right. And so should everyone else. If a cop does his job right and somebody's making a stink over the fact that he did his job right, but someone just didn't like the outcome, fuck that person.
Yeah. What makes me laugh more than anything else is when the police kind of go, yeah, but you don't, you're not basically putting us in the news when we do something right. And I'm sitting there kind of going, that's your job! You're supposed to do the right thing. You doing the wrong thing is newsworthy, you muppets.
Yeah. IT doesn't get in the news either when we do things right. But if we fuck things up...
Guess what? Yeah, everybody wants to fucking know about it. This is how it works, you dicks.
Yeah. All
Stop
that
being
security
dicks.
breaches and shit. Massive news coverage.
Yeah, when none of you are doing anything wrong, guess what? When you do something extra specially right, you end up in the news. Trust us.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if you like help the homeless or you help vast community by giving them some clothes, shelter, or whatever. That
Think
will end
out
up in the
of the
news. I've
ordinary.
seen it.
Yeah.
People are more interested in things fucking up than things working as they should.
Well, they're interested in it because it's it's like kind of going you don't look around, say, in a forest or whatever like that and kind of going, oh, there's no dangers.
Yeah.
You're watching for the danger.
Yeah. People are actually interested in two things: extreme good or extreme bad. They're interested in the they're not interested in the middle, because in the middle it's boring. The
It's not
normal
so much
day to
that,
day
there's
is boring.
nothing to celebrate or avoid.
Yeah. There's nothing to appreciate and there's nothing to avoid. And that's the vast majority of people. Now we forgot, and this is the weird thing, we forgot that people massively enjoy good news. That is a thing. It's a phenomenon. It gives people, the happy feeling. And so it does produce chemicals that are conducive just as much as bad news is. Bad news is just more rememberable. We can remember bad news more than we can remember good news, and that's largely due to a survival mechanism. Hey, this was bad. We should avoid it.
I remember good customers. remember the bad ones. I don't remember the ones.
Yeah.
It goes.
Yep.
Hey Simon,
That's
how you
the
doing,
cookie
bud?
crumble.
We're live? Simon?
Yeah, I'm
Dwarf
alive.
is
All right,
kill.
okay. Hi, mate.
No,
So,
Simon.
open house, open discussion.
Should we take
You
the fact
missed
check?
earlier.
Bring a
We
topic.
had such a lovely gentleman join us earlier.
Yeah, we had some extra special trolls, or at least not particularly special trolls. Well,
Well, he was
hardly even
special.
trolls.
He was special in the retarded sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
he's
was
trying to
going
control
to-
10 people and failing.
Nothing like pretending to be anonymous.
Like that one time that a kid with a Guy Fawkes mask came in and thought that flipping the bird while playing Metal cranked up to 11 was super clever.
About that.
He tried playing porn.
Not
Didn't
realizing, of course, that I have myself on low bandwidth. I see his icon. Of course,
We did have a nice kitty, Mr. Zero, join us.
Woo!
But yeah, so what exactly is the topic of discussion for today? Because I'm kind
Everything.
of
anything and everything.
We have
Bring a
determined
topic.
what is a banned topic.
Yeah, that's the only one off topic, really. Anything's available. I mean, what you been up to, mate? You know, what have you been playing?
well,
Water
in
is not
regards-
allowed.
In regards to your previous statement, I was going to bring up the 57th rule of acquisition.
You go on.
What's that?
Good customers are as rare as Latin. Treasure them.
There you go. Thank you for your contribution.
Also, the 48th rule of acquisition: the bigger the smile, the sharper the knife.
So how about we bring along a topic? What do you guys think about Tim Schafer making Psychonauts 2? Is he gonna make it?
I am extremely torn because I fucking love.
They will get the cash, but
that
most likely
guy-
he's gonna lose it.
Just before his release, he'll probably call it Psychonaut 8.
Well, let me put it this way. I mean, and this is legitimately good criticism of that whole thing. Is why does he need public funding? Why can't he get investors? Why can't he get anyone backing it other than public
Blew
funding?
all of the money.
Let's see. I watched PC Gamer and he was like a guest on there. And apparently, big publishers are not interested in platformers anymore. At all.
Tim Schafer's lying. Like he even admitted during Broken Age that he managed to lose $2.5 million.
Yeah, there are
of the initial
platformers
count.
that are being pushed out by the main industry now. They're still pushed out.
This
Assassin's
is someone.
Creed-
It's more of they don't trust Tim Schafer with money. That's why
Yeah.
they're not going to invest in him because he's incompetent when it
Oh
comes to money.
shit! That's the whole fucking crux of it. It's like I want Psychonauts 2, but I'm not about to give money to guy with the work ethics of a orangutan flinging feces everywhere.
The thing is, if
Like
he
he
actually
missed
does,
every single target when it came to Brutal Legend, and I like that game.
Yeah, and so this is the thing, is that I would be for, like, the whole Psychonauts thing, the reason that I like it so much is because it does base it around psychology, which is an aspect that people, need to learn about. It's very important.
I just
People
enjoyed it as a
understand
platformer.
Okay.
And another thing,
Thank God it's not based around maths.
he actually profits from it because of the Fig. Because he is one of the people running Fig, so he makes money just from the crowdfunding by itself.
Yeah, and that's the
Even, I
thing.
think-
And that's the thing, is that the industry should come up with their own variant of a psychology-based game, and they have. They come with what is it? Heavy Rain was a great one. I think it's an indie group.
Jason!
Yeah, I think it's an
Jason!
indie group that came up with the Crazy Cat Lady. The cat lady, not crazy cat lady, but the cat lady, which was like hovered around depression and stuff like that, which was a fantastic game.
That game is scary as shit.
Hey, that was still like amazing. I watched Cry play that whole thing. That was awesome.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just some of the drawings are disturbing.
Of course, it's supposed to be. The human mind is not a tame beast, motherfucker.
No. But yeah, like that. Tim being bad with money and the fact that he's actually going to be profiting just from the Kickstarter alone are two things.
But on the flip side, though, he's got some experience now, so maybe he won't mismanage his money as bad.
Yeah, but then this brings up a very specific question. Why? Just as far as I can tell, he already funded a few of the games via Kickstarter. He should have profits coming in from those games. It's not like Tim Schafer coming back to World of Video Gaming and he is like, you know, he wants to make game, but the last time he got paid for a game was like, I don't know, in LucasArts. I mean, even fucking Brutal Legend sold something since then.
Like, I did buy it on PC just because it came to PC.
You monster.
What? I wanted the platinum trophy.
That has been traumatizing, to say the least.
I wanted to get the 100% achievements for it, but I couldn't because the PlayStation version was broken, and EA refused to patch it.
So anyway,
to fix a save corrupting glitch.
That's EA quality.
It's about when you get to the 90% completion is when the save will corrupt.
Okay.
So if you quit out,
let's do it.
It's fucking retarded.
Let's see here. Tim Schafer. He's going to have all the games he ever did signed to his name here. Let's see here. Okay, Grim Fandango Remaster. He was hired by Double Fine to do that. What am I talking about? He did it with Double Fine by proxy. He no doubt got paid for his commission. Space-based DF9. That's another game he, well, honestly didn't make, but he still fucking sold it. And then we got Broken Age. What else? The Cave. The Massive Chalice. I mean, for fuck's sake, he has 4 titles to his name within the last 2 years. The profits from those games should have easily covered a new fucking project. But he's trying to set up this fucking precedent that he can just run his entire fucking company off of Kickstarter.
like the Cave, I think that actually did quite well. Deep Space Nine, they tried to fund that entirely in early access, and then they
DF9. Yeah, it's abandonware, we know, but he still got money for it because early access hurt either.
Because they stopped continuing it because it wasn't profitable, and so a ton of people had. So there was a list of features they were going to add before the 1.0, and then they removed that one. They deleted that page of the features they were going to add. And I'm not looking forward to Brutal Legend 2.
Is that even gonna happen?
That's gonna happen?
I mean,
he did say if Psychonauts 2 gets funded, Brutal Legends will be next.
Yeah, but we all have to agree that the biggest fucking cardinal sin that Tim Schafer has committed is he made Bobby Kotick right.
What the hell's that?
Who is that? Yeah, never heard of him.
Bobby Kotick? The guy that said that he bemoans the fact that he can't sell games for more than $60, and then he would definitely want to.
I don't know who he is. By
Yeah,
now.
we don't know who he is.
Bobby Kotick is the CEO of Activision Blizzard.
Ah, that's probably why I don't know who he is. Don't care about Activision. It's like if you were saying the CEO of EA.
Yeah, only the publisher of Call of fucking Duty. I mean, such an obscure figure in the game industry, right?
Yeah.
I know very
Yeah,
little.
whatever did he do? All he did just publishing Call of Duty, StarCraft, fucking Guitar Hero, games you probably never heard of.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
we had a guitar. Don't care about Call of Duty. Anyway.
Like, to be honest, I can't really name any modern day Activision games other than Call of Duty within the last year.
Yeah, Activision makes it's terrible. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys remember, but only what, half a decade ago, Activision was like the spawn of fucking Satan.
Yeah. And EA took over.
Well, no, they
they
decided
still
to share the
They
platform.
still are. It's just that fucking EA stole all of the fucking spotlight because EA actually managed in fucking 5 years to become worse than fucking Activision.
Yep.
I mean, it's like Jim Sterling said that they couldn't have an easier fucking go at beating them in the PR department if they were running against a pedophile Stalin.
Yet
This
is the thing.
Found a way to fuck it up.
Yeah, this is the thing. If you set the bar low, which Activision set, and then you go lower than that bar, then it makes Activision look alright.
Yeah.
Even though nothing has changed.
Yeah,
that's the principle of psychology.
Yeah, we officially live in a time where Activision is just alright. And they didn't fucking change a single fucking bit, so that sets up a very nice precedent, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
So what games have Activision actually released this year, other than Call of Duty?
Well, I don't know, any new StarCraft expansions or whatever?
I still see Activision and Blizzard as two separate entities, even though they're the same entity.
Activision Blizzard has been a thing since what?
Yeah, I know, but they are technically two different entities owned by the same company.
Alright, let's
No, but Kotick is the CEO of Activision Blizzard specifically. Now let's see what.
It's like with Warhammer. You don't say Games Workshop. What 40k? You say Forge World or Games Workshop, even though they're the same company. That's what I'm saying.
The fun part is Blizzard hasn't been under as much scrutiny as Activision was.
No, they have. I mean, frankly, Blizzard is under the scrutiny, but it all just gets pinned to Activision, which you hardly can argue considering that WoW was at the very least still a competent game before Activision bought off Blizzard. But now it's Activision Blizzard.
Now it's no WoW.
And you're gonna and say hello to fucking 1-year-old patches. For shit's sake. A game the whole premise of the fucking game is to make you want to play and give them money for playing it. They have a situation where you have a year-long fucking single solitary patch. Nothing else added within that fucking year.
What if I told you they don't give a shit?
In a related news, Blizzard has had such massive subscriber drop-offs due to Warlords of Draenor that they are now at 5.6 million subscribers.
They always have a drop.
Which is the lowest they have been since, 2006?
Yeah, but they've been dropping for quite a few years now.
Oh no, they had a steady stream. Every time they started dropping, they announced expansions.
I know.
They actually were at, I think, 7 million subscribers nearing the end of Mists of Pandaria, which was, mind you, the period where there was literally nothing to do. It was Siege of Orgrimmar, and that's that. It's like, you want new shit to do? It's like, well, tough fucking cookies. No more shit for you to do here. So that was like 7 million. Terrible fucking. Then Warlords of Draenor, the expansion comes out. You can see, like Gul'dan, fucking Garrosh, fucking Grom, Hellscream, all the old guys. And everybody fucking gets on the hype sheet. Everybody pre-ordering, pre-buying. My fucking cousin pre-bought Warlords of Draenor, at which I promptly laughed at him and said that he'd play a maximum of a month, which turns out I was wrong. He actually played for 2 weeks. And yeah, so subscriptions were fucking climbing. Then the game came out. Then you... do you know what the Apexis crystals are? Nobody?
No.
No idea. What do you play?
It's essentially adding a fucking Facebook farming mechanic into World of Warcraft. That was their fucking idea of endgame for this expansion. You fucking log on to your fucking garrison, which is obviously your fucking Farmville farm. You go to Tanan Jungle, do a bunch of dailies that gives you X amount of Apexis crystals, then you buy raid gear for those Apexis crystals, and you're done.
I thought dailies were a thing for like years now.
And you know what's the greatest fucking joke of Warlords of Draenor? They added that whole companion sort of shtick, you know that? Like you're the commander of a garrison and you send your soldiers on missions, They are actually having more fucking fun than you. Get these fucking missions, it's like, oh, you have to go on this fucking expedition to kill this fucking dragon. Well, you're essentially relegated to the fucking quest giver. You're the fucking pencil pusher behind the fucking desk. You log on, automatically go through the works of sending like 15 fucking grunts to do something, and then you log out. The fucking companions of the garrisons are having more fun in this expansion than you do. And you know what's the best part? You can fucking send them on raids. You can send your companions on raids, and they actually come back and bring you raid gear.
Dude, I want to read your review.
Yeah. So, and to top it all off, around what, March, they announced that the patch that is currently implemented is the last patch in the game. So, since March, there has been no new content update, and there will be no new content update until Legion comes out, which is GTA on vacation, on the vacation period 2016. So it's going to be a year and a half old patch.
Wow.
So yeah, subscribers are dropping like a fucking ton of bricks.
But I like
And they're no longer going to include subscriber counts.
Oh no, it's very simple. They in their quarterly reports they also list their revenue. And what does jack up the revenues? Why, of course, the fucking Blizzard store updates. Want another mount for $20?
Yeah, that mount.
The
that
last
we want to
time-
mount you.
Yeah, before Draenor came out. Before Warlords of Draenor came out, they actually released a quarterly, and it was like, oh, it's all-time low. It's like only 7 million subscribers. They're like, yeah, but the profits are up. Yeah.
That's one of the economic systems I was trying to explain earlier, is that if you lose subscribers or you lose customers and you still want to maintain profit, what the fuck do they do in this case? They jack the fucking prices up.
It's not like even that. That would be like that would at least require you to be a a hedge fucking schemer. A garden variety snake, but this is Chinese MMO syndrome. It's like go to our special Gordu shop and buy you all of our special flying mantis.
But no, this is one of the instances that I was talking about. Where they jack oil prices up, they lost customers, and they jacked oil prices up, and they make more profit.
Oh yeah, Activision Blizzard's Yeah, if there's anything that's going to kill WoW, it's fucking Activision Blizzard. I mean, they've been going on a steady pace at it now, but now they've gone just full fucking retard.
What if
Just
I
crank
told you it's pretty much dead already?
Yeah, just crank that shit up to my fucking 12. You know, it's like they're trying. Look, we just want you to stop fucking playing this game. We want to fucking release. I don't know. We want to release fucking updates to Hearthstone. Yeah, ever since Hearthstone came out, fucking WoW's content updates has been struggling down to a fucking nub. They want to focus on fucking Hearthstone because in the end it brings a lot more fucking cash. Because selling booster packs with random cards is going to be a more impulse buy, a bigger impulse buy than buying a subscription card for 2 months.
Yeah, but also if you look at the how much effort you have to put into a fucking booster pack, that is like you don't have to put any. You've already made it. You've already made it.
Commission fucking artists, like a single picture is like what? $100? Maybe 200 if it's like something really fucking crisp. $200 for a single art. Booster pack, what, 10, 15 cards? Okay, so $2,500–3,500 for a booster pack. How many fucking booster packs you gonna sell on release? Fucking 10, 20,000 at the very fucking least? And this isn't even paperback. You don't have to print this shit. You don't have to do shipping and handling. Just fucking put out a fucking picture of a card and add a few lines of code to have it do whatever that is written on the fucking card. There you go. Patch and content update for this fucking month. Any question?
Yeah. That's the easiest, like, card games are the fucking, like, safe haven for Activision and all that kind of stuff. Especially due to the fact it's all digital. They don't have to imagine shit, and you can't just print your own. Because it's a digital game. So it won't let you.
Robin, what else do we have on the topic? I think we milked this one for all it's worth.
This is open topic.
Any topic you wish.
Yeah, and I think he just fucked off. Let us do us his work of entertaining.
Hey, Saltmine, you there?
Yes.
How's it going?
Salty.
Cool.
How salty?
Saltier than the Dead Sea.
Is it saltier than your splooge?
Okay, yeah. How about gaming news? Anything happening? Anything on the horizon? Anything?
Well, talking of horizons.
Yes, in fact, Hotline Miami 2 just released a level editor.
So they essentially decided to officially figure out how fucking Steam works. If you release shit in the workshop, more people are gonna buy the game. It's a direct correlation in these things.
Seems that way.
If you what?
By the way, how's Star Citizen doing? I mean, we're already fucking. We're already.
You're doing a lot better in this game. Look at this game. This is what I call the worst game off Steam.
The
Please
worst
tell me
game
it's
of
a Galactic
Steam.
Hitman.
It's
God.
It's
Oh
the
jeez.
worst.
What? Oh.
Those are terrible colors, and that person should feel bad.
Now, all you can do in that game is carry strawberries and play a flute to open a bunch of flowers.
Jesus.
Hey, that's
Look
more
at the rock! Holy shit!
She
He
picked
even
up the
left!
Oh, damn.
And of course, no
Back there,
bad
like,
game is
yeah.
complete without jumping 50 fucking feet in the air. Quote AVGN 2008.
The reviews are fucking hilarious about it, dude.
Did she just pick up a fucking boulder?
Yeah, she did. Girls get hit with
She
the gym.
You know what? At the very fucking least, the price is somewhat adequate. You know, I mean, it's not like It's not like fucking Nidhogg that has a whole of 4 levels and charges you $12.
The reviews are funny.
Yeah, hey, this is just 99 cents, so this is not the worst game in the world.
Well, worst game for its price.
No,
I don't
there's
think
a
it's the
lot
worst
worse.
price.
I bet on Steam.
There are games that are free that are magnificently worse.
On Steam?
But hey, you can
Yeah.
at least tell that coding was done in this fucking game, which is a lot more than you can say for fucking Depression Quest.
It actually has, some effort put into it. Like,
It looks like it has a story too.
I mean,
so-
for at least for lack of a fucking actual story mode, well, at least you can entertain yourself. With how there's at least like 30 minutes of entertainment here at laughing how this is completely fucking bad.
More like 10 minutes, I've played it.
Depression Quest, what's that gonna do? Make you fucking sad?
No, it just made me wonder why it's like handling the topic completely wrong and why it's shit.
it just made me
I'm just
wonder-
wondering what the point of opening the flowers are, but that's just a magnificent thing. It makes me want to take jugs and just play this game, just like Flower did. Like,
oh, and there is totally a purpose for the glowy lights to be cube shaped. I mean, it's not like that's the most fucking basic shape you can get in fucking 3D Max.
they're actually circular, at least from what I saw. But flower.
Wait, what's it? Bring me 5 pearls and I will give you the Ubuntu shield? Game officially endorsed by Linux, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Here's a game. You can't do anything, and there's no real point to doing what it wants you to do, but you can do a thing, and it's called opening flowers so you can get a petal.
They made an
There's
Indiegogo.
no point. There's no
Dude.
point, as in it doesn't really accomplish anything, but there is a story.
Dude, they made an Indiegogo.
The flower game
It
is...
got $1.
The flower
the
game,
target
which
was
is where
800.
you're controlling wind with
you know
the
what?
pedal,
I'm
is
absolutely
like
fucking
LSD.
It's made in
rampant.
Unity, by the way, guys. So it's not coding. So.
Well, at least it doesn't look like an asset flip. I mean, everything looks like it's, sort of in the same style. I mean, hey guys, we actually have to fucking we live in a fucking time that we actually have to applaud this shit. Because it doesn't have there is no fucking Unity asset flips here. It's reasonably priced for the entertainment value.
I paid 11 pence. I got it
I
on
could
sale.
still name at least 5 fucking games off the top of my head that are way fucking worse than this shit.
Really?
Yeah, fucking Slaughtering Grounds,
What the hell's
Temper
that?
Tantrum,
What's that?
Depression Quest,
Gone Home.
yeah,
But then
Gone
again,
Home.
can you really call Depression Quest a game? If anything, to me,
Yes,
it's more or less
yes,
just a
you can call
half-assed
it a
ebook.
game. You want to call it? You can call it a game.
It's a
Captain,
game.
I know it's not a game, but it's marketed as a game. What you do is classify it as a game and then add false advertisement on the pile of accusations of being shit.
Yeah, you just basically say it's shit. It's a game that has terrible writing.
Yeah, it's
has
not
no constructive on the character side of things.
Yeah, it's not only,
Basically, it's all writing.
it's not only shit, but it's also not a game. So like false advertisement.
I mean, it is technically a game, and it's bad. So.
It has
You know
horrific
what?
writing.
It's an ebook, a very half-assed one. Let's be real.
My fucking 30 under that definition, my 30-year-old choose-your-own-adventure Dungeons and Dragons book is a game.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's way fucking more entertaining than that shit.
Yes, because it's better written. This is what I keep trying to point to. The reason Depression Quest didn't work as a play-your-own-adventure game, even though play-your-own-adventure games do work, it's just the
'cause it's
fact
shit.
the writing was
Like,
shit.
it's
The character
true.
structure was shit. It was unbelievable. No one could relate to the character. No one could understand the character. No, I understand depression very well.
I
And
tried.
I
to
understand psychology very well, but I couldn't, for the life of me, figure out why this person was depressed, what was tying their depression, whether it was chemical or otherwise. For the most
Yeah.
part, it seemed very chemical.
Boom.
And also,
I'm actually, I actually have depression as does it, and I could not work out for the life of me why this game was made. Like, it's so
How exactly
shit.
How exactly does depression works? Because I'm not entirely sure. Because you don't sound depressed right now to me.
Well,
Me?
So it's
no,
like what?
that's not how.
It sort of just attacks you like a butt ninja. It just attacks from suddenly and it gets you.
It can. This is the thing is that you can have good periods, and so for me, I
And
can
you
have
have
very
bad
long.
periods and good periods, you know.
Yeah. It's the ability to handle your mental state sometimes gets disrupted.
Okay, how do you tell if you have chronic depression, you know, the one that just lasts for long periods of time, or if you just sort of have relapses of depressions?
Well, there's two kinds of
What's
depression.
the
There's
difference?
there's chemical depression, which is something that isn't tied to really anything. It's just something that happens due to a chemical imbalance. And then there's event depression, depression that you develop due to events that occurred, events that were traumatic, or events that are overwhelming mentally. And so, with me, I have the event depression. So I have specific events in which um, were not pleasant, and
Yeah,
so every so often my depression gets the better of me.
yeah, kind of sucks.
Yeah, it makes it so you don't feel like you want to interact with anyone. It makes you feel like it makes you feel
Isolated.
heavy. It makes you feel like you can't really talk to anyone. Um, you can have a wider range of emotion come with it. You can have anger, you can have sorrow. Um, I find, for me though, watching YouTube videos calms me because it helps
Same.
focus my mind on something else, and so it helps push not necessarily push the emotions down, but put them aside until I can deal with it and reevaluate why I was depressed and stuff like that, and that helps.
Yeah, YouTube's awesome.
Yes. This is why those rules that YouTube is implementing piss me off. It's because a good portion of the stuff I watch that makes me happy and helps take care of my depression.
What's the new rules?
The rules about cyberbullying harassment: you cannot post videos that humiliate people or ones that go after someone. And I'll have to get the actual YouTube policy.
Okay, heavy topics.
Yeah, depression is a heavy topic, but the best way you can understand it, and basically someone overcoming depression, well, the specific event depression, is the Cat Lady. It is the most fantastic game I've ever seen, and it covered depression very well. It covered how someone's experience going through depression very well. It was very well written and constructed. Because there are points in which you go and turn to yourself and say, I have to do something about my depression, or it's going to get the better of me, or it's going to control the majority of my life. And so you deal with it in your own way, you deal with it in the way you can, and that's essentially what the Cat Lady is doing. She's dealing with it, even though she's dead at some point, she's dealing with it in the way that works for her.
This new rules sound like a very wide umbrella of bullshit.
Yes.
To put it nicely.
Yeah. Make harmful negative comments / videos about another person.
Well, and these are
Unwanted sexualization, which encompasses sexual harassment or sexual bullying in any form.
Anisa Sarkeesian is gonna be fucking happy that no one's gonna criticize her.
Then she can't criticize people either.
Yeah.
No, you know what this shit is actually gonna do? She's gonna go bankrupt.
Yeah.
Isn't she already going bankrupt?
She's
Or at
already
least she's
going bankrupt because people stopped giving a fuck. Nobody's fucking sending her death threats anymore. She tried to refan the flames by doing that retarded live stream, and then it all just kind of shriveled to a nub and didn't have any effect. So now she's
we're
panicking.
used to it.
She's
We're
gonna
used to
fucking-
her shit now.
Yeah, the internet got used to her, and I bet that scares the fucking shit out of her.
Yeah,
There's
and
no
I
more
was
gold to be mined in this. There's no more gold to be mined in this conundrum, Miss Sarkeesian.
no more salt to be mined. And that's what I'll say with the vast majority of Gamergate quorums with Anita Sarkeesian, and I'm serious about, like, a lot of the quorums were salt. It wasn't legitimate criticism. It's just, I don't like the way you're changing games, or I don't like the way... No, a legitimate criticism,
Well,
she
let's
actually
start
went
from the
and went
fucking
to go
fact that
visit
Anita
and got
Sarkeesian
paid
had
to go
nothing to do
visit.
with Gamergate. How about
Huh?
that? Let's start off with the fucking fact that Anita Sarkeesian had nothing to do with Gamergate. She shoved her fucking ass into the topic because she saw victim bugs on the horizon.
Yeah, and so well, she actually had to do with the gaming industry.
it is a
because
legit
she
criticism.
actually went there. She went to gaming industry. She gave conferences on that kind of stuff, and those were legitimate
Yeah,
criticisms.
fake conferences. And she only got for those conferences because she was a big name. And why is she a big name? Well, because she's a fucking victim piper. She pipes her own victimhood, and that's all she ever achieved.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that if the vast majority of people just left it the hell alone and ignored her after they said their piece once, you only needed to say it once for you to get your point across.
This is the beauty and the curse of the internet. The internet is a field of free expression, but that also means that nobody will unanimously go with the don't give them attention route.
Yep.
Even
So
the
that was
fucking
the only way in which
even
it
the
worked.
shit posters that are after the keks will at the very least give it attention, and that's all the attention it needs. And that's why I think that I sort of changed my opinion, because over the years I thought that Anita Sarkeesian was a fucking brilliant con artist. She knew when and how to peddle her snake oil. But now that she's calling for internet censorship, unless she gets involved financially in those projects and actually goes on a government payroll, I don't see the fucking benefit. Because once harassment on the internet becomes banned and people stop harassing each other under threat of fucking fines or shit, there will be no victim bucks to milk for her. It'll essentially spell the fall of her fucking financial industry in this. As it is.
Well, no, the reason why she's advocating for something, it's something to advocate for. She's not actually putting any money into it. She's not devoting any resources to it. The reason she's advocating for it is because she has to. She has to advocate for something. And this is one thing she has to advocate for, is the censorship. She's not putting any money into it. That none of her actual foundation is actually contributing any money to it.
Yeah, but at the same time, she's talking to the fucking UN.
Yes, she has to. She has to do stuff like this. And this is where the brilliance of the con artist is coming in, is that she will use this stuff, but she won't contribute anything to it. She will talk to the UN, but she uses very vague, very innocuous things that anyone who then researches it, like the actual UN people, have to go then have their staffers research it. Have lobby groups come to them and tell them. Though there are huge lobby groups on and against internet censorship. Anir Sarkeesian is one side of that. There are other lobby groups who also put billions of dollars into the pockets of these people to say no, don't censor it, don't go against net neutrality, don't do certain things that we don't want.
Who the fuck is going against TPP? Because as far as I can tell, every single lobbyist is already fucking giddy in their little privates about the money they'll be getting for promoting it. Or, well, not talking about it, because apparently, if SOPA and PIPA taught these people anything, is don't tell the public fucking anything, or we'll never be able to censor the internet.
Well, that
Yeah.
didn't work, because remember what's currently happening with CISA. They tried to keep that shit under wraps, but the general public still found out about it.
Yeah, because people.
Yeah, but what about
This is the
TPP?
thing that
I
a
mean,
lot of
I
people.
don't see nearly as much fucking outcry over TPP than I did saw about SOPA and PIPA.
Oh, there is. There's huge cries about it. A lot of channels talk about it. The point in
Also,
which you'll have more people talk about is the more stuff gets released. So you can't really talk about something too much if you don't know anything about it. So as the documents got released by WikiLeaks, a lot of people talked about it. A lot of people
by the
talked
way,
about the breakdowns about it.
did WikiLeaks steal the complete TPP Act? Because as far as I can tell, they're pushing to like have it like within a matter of months to go into America, and they're still refusing to release the full document.
Well, I think, I don't know, like somebody got the full document and then started spreading it around. I think Sargon has like a complete series about the TPP.
Wait,
on his
no, I think that one time that Sargon mentioned it, it was like the publicly available TPP.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hold on, I'll go check his channel.
At least that's what I took from the video.
Yeah, this is the thing. And this is why you don't have you have a lot of outcry about the other stuff, but you don't have as much or as potent outcry about the TPP is because it's so underneath. So how do we talk about something in which you don't have any documents to go over? You don't have any breakdown to go over. You don't have anything to work over. It's just you know about the public stuff.
Yeah,
but
like,
you need the private stuff in order to work the rest of the message out.
Yeah,
the reason
you saw the statistics. There was like 131 meetings in the UN about TPP, and about 118 were done exclusively with lobbyists and interest groups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course they do that all the time. That's the vast majority of meetings is like that.
And people don't believe me when I say that the UN is one of the most fucking useless organizations on this planet.
But it is.
Of course it is.
Yeah, and about
the UN is just one massive fucking lobby group for America.
It's one
In America,
massive
one
money
massive
group.
lobby group for corporations.
Yeah. And look, when it came to there was a section of a specific law, and I can't remember what law it was that was an amendment. And so the reason why so many people could speak out about it, and I actually had a bunch of people, speak out against it, was because we actually had this specific section that we wanted to go against, which was the section within which stated that U.S. bodies and government, as part of the Department of Defense groups, the FBI, CIA, and all that kind of stuff, could freely exchange data as long as certain high-level officials gave clearance to do so. Which means and it was basically anything that was obtained. I think, was it with a warrant or without? I think it was without a warrant.
Hello.
Just saying hi to Sir Win.
Oh yeah, it was everything that without a warrant. Anything that they gathered in those big, massive data piles that the NSA had. Stuff like that could be obtained by any government body and shared with each other. And so that became a problem. They justified it in the law. They justified it by saying it was something obtained for justified reasons or something, but it basically made it so that anything could be transferred that hadn't been obtained by a warrant.
Hashtag wallow of shit.
Yeah, and so a lot of people went after that because there are certain informations that shouldn't be freely exchangeable for very good reasons. Like, there's reasons.
I ate a pineapple.
Hmm. But yeah, that got pushed down, and a lot of that was due to the fact they actually had a section to point to, and people could read off the section. For the reason you don't have as much or as potent of an outcry against the TPP is because of how hidden it is. If you want to get something passed, you do it when nobody can see it. You want to get something passed without public scrutiny, you do it in a way in which the public doesn't criticize it. And that's underhanded and under the table. It's fucked as shit.
I can't believe how he did those videos, because it's like so much information. You have to sift through so much shit. 45 pages. Just to make those like 5 videos. Saga of a card. Hashtag best YouTuber ever.
Well, I'm gonna go have a fag.
Sad Hick. Collector's edition.
The official
Full
Sonic the
season there so you
Hedgehog.
can see it.
The official Sonic the Hedgehog account tweeted that image.
Wow.
Well, anyway, guys, it's been fun, but I got some stuff to do. I'm gonna create another hangout for Operation Gamers thing. So if you wanna come like discuss some stuff or want to join in on the fun, you can do that. I'll post a link when it's ready. Okay.
Okay. Hopefully you do it in the Twitter cabal.
All right. Catch you guys later.
See you in a bit.
George. George Lopez.
Oh shit, it's day 11.
What are you doing with your skateboard there, Win? Liboom.
Yes.
Such name. Watch wow.
Yeah. I'm just looking at George Lopez's stuff that he's tweeting out. It's hilarious.
What did he tweet?
Oh, he had pictures of Jeb Bush. He basically has Joe Biden behind him, and oh god, just the face. It's like you gotta look at it. Don't know why this face is just like he's just forcing it inside. It's like
Did you guys see Harmful Opinion's latest video?
Which one? The Cats Cafe?
No. This one.
so he put.
We all know
So he
that you're
put-
actually harmful opinions. Don't
Yeah,
lie.
So he actually put out the entire TPP. Wow, that's
Yeah.
great.
Win that video.
Why didn't he put it in a playlist? There's 5 videos and they're long.
Troll insurance. You just watch Troll Insurance.
Are we live or?
Yeah, we're live.
In that case, I have a coffee.
Says we're off air.
This is not your usual PG-13 coffee. This is psycho coffee.
How psycho?
It has a health warning on the bag.
That sounds pretty psycho to me. Have you got a license for such a thing?
I'm a programmer.
Legit.
That is my license.
Oh, there are insurance groups that the government will pay, that the government pays for. Um, it's basically if your company has a natural disaster or something outside the United States, we subsidize that. We covered that, the cost of that damage for businesses and corporations outside the United States.
What if I told you Troll Insurance is a real thing?
Yo, boom! Check this shit out. You might find this interesting.
I'm well familiar with troll insurance.
This is
I set it up.
Pat Buchanan to GOP. Support Trump now or lose to Hillary. I fucking called it.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking called it. Their desire to win is so great they're just gonna. They don't care. It could be a dog with 50 legs, 2 heads, and an IQ of a slightly retarded grain of rice. But if it be the others, they support it. I fucking called it.
Well, here's the thing, and this is why it's stupid. To just support any person. The Republicans for a long time, even though that they didn't have the majority, still got a vast majority of what they wanted anyways, because a lot of what they won was what the special interest and lobbyist groups want. That's actually, if you look at our statistics of bills that get passed, without a lobby group behind it, it doesn't get passed. No matter how many people in the United States want something. If a lobby group isn't supporting it or it goes against the lobby group's interests, it doesn't pass. And that actually has been shown by the bills that have actually passed.
That's why you need to get money out of politics.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. The UK has tons of fucking prime ministers that are fucking bang.
There are
fucking
3
wankers.
seats on our U.S. Supreme Court up for grabs.
Many of David Cameron's friends are fucking bankers, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad as it is in America. In America, they have legalized bribery. It's called campaign donations.
Yeah,
We're not that bad yet. We can still come back from this.
Sure,
it's not
we
just campaign contributions, it's leadership PACs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those don't count. They're not regulated, they don't count, and all that kind of stuff. Now,
you can do unlimited bribery.
Yeah.
In America.
Yes, with the
There's
leadership PAC. Yes, with the leadership PAC. You can actually literally give money to a politician on a leadership PAC, and he can use it for whatever he wants. As opposed to regular PAC. Now, The other thing too is the reason I mentioned that there's 3 Supreme Court justices seats up for grabs. That's the main reason why Republicans want to win.
Are you taking one?
No, the 3 seats for the Supreme Court justice, which the Supreme Court determines how laws are constitutional or not in our country. If you have that many, you can change the majority. Basically, Scalia and his, Citizens United type mentality could take over the rest of the seats, switching a majority to being like Scalia, who does Citizens United, who voted against a lot of things, like saying corporations are people, and money is free speech, and stuff like that.
Yeah, and corporations can have religious rights.
Exactly. And this is why this election is very important, is that it's not just about the congressman that get elected, it's who the president picks for Supreme Court justices. Mind you, Congress has a say in that, which does matter who you get elected for Congress as well, but the president's the one that has to nominate. And the other thing too, that when people said the president doesn't have that much power, he is in charge of our executive branch. He is the top person. If he says or orders anything from the military, they are obligated to do it no matter what. They are required to. That's how our military works. He is the 5-star general once he becomes president. There are no 5-star generals other than the President of the United States. He outranks everyone else. So if Donald Trump wants something, like pushing out certain immigrations or certain people from immigrating from this country on a religious basis, whether or not it's constitutional, he can tell the executive branch that handles immigration to do that, and they have to do it. He can tell the military to go into, while we still have them overseas, to bomb certain sections of the country, to hit certain sections of the country, and to put boots on the ground. The Congress is only in charge of funding it, because we have already been permitted to go into other countries. So that's what role the president has. He does have a direct control over the military. He does have direct control over, those bombs that we drop, the drones and stuff like that. He can order more, and he can order at specific targets. Hell, even with the United States, at a time, he had it within his power to bomb a United States citizen. Technically. So, people can say he has no power. The president has no power. When in actuality, he has a lot of power. He just doesn't exercise president's important. At least our United States president important. Because he's the one that's going to determine whether or not the war continues. Or how it's fought. Because he controls the general, the main person who strategically plans. And he appoints that person too. Who coordinates our entire military effort. Department of Defense. The Secretary of Defense. But yeah.
The Secretary of Attack Everyone.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
This is why our president is so important. Is because he controls so much of the executive branch. And that's why you don't want someone like Donald Trump. He will, if he actually believes his own shit and pushes his own shit, he can cause a lot of havoc because he actually does have more powers than people think he does.
I still don't get why anyone is voting for the idiot.
Because they're racist. Like
I thought
no,
they were being
literally,
stupid.
there is an actual study that has been shown that the vast majority, and people can say, well, he's still not wrong. Well, that's irrelevant to
Racist.
whether or not the point of people backing him. Why are people backing him? They don't care if he's right or wrong. They don't. They're a good portion of people. They like what he says.
I
It
thought they were
sounds good to
voting
them.
for him because they were seeing what ridiculous thing would happen.
No, it's not just that. You have.
I thought people were voting as for a laugh, and they didn't realize he was actually
No,
ridiculous.
there are serious people voting. Have you seen the interview of his people voting for him?
Nope.
Yeah, there are interviews of people who are voting for him. There are people who. It was funny because there's one girl who was voting for him who was missing some teeth and talks exactly how you think that person talks. And those are real people. There are white supremacists backing him. Entire white supremacist groups backing him.
Oh, then let's get rid of him then.
Yeah. So
yeah, there's racists supporting other political leaders. Doesn't mean we should get rid of them either.
What?
You're saying just because there's white supremacists, he shouldn't run. You can say the same about any of the other leaders that are political candidates that are applying. There'll be racial hatred, but no matter who votes. There'll be black supremacists just going to vote for the black guy. So you're saying just because there's white supremacists?
That's not.
You're saying, oh, there's white supremacists voting for him?
No, there's white supremacists voting for him because of the things he says. It's not just because he's a white guy. It's because of the actual enforcement that he's putting forth, his platform. It's his platform. It's not just because he's a white guy. It's his actual platform that's drawing them to him.
But at the same time, you're just trying to assassinate him just because you disagree with. You
No!
At the moment, it sounds like SJW tactics. I can't argue
That's
against
not
facts, so I'm
SJW
gonna
tactics.
assassinate you.
That's literally saying
It is.
he's endorsed by the white supremacists because his rhetoric is racist and bigoted towards people. It's xenophobic. It is why they're backing him. That's not SJW tactics. It's literally saying his rhetoric is going to cause harm to other people. It will.
You might need to say a little bit of problematic there as
It will
well.
hurt a lot of people. That's his platform. And as president, he can enforce that platform.
But it's not our place to say whether or not he should be in or not, unless we're voting, and you choose not to vote for him.
Boom is American, so he doesn't have a say in this.
You choose to vote for him or not, and that's it.
And I do have a say whether or not I say he's a dick. I can say that. I can say exactly what I'm saying right now.
No, I meant as in you can't pull him out of fucking standing for president because you don't like him.
No, I didn't say I was pulling him out for president. Actually, I'm against any of the bans, even the UK ban of him not being permitted to enter the country.
I thought
I'm
it was
against
fucking
that.
retarded that they even tried to. It's
Yeah,
silly.
they're doing it. They're going to do it, and that's the
Really?
thing. Yes, because there's enough public support for it. And there has been actual bans of those people. Now, the other thing, too, is that what can happen, though, and is perfectly fine and legitimate, is a party to deny him. And this is what a party can do. So the Republican Party can deny him the nomination. They can. Because of how the party system works.
Yeah.
Party system can deny anyone by not choosing to nominate him. Because there are specific people that nominate. I can't remember how that works right now, but that's what happens. The Republican Party can reject Donald Trump. They can. And decide to go with someone else. Because remember, it's still a party of people. But I never said he shouldn't run. That is not at all what I said. So you assumed that I said that, but I didn't actually say it.
I thought you said that. Sorry.
No. And that's the thing that you're confusing. Say SJW tactics. It's not an SJW tactic to point out the fact these policies will hurt people. I'm not going to stop him from saying it. He has the freedom to say it.
Oh, they're all going to do policies that will hurt people in different ways.
There's a difference between indirect harm. There are policies that indirectly hurt people. And then there's policies that the only intent of the policy is to go after a specific people. There are policies that have biases in them, specifically to target certain people. There are policies that we had that negatively impacted the poor, and they were intended to. There was you couldn't vote unless you paid a certain amount, and stuff like that. You couldn't do certain things. There was legal discrimination in the United States. There were a lot of laws, Jim Crow laws, that we had. Those are policies that are specifically meant to target a demographic. So that's when it becomes a problem. And of course, the Supreme Court, in a lot of ways, helps us to negate that, and so does Congress. There are some points in which people are so stupid, the government has to enforce certain things on a massive scale. There are certain amendments that we have that even though the public didn't want them, we put them in place anyways. The Civil Rights Protections Amendment that protects that prevents laws from being made that discriminate against male, female, or race or creed, and stuff like that. That is one of our amendments that was put into place, even though a vast majority of people in the country were racist or anti-whatever. But we have amendments for very good reasons.
Don't think anyone said you didn't have amendments for good reasons.
I didn't say you didn't. Yeah. There are certain things the government has to do, even against the people's wishes, to protect them from themselves. It happens. People are suicidal. So to say that we couldn't form something that hurt ourselves is not... You can't have absolute freedom without a cost, significant amount of cost.
Yeah, people are suicidal, but not the majority of people.
No, but enough people are that can cause a problem for the people who aren't suicidal. Especially if they kill themselves in a way in which interferes with you.
That's a very broad term.
Yeah. But there are people who will wreck their cars to commit suicide into like a train or something, and now the train's off the tracks, or smashed into many bitty pieces. But yeah.
That's a very small percentage of, people that do that.
No,
that specific way.
That's not even a 1% thing.
Yeah, it's very small.
That even if it's very small, the damage done by doing that action is tremendous.
But it's microscopic compared to the entire country.
Yeah.
So what's the topic now?
Suicide by train.
I can confirm. I like trains.
By the way, are we still on the air?
Of course you're still on the air.
Oh, Robin, you're back? At this hour? Are we that boring?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Host, what are you gonna do to make this show not boring?
And here I am. What are you guys talking about exactly?
Suicide back trains.
By
Yeah.
train.
So you know, positivity is emanating all around.
I consider suicide by train to be.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, no, not even like if they do it like on a remote track, because the train is still gonna get delayed. Also, it's fucking painful. I mean, I don't know how do people get it in their heads that being hit by a train is instant death. You're still gonna be alive for about a minute or two, and you're gonna be completely fucking broken. Like your bones that you never thought you had will be
They're
screaming
expecting
in
like your
agony.
skull to smash and kill you, that sort of thing.
Well, then why not just jump off a building, head first? You know, like you're jumping in a
Well,
pool.
you see, all things that you forget about other people. Somebody jumping off a building. Yeah, there are people that.
Well, frankly, well, yeah, probably the.
If someone's going to commit suicide, they don't really care about other people. Inconvenient them.
That is very true. Don't give a shit about anybody. Suicide is a very selfish. About you, Brian.
If only, Robin, if only.
I wouldn't like her martyred.
No, I'm just saying, if only we was suicidal.
Fuck that. But I'll show them. Fuck you. Showing anybody. So, people like jump in front of a train and stuff and say, well, it's very inconvenient. But you want inconvenient? Fuck me. Think about the poor train driver. Just basically killed somebody. As far as he's concerned. Yeah, I've just run somebody over, mate. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't just go home and sort of like kind of go. Well, that was a bad day.
Oh, there's a new update to GTA Online. Customizable apartments, a yacht, one of those super yachts, and the ability to become a VIP and have hire bodyguards for other players. And those hirelings will then get a pay salary and XP.
What the fuck? Washington Post editorial compares Trump campaign to Gamergate. Really?
Oh yes.
Not that I'm keen on Andrew Eisen. I think he's
Well, I can see why, because all the news you tend to see on Trump is slander, and in Gamergate all the news tends to be slander.
What have they done? What have they done to Trump? What?
It's like always attacking him in the debates.
Well, I mean, a lot of that down to the fact of what he's actually said. I mean, please fashion me with information. Lie to me, please. Tell me exactly why this person would be any good. And don't go.
None of them are.
But yeah, but Hillary would be. No. I'm talking about Trump himself.
I just want a war.
You just want war.
Wall. I want the wall of Trump.
Want a wall of Trump? Why?
Yeah. Because it'd be glorious. And it'd be funny.
That's what
You
we
got to
need.
remember, Robin.
That's what we
I'm
need
not
in life.
American, so I
Yeah,
have.
we
I
need
have
an American
nothing,
foreign
no
policy
voting
that's
interest.
funny. We already had that. Not see it. But, you know, when Bush was in, that was pretty much a joke.
I was kind of a bit young at that age.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Erthrin. Hello, Erthrin.
Hello.
Is this what
If
happens?
it helps, you can call me Matthew. Although I might forget that I've told you my real name.
Hi, Matthew.
Hello.
I will also forget that you're called Matthew later.
Matt. You. Okay.
I found you on the Twitter.
Okay, Washington Post editorial compares Trump campaign to Gamergate. Much has been written about Republican presidential hopeful Donald Trump, his ideas, what he says, and how he says it. The recent editorial in the Washington Post compares Trump's controversial campaign to the also controversial social media campaign movement, Gamergate. In addition to Bad Puppies, Rabid Puppies controversy surrounding the awards, pop culture blogger Alyssa Rosenberg writes, both cultural...
That's at least a few red lights right there.
Cultural bloggers.
Oh dear.
Pop cultural bloggers, even.
Yeah, how do
Yeah,
you...
I think it's a valid. The headline, at least, is sort of a valid thing. There's a good comparison to be made between Trump and Gamergate and Jeremy Corbyn in that there's a lot of interest in just going, no, don't listen to them. There's reasons. They are bad people. They aren't allowed the opinions.
Well, here's the thing. I've actually heard Donald Trump. Yeah, I mean, there's no way that you can't know what he said, because everyone goes, really?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but it's like Katie Hopkins. The only tweet
It's
I
like
put out.
people are getting offended
thing.
that he spoke the truth about London breeding radical Muslims.
Right. And you live in
Well,
London,
that's a
do you?
stopped clock thing, I think.
No.
Trump actually says something valid. But,
I think
you know,
you're
we
thinking
shouldn't
about Wynne
presume that he's
Wynne
not
saying
got
something
an
valid.
opinion.
No. How does London breed... I mean, I live here, and
Haven't you been down to the kennel at the mosque? Just the.
Yeah, I actually
on
live just I don't know. I think we're about 50 meters away from them. I also
there are areas in London that
I also
the police can't even go to in their own uniforms.
Right.
Yes. I don't think
and
that's
where
necessarily
yeah.
due to ethnicity.
And where did he get this information from?
Police.
I seem to
Actually,
recall
pop
this
buses.
surfacing a while ago that when
probably
Fox
the
News
Mail.
said something about no-go areas in France, and then the
It was
person
actually
who
the
had-
Independent.
Well, this was Fox News had said something like this, and the person they were quoting, like from 3 years before, came up and said, "No, sorry guys, I was mistaken. Someone told me in Paris, and I never went there or checked."
This is the same sort of information train that ends up saying that the UK is basically steps away from communism. We have crime so rife here that people are afraid to go out at night. That sort of thing, yeah, because we don't own guns.
We do have a huge crime problem. Have you seen the cabinet?
And all those bicycles.
We continue. Both cultural movements, Gamergate and Sad Puppies, first aimed at video game and the second at preeminent award of science fiction and fantasy writing, were responses to the gains that women, LGBT, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people of colour had made in mediums and genres historically dominated by white men. Oh. Well, that's not true. All right. Okay. Fine. So, essentially now, we're being compared to Donald Trump because
we don't have as big a PR department.
And what the fuck has it got to do with Sad Pup? What the
Yeah,
fuck? We were.
What even was that? It sounds familiar.
Well, from what I understand with the Sad Puppies, basically getting nominations, they basically had You know, the disguise was at least that because he was including transgender or something, you know, LGBT related or whatever like that. Others were basically saying they're just mates looking after mates.
Yeah.
Judging from how Vox Day is, I'm beginning to think it's the other way. The guy's pretty much a seriously disgusting bigot, and after the Paris shootings, the fucking day of that, before the bodies are buried, that motherfucker's posting Anders Breivik trying to go and see. Fucking what? What is wrong with you? So yeah, I'm not keen on him, let's say.
Did you see that?
Such rhetoric is somewhat disgusting to, you know,
Did you see
people
that
who think.
tweet Did you see that tweet that Trump put out on the day of the shooting, and then the French ambassador sort of fucking schooled him?
What did he do?
He was something. You know what? I'm not gonna quote. It was basically something. Look at France, and there's no guns there. Something. And then the ambassador pretty much said that that's probably the most vile thing you could have possibly said on the topic. You opportunistic fuck.
Excellent.
Yeah, are we living in like the Twilight era? I mean, fucking France is showing balls. America is becoming very, very considerate of everybody's feelings. I mean, what the fuck? Is upside down world?
Well, historically, like, despite the jokes about France that we like to make, historically, France's weakness is that culturally they've been extremely proud and honourable. And they've, you know, including sort of the concept of courage in the face of danger and stuff, even to a fault, which is part of the reason why they got their ass kicked by the British so much, because the British not so much keen on the honour.
Well, I wouldn't say that cutting off the Bowman's fingers was very honourable.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
the origin of that expression in Britain, right?
I'm not sure that it is. I know that it is said that it is, but I don't think that it is.
That was the backbone of the British Army, was the bowmen. And so if they were captured by French troops, this was basically a way of culling said problem.
Yeah.
But
I don't know that that's where the
the
hand gesture comes
from.
The
idea is we've still got our fucking fingers, motherfucker.
Yeah, I know, I've heard the story, but I've also heard people say that's apocryphal, and I can't remember what the alternative was.
Well, do your research then, Scrub.
Yeah, I got to educate myself.
Yeah, we're not
and
going to
it's
educate
shitlord,
you for
thank you very
shitlord.
much.
Sorry. Yeah. Anyway.
Remember my proper pronouns.
Both were animated by the idea that video games and science fiction and fantasy writing have been corrupted and damaged by increasing prominence of constituents. Again, this is not true. Both movements were animated by the idea that extraordinary action was necessary to defend against these incursions, whether that meant intimidating certain video game creators and writers out of the business, or advocating for slates of candidates. Once again, it's not true. This is why I'm not keen on...
That's getting pretty specific as well, isn't it?
Well, this is why I'm not keen on Andrew Ison. He certainly is in that other camp. All of these elements are hallmarks of Trump's candidacy.
Right.
Okay.
Trump's been going around.
This is such bullshit.
Hey, what are you doing in this particular industry?
Andrew, this is why you're a dick. Okay? You've already made your decision, and then you look for anyone to prop up that idea.
I think Trump has more in common with the anti-Gamergate faction.
Indeed.
The whole, some I'm sure are good people.
Or, well, we need to talk to the elders of the internet to see if we can cut off speak.
Yeah.
That's somewhat rude. Fuck you, Andrew. And I kept my eye on you for a reason. And now I understand why. You haven't got a fucking clue, dude. Why don't you have... this is... I was talking to... what's his... the one with the Scottish... his let me double check my records.
The one with the Scottish name. I mean, are Scottish names?
It's
that
not so. No,
specific?
Brad Glasgow, who also works at, or at least writes for Game Politics.
Now,
and stuff
why
like that.
would you think that's a Scottish
wow.
sounding name, you racist?
Well,
I mean-
it's named after a Scottish town, so
Well, that doesn't mean.
You know,
How do
that
you
means
know
nothing.
There's not a Glasgow in
of course.
America.
But anyway,
you know what?
It is
yeah.
actually.
And I asked him about him, and he was like, kind of going, "Yeah, we're kind of not. I'm not like a friend or anything." Altogether, he's like, "Yeah." Rosenberg goes on to observe that you know, this is how pathetic you are here. You're actually writing an editorial about somebody else's editorial.
I think they shouldn't just have opinion and news in news sites. They should also have synopsis, just to give us a heads up when they're just, you know, talking about someone else's article or whether they've got their own sources.
This is why you suck. You are the problem, Andrew. You are writing about somebody else's writing. That is pathetic.
I like the idea of doing a blog, the highly publicized blog that does that with other articles, but like it just has it in like the quote boxes with certain, you know, the formatting where you put the quotes in an actual box, not just in quote marks, and all the commentary isn't about synopsizing it or anything. It's just grammar, spelling. Is this an appropriate paragraph?
That's it. What a pathetic.
Who?
Andrew Eisen writes for Game Politics.
What's that?
Exactly.
Gamepolitics.com.
But
Yeah.
you know, is
Game
there
politics.com.
is there any manlier name you can have than Glasgow? I mean, I never been, but I knew a few people that been to Glasgow, and it say that it's, you know, to be you know, sensitive to all our Scottish people. It's a city of hard knocks.
Oh yeah, when they were talking about raising the retirement age for the state pension to 67, it's like one of the important points that was brought up in that debate was that, I think it was Glasgow, it might have been Edinburgh or something, but I think it was Glasgow, that it's like the actual average age for men, working class men, was 66. So what they were essentially instituting, it was 1 year. On average, people would get to retire 1 year before they died. I forget the numbers precisely. And I remember that being particularly a salient point because people like to make jokes about gap years.
Writing back to Andrew about his an editorial about an editorial. Lazy journalism.
That makes no
You should
sense.
write your own editorial about it.
Oh god, no.
So sad.
And criticize his paragraphing.
That
What
sounds like a
what a
reaction
fucking
video.
baby, man. You are such a
We
baby.
can go so meta.
Yeah.
That we could at the same time. This is where you were wrong, and this is where you were wrong about that one.
Well, this is the point. All he's doing is basically kind of going, somebody wrote this. That's it. That's all you've done. You might as well have just basically. His writing is much has been written about the Republican President Donald Trump. His ideas and what he says. A recent editorial from the Washington Post compares Trump's controversial campaign, the once controversial social movement Gamergate, also controversial Gamergate edition, Bad Puppies, yada yada yada, and then it basically says the pop culture critic writes, and then that's it. That's
what?
his contribution to
kidding
whatever,
me?
and yeah, and then he's just basically just blasted what this person has said.
No.
That's it. That's
kidding.
that's somebody apparently
Is that
doing.
what journalism has come
That
to?
is what journalism. That's video games journalism right there.
No.
That is fucking
I refuse.
pathetic.
I refuse to believe this. No.
There you go. Fill your boots. Dick. He hasn't got a clue.
The fuck?
Hey, somebody
Fucking
wrote this
idiot.
once. Wow. That is some lazy shit. At
It is
least,
written in the book of knowledge.
yeah. At least he didn't just basically do what others do, take the text that somebody's put and basically just make it look as if they'd written it. At least, maybe that's a step up of just kind of going, oh, I'm going to write an editorial about somebody else's editorial.
You see, that's actually something they do for A-level students. A lot of my peers at college are doing similar things as a learning exercise to sort of teach you how to, get salient points across. And I guess maybe some people have taken this learning exercise and thought that it was just a dry run of what they're actually going to do.
Yeah, I can understand somebody quoting somebody. Well, I think this, that, and the other, and there's somebody here who agrees with me. And I quote, yada yada. This person's just kind of gone, somebody said this shit, look.
That's equivalent to saying to your friend, look at this shit.
Yeah.
But writing it as a fucking actual thing, like what?
I recently tried to explain Gamergate to my political party on the forums, and this was essentially, it was members only, but it was essentially in public on a forum.
Please fashion us with information about what your political party is.
Sorry, what?
Please fashion the lovely studio audience, my studio, what
Hello.
your particular party is. Take off and/or disclosure.
Yeah, okay.
More
Well,
context.
it's Liberal Democrats.
You're a Lib Dem.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Us Northerners are Lib Dems.
And basically, there was a lot of views, and there were people who were very clearly sort of actually interested in finding out more about it. It's the general assumption you can have with most Liberal Democrat, like hardliners, if you will, that they want to get to the bottom of something and they want to do the reading and the research, and are generally skeptical. But there was, what's the rule, isn't there? There's always one. And there were several people in the forum that were very keen to jump on it and go, no, these are the facts. And one of them was trying to sort of do very holier-than-thou things, trying to get it removed. Didn't work, even though the forum's main editor is an outspoken feminist who did not even seem to consider censoring it. So there's always going to be people everywhere who talk shit and go, yeah, that's just, oh, you don't listen to them and these opinions, this is what was said somewhere else.
You can get a job by just writing, here's what she said, here's what he said.
Yeah. The vast majority of people, at least in the Liberal Democrats, were willing to listen and they could see the bullshit as it was being spewed. So, although, to be fair, I don't know how much of that's just me my wishful thinking clouding.
Well, I always found it quite funny when you had a lot of people getting sort of like sitting there kind of going, yeah, the Lib Dems promised they'd get rid of student fees and they just completely lied. And I'm sitting there kind of going, you mean the minority party that went in coalition with the majority party didn't get everything that you wanted on their manifesto?
Yeah.
Right.
And we saw in the first 100 days of this government that there was a huge amount of things that the Lib Dems were having an effect on.
And I was sitting there, and the thing is, here's the brilliant thing about it: the people that were shouting that from the treetops most were the fucking Conservatives.
Oh, how's that even remotely surprising?
Why? Because it undermines them. These dumbass
it was
kids
deliberate
licked
as well.
It up. Yeah.
Like the John Pugh is, I think it's John. He spoke at the conference I went to recently, the Northwest Conference, and it was right before lunch, so he ended up suddenly having to make it casual. But he talked about like the climb down from being a government and then the massive loss of seats. And one thing that he said that had been admitted to him by a Conservative colleague in the Commons, another MP, I think, but I don't know if it was an MP. That yeah, he said to him, now that it's over, it's like, yeah, no, it was a plot. And what they'd done is during the coalition negotiations, they planned out everything because people were expecting a hung parliament. That was considered very likely. So they obviously knew they were going to have to negotiate with the Lib Dems for a long time. And what they did was set them up so that
They would fall.
there were so many ministers in the cabinet in junior positions that basically they could not oppose the government outright without someone resigning from a very senior position. So they basically tied the hands by giving them slightly too much power, but not enough to actually stop them.
Politics. Can't beat it.
And they also deliberately, they filled as many junior positions that didn't have any particular say on things. They just had the, administrative responsibilities. They filled as many of those positions as they could with Lib Dems, and then targeted those MPs' seats, knowing that they would be busy in London.
Okay.
No, just typing in game.
Still can't believe gamingpolitics.com.
But this is the thing. It's different writers for that sort of thing. I mean, Brad Glasgow's actually made a decent hash of it. And tries to himself on some balanced edge, whereas Andrew Eisen not really doesn't. He's certainly trying to kiss as much ass and get himself through there. I remember listening to this guy, and he's basically absolutely sure it is what he has swallowed the Kool-Aid full. He's deep throated the Kool-Aid.
Crazy. Okay.
So yeah, I've just taken him off my follower list. That's right, I'm a complete nobody and I have more followers than you. Think about that, dickhead. If you're a journalist and you can't manage to get 1,000 followers, you suck as a.
In case people didn't notice, we are officially in the penis measuring contest via Twitter phase of the stream.
Right. Well, I just
Are we talking
let's
about
be
a
honest.
literal dick measuring contest, or what's going on here? I missed something.
No, I'm just saying, Andrew Eisen, I think he's got about 700 followers. If you're a journalist in the world, and you write something of worth, and you actually down there, you get more followers than that.
I'm surprised
I'd
even
like
got down.
to interject that even she has followers.
Yeah.
And she's not even involved in any kind of journalism whatsoever.
At this point, not being involved in journalism is a mark of trust.
A mark of love.
I would say badge of honor, but that works too.
Hey guys, gaming question. Dark Souls, first one. Should I go for the catacombs beneath the Filing Shrine, or the Blight Town? Should I go to Blight Town or the catacombs first?
What do you plan?
Blight Town's a little bit less of a pain in the ass because fucking goddamn. If you go to the catacombs, you're gonna go underground. And you're gonna go to this dark ass forest below, and it's going to be a motherfucker.
Dude, what do you plan?
Dark Souls.
Oh, I haven't played that. I played that for like a few minutes and gave up. I'm like, fuck this.
But yeah, you go to the catacombs and you are going to end up in this forest that is fucking unforgiving.
What, are you playing that?
Oh yeah, big surprise by the way, there's a part of Dark Souls that's really unforgiving.
Yeah, I know. I hate the PC port mode.
Oh, you
Hey,
mean
have you got the optimization mod?
There's a mod for that?
No, someone linked me to that. I can't be asked. My computer's a fucking beast, so it works fine anyway.
I mean, I can run Far Cry 3 on pretty much Ultra, but Dark Souls, fucking... It just...
I can't remember what. I think it's called something fix.
Yeah, something like that. I've got a link to it bookmarked to look at when I can be asked. I've got coursework. So naturally, I'd just rather play Dark Souls.
Although,
here.
I gotta be honest, Robin, if I was gonna be a journalist, I would most definitely not be on Twitter.
Don't quite understand how social media works.
Yeah, you really don't understand, mate.
No, I know what journalism is. I don't want to be a pseudo-journalist. I don't want to be one of those, basically one of those fuckwits that gets their headlines from Twitter.
But
Being on
that has
Twitter
nothing
doesn't
to
mean
do with being on Twitter.
Yeah, that doesn't have to. You don't have to get your headlines
Doesn't
from
mean you
Twitter.
get your headlines from Twitter. Hell, that could mean you put your headlines on Twitter.
Yeah.
Well, if you're just watching people's feeds, then yeah, it's bollocks. But
Yeah, or you are
many of the
Monday
campaigners
Matt stroke the Ralph Tour.
Yeah, many of the campaigners in my party have said, because I saw this come up in one of the message threads, and one of the people defended his activity on Twitter, that it's really good for keeping your ear to the ground if you actually use it appropriately, which generally means like actually keeping in affirmative contact with people, not just the passive feed stuff.
And Angela Knight has, but you see, there are decent bits. Angela Knight is just struggling for the idea of lady in your life. How about a Star Wars lightsaber dildo?
What?
So what's
Seems legit.
So I'm a little curious on what a non-Star Wars lightsaber dildo would look like.
Sounds like product placement then, doesn't
I'm not
it?
seeing a non-Star Wars bit here, but just there we go.
Maybe they're worried that the men that would consider getting their women a dildo would not necessarily know that lightsabers were associated with Star Wars.
Yeah, I was wondering, it's like, do you really need to write in that association? I think
I personally don't think it's officially a Star Wars lightsaber. Definitely is lightsaber.
Apparently it is, because they put the name on there and everything. This is endorsed by Disney and Lucasfilms and George Lucas himself.
Wait,
there you go,
George Lucas
folks.
retweet her?
So if you're looking for a
Gene
decent Christmas
Roddenberry.
idea, go to Hazy Creations. I am no affiliate of them, and they're selling apparently lightsaber.
Also, if you want to get one of those, go to hell.
I
have no comment. Could you imagine like the way that lightsabers actually work in the setting, that being what it was? Like that would be fucking brutal if you slipped.
Oh.
No, it's a blade. It's like a dagger.
Nice toasty vagina.
If I
A
can
lightsaber.
Wait,
Use
what?
a steel knife as a dildo. You just wouldn't.
What? I don't know what you're doing, dude. That's like...
Well, what about Metalkin?
That are any good.
Metalkin.
Yeah, I'm a skeptic. He's metal.
I don't know if you guys know, but I am the official Slavickin.
The what?
Oh my god, I'm going to.
He's Slavkin, which means he's a white Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah. I am a Slavic. I am the mythical, non-existent creature Slavic that is, trapped inside of an Anglo-Saxon's body.
Oh,
I mean, for the longest of time, I just thought I was Slavic, but Alex Lifshitz, in his wisdom, has brought me out of that.
So you've come out of the closet.
Conception.
You know what? Here,
Yeah.
just here.
Yeah, remember when the whole shtick about The Witcher kind of blew up in their faces? Like, first they were bitching about the succubus being black, even though they were white. Then they started bitching that there's no black people, and then they started trying to justify it, and they're like,
Hey, there's no black people in medieval Poland.
Yeah, the Slavic culture is the Slavs are by and far Anglo-Saxon. It's like, what?
There, see, it's in the side chat, and that is retribution for this kin shit. You are the reason my voice is all fucked up.
I think we should maybe do for the salt mine something like name that kin.
Where does my
Yeah,
phone?
that was
Oh,
that was.
maybe.
I don't know if you guys remember, but that was supposed to be the original concept. Like the first week we were supposed to be doing genders, and the next week we were supposed to be doing kin, and then we were gonna move up to I don't know.
Who would
Tumblr is
plan that out?
fine.
Social
Wow,
construct
that
next.
is,
In order to plan that out, you'd have to have absolutely no concept as to why anyone would accept the first premise. Like, it's not like a gradated thing. There is a genuine argument to be made that the concept of gender and like physical sex can get misaligned in an individual case. You're not gonna think you're a fucking cat though, or something, are you?
Yeah,
There was a
the
fucking
thing
autism.
is, one is a non sequitur to another. They have nothing to do with each other.
There was a gender unique for people with autism. That's how retarded Tumblr is. Yes.
What was this? I'm autistic, I need to know.
It was the last gender on the first Saltman show.
Actually, when
What
I'm
am I falling into?
I'm actually gonna interject. I'll take your autistic gender and raise you scaly. There was actually a gender that was reserved for otherkin that identified as dragonkins.
No, Scaly's just furry, where your personas.
I have a question.
Scaly is literally just reptile furries, and regarding that, here's a segue.
As there is special snowflakes within the furry community.
What if you identify as a pancake? Is that another one?
Dude, there was someone who identified as cheesecake at MFS, so...
What?
Yeah, and there was also a gender that was described as a small puppy. Not
Yeah,
for
that
a
was,
small
that was
puppy.
canine kin.
Described
No,
as-
gender. Canis gender.
Thank you.
No, we weren't. It wasn't kins. It was genders. It was a small puppy-like gender.
Yeah, it wasn't a gender reserved for otherkin that identify as small puppies. It was a gender that was literally a small puppy.
Oh, small
That's how
as
retarded Tumblr is.
the description was small and dog-like.
Yeah.
A small dog-like gender.
What about Doge-like? Doge-like.
Yeah, well, we know we're all Doge.
Get out of the planet.
Yeah, I identify it as a coin that is processed through computing power.
Such identify.
That
yeah,
is very
we
well.
managed to get
Dogekin.
two 2-hour shows and one 5-hour show from Tumblr genders alone.
I think
and
I
then we
watched
moved
that
on to
one.
a different game type completely.
I think Robin was dead by the end of the first one. Oh, before I left.
Everyone was dead. It was 5
that was
hours.
that was an ugly. That was an ugly.
I wasn't
I think I watched like most of it.
I wasn't dead. I just ran out of alcohol. That's why I left.
That's a lie. You got all the alcohol in the world there, dude.
Well, I still have to buy it.
I don't know. You probably have like a fucking house full of alcohol.
Speaking of
doesn't last that long.
Alcohol in relation to the salt mine, I fucked up going to Midwest and didn't bring all the booze that I intended to bring there. And somehow coming back, I came back with more booze.
Wow.
Because Kalis didn't want to bring his home on the grounds that he was going on the airplane and didn't have any he didn't have any stowed baggage. Or checked baggage, sorry.
From the glands by...
Oh, God. Oh.
So I, who was road tripping with Cyrus, ended up with that leftover booze.
Why was I going to watch? Why? Who would do?
What?
Oh.
Wait, what?
I'm just trawling through Twitter and just clicked on a link, and it's basically somebody showing a circumcision.
Confirm messages.
Ah!
Hello.
No, thank you.
Well done, you done fucked up now.
You're masochid.
Is that allowed to be on Twitter?
No, just no.
Like, shouldn't that be like reported or something? Like...
Hey, have you, ladies, bearers?
No.
She's a porn actress.
Okay.
Go and have a look at her Twitter. Let's say somewhat of a bastion.
It's a not safe for work Twitter account.
It's so not safe for work that I just had my Twitter up, 15 looking at it. Completely forgot that I was actually showing it on, and it ended up on it was ask a few ladies Carrera. Essentially, my YouTube channel had to be closed down as far as streaming is.
Damn, son.
Damn. Done.
Where'd you find this?
Doesn't that require someone to report it?
Hey, we've got somebody interesting on. Yay! You're right there, Mark. How you doing, mate?
Mark?
Hey,
Who's Mark?
It's Mark Keb.
Seb.
Or Seb, depending on your pronunciation.
Hey, Mark.
Hi.
Hello.
Mark
Kern? You should not. No, not Kern. You should not introduce me like that, Robin. That's very incorrect. I'm not interesting.
No, I believe you are, and that is my that's my.
You gotta hope so for nothing.
Yeah, come on now.
Actually, Mark can kick some serious ass on.
Yes.
Yes, we really should play some more, shouldn't we?
Yeah, there's an update in 5 days.
Yeah, we can tag team that.
Okay, let's play some GTA 5. Everyone boot it up.
Not immediately. Wait for the
Oh shit!
update. What are you up to, Mark? You were saying you were working on a project.
Yeah, I'm working on a secret project. Well, I mean, it's kind of
it's a secret project.
Yeah, I basically I'm doing a piece of art, and right now I'm just coloring it. And you know, coloring is not very difficult. Whatever the 10% of my brain I don't need to color, I can just sit here and ramble to you lovely people.
Who are you calling lovely?
I'm calling all of you people lovely.
Oh, that's so nice.
How dare you? I am not lovely, Ken. That is not my correct pronoun.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
shitlord.
Yeah, Mark, did you? I don't know if you saw this. We did this rather ridiculous show called The Salt Mine. Witnessed the affront to entertainment.
No. When was this?
Oh, you missed out, mate. Yeah, it was a drinking game basically where we had
tried to guess a gender.
400 genders.
It was 300.
Oh, yeah, we did whittle them down, didn't we? Because some of them were very
A
similar.
couple of them were just duplicates.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
basically about
It was-
300 different genders coming out of Tumblr.
Wait, so the duplicate
No, I
one?
think it was 315.
It was about 315.
Whatever it was way too many.
And in comes the boom.
And after describing that, none of us know what a gender is.
I think it's the thing that says if you got an XY or an.
I think it's which covenant you're in Dark Souls. Is there a gender for that?
It's
Maybe.
the construct in which they're trying to promote gender as is something that is imaginary. It is something that is imagined inside the person's head. Some of them actually come from disorders that people have developed or pushed inside their own heads, which is why they try to downplay or subroot psychology and that kind
At the end of the day, your gender is determined by one factor: your chromosomes.
No, that's sex.
Sex and gender are the same to me.
Your biological gender. Can we agree on that? At least?
Yeah, you're biological.
Okay, can we ask somebody who is in fact trans? We could. Who we got that's trans?
Hello.
Hello, Cardin. Maybe you can educate these shitlords.
All right. So gender is part of your experience. It is entirely up in the brain thing. Sorry, you can't see me gesturing and pointing at the brain.
I think we just called it brain.
I think we do know where the brain is.
Yeah.
So we don't need to see you gesturing.
Should be just left of the pancreas, and that's
Oh, right. Shit.
So yeah, sex is distinct from that, and that it is determined solely by your chromosomes, or often best observed between your legs. It's pretty simple like that. Now, it's not a matter of politically correctness to make the distinction as much as this is a case where nomenclature actually matters enough to be taken into consideration.
I don't understand why people have so much hate towards transgender people.
Well, there's a lot of people who fear what they don't.
And
I'm in the same group as I see it as self-harming.
Self-harming?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate everything I can't understand.
Like people who are transabled. Like people,
Oh
like
my
there was a woman
God.
who persuaded her psychiatrist to blind her because she believed her eyes weren't hers.
Yeah, that's the psychiatrist that should have been caught out by them psychoanalyzing psychiatrists.
As
don't let
someone
your
who
patient prescribe
has
the
a
treat-
mental disability and who has a brother who is physically disabled, that triggers me.
That sounds like a terrible psychiatrist. Please tell me they no longer kept their job.
I don't know.
Did they get fired? Please tell me they got fired.
I don't know what happened. All I know is the patient persuaded the psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist then used bleach.
Yeah, but how do you compare? Why are you comparing those two completely different things? To
It's a mental problem.
It is a mental problem. I think that is.
Yeah, isn't it called gender dysphoria or something?
Yeah.
It is a mental issue. However, there isn't so much of it.
And
It's like people who chop off their arms because they believe they shouldn't have an arm because it never felt like it was my arm.
not the same. That's
it's not even close to the same thing.
fucking ridiculous.
I think I don't think you've necessarily got a very educated point of view of that one, there, mate. To be honest, Win.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not an expert myself, but I spent the better part of a year educating myself on this, or being educated on this by various people who actually are like actual transgendered people. So, for example, we just went through all the different genders that are running around in Tumblr right now, yeah, and I dismissed them all because they're coming from the premise that gender is in fact a social construct. Whereas that would actually fly in the face of anyone who identifies as male who is in fact female, or anyone who identifies as female but is male.
It also flies in the face of the narrative. Well, okay, I'm saying narrative in the least fucking negative way possible. It goes against their narrative that being gay is not a choice. If it's a social construct, of course it's.
Oh, gay sex happens in the animal world anyway.
Yeah.
It's not a choice, but it's not genetic. It's not entirely genetic. There's a propensities, but it's a phenotype, which is not a choice, but it's not a genotype, which is the genetic structure. Whereas phenotype is the expression that you've ended up with, which is essentially the environment plus genotype.
So there.
Yeah, that.
Good thing
I
is,
said words.
don't.
Words came out of mouth and I don't know what.
I'm word king.
But yeah, I basically I wouldn't like I said, I'm not exactly an expert. But I generally tend to listen to those who are, and if you've I don't get how anyone would choose that. Like, choosing sexual orientation or choosing your gender. These are not things that you would wish to you go for. I know I'm going to go for a statement within my life where I'm persecuted by almost everyone I know.
Well, I mean,
scary.
Yeah.
Okay, but document. You have to wonder about them.
Here's the thing, though. Why can't we say that biologically there's only two genders? Because
Because biologically there is defects.
There is what?
Yeah, but defects do not make another gender.
Even
well, yeah, but there
isn't a binary though. That's the
It is a binary thing.
There's I don't know what you call the kind of curve, but the
hermaphrodites.
Fuck.
Is that what you're going
No,
for?
you're saying that
That's
there's
still
occasionally a actually fertile exception to the male or female rule does occur. It's extremely rare, but
Yeah, it's called a
they-
birth defect. It's when the cell during the chromosome pairs. You take 13. There's 23 pairs, and so you take 23 from one parent and 23 from the other parent, and then they combine. It's when it's like so it takes a copy of one parent, a copy of another, and then splits them in half and takes half of each. And that's when, but when hermaphrodites happen, it's when one of the cells fails to split. So then there's three chromosome pairs, cells in chromosome pair 23. That's when hermaphrodites happen. And also if the same thing happens in I believe cell couple 21 Down syndrome's caused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the equivalent.
I think the first one you're talking about, you're talking about karyotypes, by the way.
By the way, Zoe here, for anyone who doesn't know, is our resident Tumblrette.
Hello.
So take everything she says.
Yes, I am ashamed.
Daywalker.
You're a Tumblr?
I actually haven't been on Tumblr in like 2 weeks.
You know what? I don't even.
You go on Tumblr less than me.
And I'd just like to say from all of us to you, Zoe, you're welcome.
You've been writing today.
Yay. Writing fanfiction, yes.
She's also a resident deviant artist. Fan fiction type of deal.
Yeah. Isn't that Val?
Yeah.
Val is our resident actually good furry artist.
Oh, burn!
Oh, that's
damn, son. Bringing out the big
Well,
guns.
Are we shoving Jews in the oven again? Because that's a major burn.
Well, I mean, to my knowledge, there are only 2 furry artists in here, and that's me and Valerie, and only one of us actually has a whole fuck ton of commission.
But there you go, yeah. It's a tricky
Yeah,
issue. I always, I basically came around to the conclusion when it transgendered. I'm sort of along the lines of a train. Same way that the train is transported from one place to the other. Generally, if you're in London and you were travelling to, say, Birmingham, for example, you would get on the Birmingham train. So if somebody is transitioning to one gender to another, I would always looking at the destination rather than where they've actually.
Huh.
Exactly.
I think that's probably the better. It seems to be working for me. I mean, I've managed to avoid insulting anyone transgender. Hey, double thumbs up.
Oh yeah, it was right. It's when you have 3 cells in the 21 pairing. It's when you get down. So I was right.
What's
that? Yeah, and when you're missing one, that's when you get Klinefelters if you're male. Klinefelter syndrome.
Whatever it is, you're not in the right mood.
Eat some pancakes.
From what I understand, though, transgenderism is caused by an actual difference in the brain
matter.
Not matter, but the brain construction. Basically, they have the construction of a female brain in a man's body, and that's why they have the whole disconnect between their brain and their body, because the brain is actually female, but the body is male.
I would consider it probably having a few portions.
Yeah, but
where you get that.
There is such a thing as chimeras, though.
What the? No.
We're not going there.
No, but as in, like people who could have been non-identical twins or something. I can't remember. I don't know the specifics of how it works. I remember there was a case where a woman nearly had her children taken away from her because a cheek swab revealed that she couldn't possibly be the mother of her daughter. But then they basically did a cervical swab instead, and the DNA in her cervix was different to that in her cheek.
I know you mean. Like, I remember hearing about that.
I have not heard about that. That's so fucking weird.
That's weird.
And you can see it with cats and animals and things with fur colors. Cats in particular, because their fur colors are so fur patterns are so distinctive, and you can see them. You can practically see the seams between one genetic expression and another.
Right, my Twitter feed, Carl, continue. It really is getting down to I have certain criteria that you need. Open absolute bigotry, posting basically really really horrid porn, and I mean horrid,
What?
and I mean there is some horrid shit out there, and
What?
also basically anyone who consistently posts the Ralph at all. I'm done. Sorry guys, I just can't.
Would
I'm done.
Otto Jesus technically come under that because he's
Well,
constantly having slagging off Ralph at all?
No. He just has a conversation with him.
You're gonna have to unfollow Tara then.
Would a picture of my cat come under that?
I'm sort of done here. I mean, I've got like 1,000 odd, 2,000 odd people that I follow. I think I'm allowed to whittle it a little. Hello,
Wow.
Toad Puncher. What is being discussed? Who knows? It's an open talk. That's the thing today. Bring your own. No bottling fee.
You're not allowed to bring on the subject of water, though. That's off limits.
Wait, what are we not supposed to bring on?
It triggers Robin.
I've had enough of that conversation, let's say.
Which conversation are we not having? I literally did not hear.
That's
so.
fine. That's fine then. So,
Seafood. We're not talking about seafood.
Seafood we can talk about. Frutti di mare.
No.
Let's,
No.
I don't mind. Talking about seafood. Yeah. I think the Greeks do it best. Okay? I've put my gauntlet down on the floor.
Yeah.
Greek is a lovely language.
Actually,
I say Britain does really good seafood.
No.
Fish and chips.
No.
Fish and chips.
You don't even have good. Never mind.
Stop dissing the fish and chips.
Most of the fish that we catch is dead before it. It was actually jumping into the net, thinking it was actually saving itself from the sea. Oh, this will be better. Surely it won't be. I won't be covered in tar. No, you'll be covered in tartar.
That was bad. That was level bad.
No, that wasn't. No, fuck you. That wasn't a pin. That
It
was not
was
a pun.
equality.
That wasn't a pun. No.
This is
Hey.
this
I
is a
appreciate
culinary call-out to everybody. The best thing you can actually put on French fries is tartar sauce.
I would heavily disagree.
I'm tartar sauce with fish.
Have you ever tried the French fries with tartar sauce?
Mary Rose.
Stand tartar sauce.
May I recommend Mary Rose?
I don't even know what tartar sauce is.
Imagine mayonnaise, but with bits and pieces in them.
Ah!
It doesn't taste like that.
See, this is why we
tartar
don't
sauce,
let the Brits talk about the food, because they make everything sound like butter toast.
No, this is a northerner. They don't even know what food. They just
Okay.
eat mud for a living. They just eat mud for a living.
Wait, isn't that racist against Scottish people?
No, this
No,
is
no,
Northern
Northern
England.
England.
Northern England.
Oh, so
where-
sort of the middle of the aisle, you know?
yeah,
like-
there's
Me
something
and
called
Win.
there's something called the North-South divide, and
There's also a middle divide.
yeah, and where
Is that
basically
interesting?
the South is very well off and the North isn't, and that's due to the fact that, of course, everybody in the South works.
Yeah. The North is heavily dependent on public investment, and that's why when Thatcher was in power, it basically crippled the North because it was public sector, at least helped by public sector spending.
Oh,
and
the South as well. Go to Cornwall.
Dismantled manufacturing.
Actually, by the time Margaret Thatcher had done her business, yeah, Cornwall was regarded at third world category as far as European
Yeah, but
standards.
basically, every bit of poverty in Britain that continues to this day is because of what she did.
Can you phrase that in a way that doesn't sound dirty?
Well, I consider that to be somebody who's just taken a giant shit. So that's where I was going with it.
I wasn't thinking of any smut either when you were talking.
I mean, I don't know if you've ever heard. I generally just after she died, there was people like kind of going, "The witch is dead, the witch is dead." They were actually
Oh
trying
yes,
to get the song "The Witch is Dead" put in
Yeah, it's
slot.
pretty funny.
Yeah, I coined a joke which I'm reasonably proud of, which is to say I think it's absolutely disgusting that people were saying that they'd line up to dance on a grave. I think that's absolutely disgusting. Who wants to get their shoes covered in piss?
Yeah.
That is true. That is absolutely true.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even live under Thatcher, and the horror stories I heard enough to freeze your fucking blood.
I was talking to someone and last night about this. I can't remember how we got onto it, but he was saying that he didn't like something he'd noticed, particularly in the neo-progressive left, where they'll just sort of pretend that there was nothing wrong until she turned up, and that there was and that it was just she ended up taking power by magic, as if in a coup or something.
Magic.
Like there was like basically a crisis of public services. Like
It's the
power
same
outs and
it's the same fucking argumentation of no, the German people didn't hate the Jews, only Hitler hated the Jews.
yeah.
You needed
I
public
wish I
support to
thought
get into
that.
office, you fucking retards.
Yeah, it was actually all the
Well, I mean, there were a lot of
Christians
people.
who did it.
There were a lot of people saying that they was thick man of Britain. Those just so happened to be conservative newspapers, but that's beside the point.
Yeah. I was trying to argue that it was bad, but the idea that she was peddling the cure was not true, and it was just basically a media narrative.
A great joke for you guys. Why did the console peasant cross the road? To render the buildings on the other side.
Oh! Fun.
Okay, that was a good one.
Offensive. What does a terrorist say when they're on vacation?
Well, here's another one for you since we're on bad geek-related puns. Your mama is so slutty that even a stormtrooper could hit that.
Nice.
That was a bit savage.
Clothes are out.
Also, what do terrorists say when they're on vacation?
Aloha Akbar?
That's it.
Nice
My
one.
friend made a sign with that.
My friend, who is slightly less horrible than I am, came up with it, and I was so proud of him.
I want to do a sketch where I just sort of introduce myself and then go, today we'll be investigating, are dad jokes racist? And then it'll just someone gets introduced to someone's dad as like, oh yeah, here's this guy, he's black. And then dad goes, hi, black! And
Oh, no.
and he just goes, oh.
No. Oh.
Well, I mean, you already started. To be honest with you, you already started with inappropriate. It's like kind of going, yeah, I'm introducing a friend of mine. He's black, and it's like, yeah, I can
I
see
know,
that,
that's
son.
the trouble with it that I'm trying to work out. It's like, how could I get the I'm black sort of line in there to make the dad joke happen? That's the reason I haven't made this yet.
My dad happens to be black. Oh, were your grandparents black? Oh yes, they were. Where does the surprise part come in?
The surprise part comes in where the first thing you say to someone is, "I'm black."
I'm really enjoying Michael Roy here. He is our live studio audience.
My name's Mitchell, dude. My dad's name's
Mitchell. Oh, sorry. You're very small on my screen.
Fair enough.
You can't pronounce brown people's names.
Oh, I see.
They're very rare in the north.
You're very rare in the north, aren't you?
Yeah. They're just like a myth, like Irish gold.
Oh,
you're a myth.
What do you mean I'm a myth? I'm a majority. I'm ginger.
A nice little one that I saw as well that I thought I'd read. Retweet if you guys didn't see it. It's just a picture of Lee Alexander, and it says, "I don't always do PR for indie games, but when I do, they file for bankrupt."
Oh wait, Sunset files for bankruptcy?
Sunset.
Yeah. That acclaimed award-winning
Tales.
game.
Sweet irony.
Sunset.
Just watching the trailer, I could tell it's gonna be shit.
It's another. It's an. I'm gonna say this. I didn't hate Gone Home. I felt lied to by Gone Home, but in the grand scheme of things, I mean, it's not like it was something. Yeah, it was basically the same thing as fucking Slenderman.
And of course, all the gamer girls felt obliged to play it.
Yeah, it's like they completely rode on the fucking wave for that game. The Gone Home came out around the time when games like Slenderman, where it was like basically walk around and pick shit up.
So
I mean, Gone Home is okay. It's
Even
not.
the trailer.
not
Go
that
watch the trailer for Gone Home. It implies some sort of horror themed game, but like,
Total Biscuit.
Gone Home's not that. Not as bad as fucking Slender.
Total Biscuit just basically said there are channels that take full advantage of parasocial relationship in the very game. So just be careful not to get too close. I've just responded with, would you like to discuss this on my show?
Oh my god.
Super. I mentioned that in one of my videos. I was
you
talking
can just
about.
call me Simon. I don't even know how to pronounce this.
I was talking about how there was a lot of shady stuff with how Gone Home was promoted and reviewed. Yeah, and then what was funny was when it came out, there was a big push to say, "Oh, look, gamers hate it because they're bigots, they're homophobes, etc., etc." And one of the articles, of course, by Lee Alexander, she's like, and then in the Steam forums, they're just complaining about it. And I went to go look at the example, and it is like, I mean, if you guys go to my channel, it's called, the video's called The Game by Any Other Name, but the example she lists is just someone saying, "Hey, I'm confused and a little
Can you send
frustrated."
me a link to a video?
Yeah, I'll get it in a moment. But essentially the guy saying, "I'm confused and a little frustrated. The trailer made this game look like a horror game, and I bought it thinking it was a horror game, and there's barely any horror aspects. There's just like a Ouija board and like a vague subplot about someone's deceased relative, and it's quickly abandoned. Like it's not
When I
resolved at
got
all."
it, I didn't think there was gonna be any horror in it.
Oh, it was. For
I
a
mean,
while it
come
was
on,
advertised as such.
a lone house on a hill in the night. I mean, what the fuck do you think that's going to be trying
I
to
just thought we were gonna go around the house and look at random shit.
I actually thought that it was the best light switch later ever.
Yeah, you gotta give it that. The lighting in the game was pretty decent.
Yeah, you could switch it on. You could.
Although, okay, I will concede that the game was a horror game to a very niche audience. I mean, if you were a conservative soccer mom, then yes, this was most definitely a horror title.
I when I played it, I wanted to like it because I like, experimental games or games that try to do something new. Because I just love games that much, I want to see if there's designers can come up with new things that like challenge what we consider games. But it was just, it's very bare bones. Like there's no other characters, so there's very little AI to program. There's very little interaction with the world other than like train on switches. There's some physics for picking up object.
Somebody
but
did
like
a speed run. They did a speed run. I think.
Yeah.
I think it lasted 21 seconds.
I think it's like 40 seconds. If you walk in the door, go to the secret room, and go up the stairs into the attic. Yeah, but my biggest issue was like even the story's not very good. That's supposed to be its strongest point. And like the moral of the lesson is, hey, you should do whatever you want as an irrational, emotional teenager, and don't even worry about skipping out on the military and running away from your family. Well, I just spoiled it for you, and it's like this is a horrible lesson for teenagers.
I'd skip out on the
It's
military.
just parents suck.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're with you.
Yeah,
We
I
understand
mean,
your
when
pain.
the ending of the game
We
came
don't
on,
need no education.
and the ending of Gone Home, it was like they're just kind of panning to the window, and she's like talking about how she ran away. It's like, oh, thank God, my sister is not part of an occult something or other. She just ran away with her gay girlfriend. Is that supposed to be heartwarming? I mean, I'm just sort of imagining here both of them just either fucking sucking dick at the metro for a fucking sandwich or just generally dying somewhere in a gutter. It's a pair of teenage girls that ran away from home. What the fuck do you think they can be doing for survival? I sort of doubt they packed their tents and supplies for the
It's
run.
a bit of a. Why would you imagine that? That's a bit weird.
No, I'm kind of imagining it as like I'm imagining that heartfelt sort of pan out, and then in the background somewhere it's shown like they're dying in a fucking gutter of the fucking
I love when that
or
happens.
something. Because that's heartwarming, you know, running away
No,
from.
no, it's like it shows them running off in the distance. Then it fades to black. White. 2 days later, just flies flying over their corpses.
No, maybe like a month later, they're like both dead or fucking prostitutes to some pimp in downtown because they got fucking ethered and kidnapped. Heartwarming ending, folks.
You are a creative young man. Thank you for this vision.
I think Total
I'm-
Biscuit's getting a little sick of people trying to be so friendly with him. like, please stop.
Well, it's kind of hard to be mean to a guy with cancer.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
it is.
you can.
Yeah, but someone's got to do it.
Give me a try.
My granddad's got prostate cancer. And I make fun of it.
Cancer.
So I'm making Of course you're cancer, Karin.
I said hi, cancer, not I'm cancer.
Well, I'm just confirming you are.
Well, how am I cancer?
Your jokes.
Do
When
you
were you
come
born?
from? Is your star signs Cancer?
Actually, funny enough, my sign is cancer.
Same.
Wow.
There you go.
So
I
I
really
was
like-
I was correct. You are a cancer.
You're
I don't
cancer.
like that. I don't like the topic of that.
I'm an Aries.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Nah, it's been changed.
Wow, that is an expensive dildo. And it's a tauntaun. Okay. Okay, Bad Dragon. Well done.
That signs.
Is that a ton dildo?
A tauntaun dildo.
That's a shape that's gonna tear some skin.
It's gonna be awkward.
Now, the thing that
You're gonna have to
gets me,
approach that at a certain angle.
Yeah.
well, they don't have a tauntaun fleshlight, which would be even better because that whole.
Now,
No.
what I would appreciate, is one that a woman would wear on the outside. So imagine, if you will, the sort of like the shape of a tauntaun that she wears just in front of her pussy. So essentially, then you open you slice open the tauntaun, open it up, and there you go. So, that'll keep you warm, kid.
No.
No!
What the fuck?
And
It was a cat.
And it could smell similar.
Okay.
Ooh, savage.
I hate you.
He's going full Wolverine before Marvel.
Before Marvel take him down.
No, Marvel's already fucked Wolverine.
Wolverine's so awesome.
I've yet to read the new Old Man Logan.
I'm sure many people have fucked Wolverine in fanfiction.
Who won?
Okay, Zoe, I think this one's for you.
Whoa. He's Canadian.
Okay, sorry. Hey, Zoe, I think this one's for you, eh?
And you apologized as well, so, you know.
Oh, yeah.
For insulting one of our few viewers.
Oh, shit, we insulted the viewer? Who'd I insult?
Who got upset?
Probably Hitmar.
Hey, Brad, how you doing, mate?
I don't know if he is here. I'm saying-
Did you want to come on? If you did, just check the description at the bottom there, mate. You can pop yourself on and say hi if we've got room.
We don't.
Anybody want to
I'm
drop?
not.
Who's been quiet?
Yeah, I'll go because I have not slept all night.
Yeah, time to go to bed, mate. Thanks for popping in, though.
Later.
You little bitch.
See ya. Bye bye. I
if
want to play some Killing Floor 2, but it's free to play this weekend, so it's going to be. All the higher difficulties are going to be filled with level 0 noobs.
Ah! Oh, is it free to play? You can just download and have a go, is it?
Yeah, this weekend.
It did look quite good.
It is quite good.
I played the original one, and I wasn't overly impressed, to be frank. Yeah, and I'd like to thank the person who gave it to me.
And it's also a third off as well.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm not, you know, I'm not. I have to be honest. You know. But, you know, for a free game given to me, yeah, that's great and all. But imagine it is actually a game that somebody has to pay for.
Game privilege.
Yeah, now and again.
But yeah, it's free to play this weekend.
Check your game privilege.
Have you seen there's that people have been showing this up recently about this 3D animation tech that other people birds in.
Really?
Yeah. Well, what I'll do is I'll web page with you.
Sounds like face rape.
Starting Thursday.
Oh, it's a
7
little
to 10.
bit more, a little bit better than that. I'm just going to actually get up a window share of the
George Bush.
so people. It's quite some special stuff here. There are techniques that you can take a few algorithms together to actually map a model, essentially based upon an image. So it'll say a little bit more female, a little bit more male, and the computer will like just whack around for a while and actually get a very good approximation of the actual face. So it looks something like.
What programming language?
What programming language? I couldn't tell you, mate. Imagine this is somebody's software themselves. So. Oh, for all I fucking.
What's up?
There we go. Right. There's the video there. Play it and.
It's very important to fix a broken system, to treat people with respect, and have confidence in our capacity to assimilate people.
Check your privilege.
It's a very difficult bill to pass because there's a lot of moving parts.
Check your YouTube privilege.
The legislative process can be ugly, and but it looks like they're making some progress.
I still can't believe White Privilege is an actual website.
Check your privilege is an actual website. You can go there for a comprehensive test to estimate the amount of privilege you should be checking.
Send me a link to
Brad.
this.
Hello there.
How you doing, mate?
I'm pretty good. How are you guys?
I was actually looking on Game Politics, just looking at Andrew's editorial on somebody else's editorial.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, well done, Andrew. You are the problem. Yeah, I'm sorry, but basically making about 100 words to basically kind of go, look, this is what somebody on the Washington Post said. Then verbatim putting all of what they've said on their thing, and then that's it. I'm sorry, mate, but that's some lazy ass journalism.
Yeah, top fucking notch journalism, matey.
And then I suggested someone then make a article on that, criticizing that article, but not for getting stuff wrong.
It's literally retweeting and then calling it an article.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Reblog. Except, no, hold up. Okay, well, not retweeting, but I've seen reblogs, yes, on Tumblr, that sound like they've put more effort into something than that.
Yeah, allow me to fashion waste of time. Well, you obviously didn't waste his time. So yeah, I've just taken Andrew off my follower list. I gave him a chance.
Whoa.
Yeah. And I'm a complete nobody. I've got more followers than you. Think about that.
How many followers do you have?
A couple of
He
thousand.
doesn't like to think for more than a second.
Really? I thought he thought for longer than a second.
I've thought for more.
By the way,
I
I
just
have
did.
I made a bit of an announcement just a little bit ago about the survey, the Gamergate survey.
You did get my DM, of course.
Oh, of course. Yeah. And I didn't even have to look through your history.
I'm going to check my privilege.
It's missing a lot of anime.
I have delayed the survey until January.
I'm still trying to get a few more heads involved.
Well, that's partly it. It's partly also because people have been the people who emailed me their signups. A lot of them they wrote pretty long emails and
Yeah, include me.
They want to talk a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm having to go through, and define their stuff a little bit, and it's taking, a couple minutes per person. But you multiply that by 300, and it's going to take a while. And I would need to get the survey out like on the 14th or 15th to get it out this year, because otherwise I need like 5 days for the survey. And if I don't get it out the 14th or 15th, then I bump up to Christmas, and then the next week is New Year's, and so.
Okay.
Yeah, well, just send him a DM or send him an email. Follow him at Brad Glasgow.
Brad_Glasgow.
Brad_Glasgow. My mistake. Yeah, and he'll.
Yeah, plus, delaying it will. I think we should be able to get pretty close to the 1,000 people.
I mean, the thing is, Brad, you're a little late to the table here. If you'd have done that, if you'd have done that in the middle of August, or the arse end of August or September, you would have been inundated by with tens of thousands.
Yeah, absolutely. I realize that, and somebody should have done this January of this past year.
Yeah.
Like when Gamergate was a new thing, but. Oh well, here we are. I'm going to try and at least establish a base of the people that I'm surveying are the people that are keeping Gamergate going. So I think that's, it's not when I present the statistics, the data. It's not. It's
certainly inaccurate as well, because there are certainly there's if you imagine there's keeping it going and wanting to keep it going. There's a lot of different leanings that come into. You could say that there's this is somewhat of an embarrassing thing for a lot of left-leaning press.
Sure.
You've got it's basically the gaming equivalent of the journo list.
Yep.
So if you can imagine a lot of people on the right, of course, cheerleading this when they really had nothing to do with the place. They're only really here because it's like, hey, brilliant, we've got an attack vector.
Well, one of the fun things about Gamergate that Milo Yiannopoulos has practically begged right-wing media to cover it.
Yeah.
And other than, a couple of things, several times. Over a year and a half now, whatever it is. And they've stayed away for the most part, And
I think probably because Milo's a little bit on the innocent side, and doesn't.
I don't know if I'd ever call him.
Yeah. I'll say this. I was working with a chap called Steve Tom Sawyer. He was doing Radio Nero. And basically, when Brianna Wu decided to bolt on him. What essentially she'd done was basically just around for a bit and then at the last minute away from it, so they didn't have much of a show to go on. He throws his toys out the pram and doesn't speak to either Steve or the sound guy for about like a month or so afterwards, stuff like that. And they're still working on the project. They're still going. They're earning their money here and not getting paid. And of course, once all of that happens, this, he basically ended up sending them an email through his, and and so Milo, if you are listening, you give me hope, because we now live in a world where even an abject coward can be openly.
Whoa.
So he's a kid, really, to be honest with you. Very
But
childish.
he's also
sort
a
of
squid.
person. Yeah, he's a very childish person.
A squid.
And so I'm not. I don't really have a lot of respect for the guy and that sort of stuff. I sort
Yeah,
of
I
get.
figured that.
Yeah, I mean, Shrek read out a passage by somebody who was a sort of like a right-wing blogger at the time, who actually made a lot of sense. And he essentially said, you know what? Yeah, these guys do not want political bullshit running around inside their circles. I warn you. I warn anyone in the right-wing press. Do not touch this, because they'll be coming after you next. And that I certainly agree with. I wish Shrek was awake at this time. Probably let us
Did he fall
remind
asleep?
us, possibly.
Where's he
Yeah.
been?
But yeah, I mean that was really the thing, is that the overarching thing more than anything else is that could you please keep your political bullshit out of our hobby, thanks. That was
Good luck doing that, dude.
Yeah.
we're going to keep trying. Don't you worry.
Did I mention that I'm intending to start a group called Gamers of Liberal Democrats with the tagline "Keeping politics out of games by getting gamers into politics"?
Wow. Wow.
Can we
Yes, fuck
start?
that shit.
Can we start a gaming group called Actual Communist Gaming Group?
That's fucked up.
Well, you'd have to share all your games, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Oh.
What's I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know.
you'd have 500 people all with the same Steam account.
No one would be able to get a high score.
Yeah, why is this such a novel concept? Might I remind you that not like 10 years ago, people were just swapping games like Match. So it's not a really novelty concept to sharing all your games.
That's not communism. That's called charity.
Not really, because you're not giving.
Also, it was barter, wasn't it?
You can't give something that you don't own, eh? So it's
Yeah,
not charity.
remember that, commie. Anyway,
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, are we talking about cummies now?
commies, not cummies.
Oh no, never say that. No.
Oh, it's so bad.
All my fucking nose.
No.
Wow,
But
I
yeah,
just realised I literally have no pro GG tweets or Twitter Reddits.
Yeah,
That's fine. That's fine. It doesn't matter if it's Twitter or Reddit or Vote or one person sent me a what's the website? M People it was called. M People.
M People. As far as I knew, that was a pop group, 90s.
I don't know, but he also had a tweet that worked as well. But I had one complain that he's supporting it through the escapist forums, and said, well, if you can show that you are this person from the escapist, then that's fine. As long as I can reach you, and if you send me an email and say, hey, this is my account from the escapist, then I need to be able to go to the escapist and write you a private message, say, hey, someone sent me an email. Could you what's the email address you sent it from? And if you can verify it, then that'll work.
But yeah, so how many people have you managed to get in here so far then?
It was about 630, but
you're looking for the cool 1K.
Kind of. The more the merrier. If I have 630 people that I send the survey out to, I would expect maybe 530 to take it. Because some people they're not going to get the email, or they're just not going to click on it, or they're going to do 2 questions and quit.
What is this survey, if you don't mind me asking?
What is this? What?
What is the survey? He just wants you to give him a little bit more meat on the bones there.
What is the survey?
Yeah, what is it?
Okay. I'm sorry. Sometimes you foreign people with your foreign languages. The survey is going to be. There are going to be several different questions. It's probably going to be between a 20 and 30-minute long survey, and it is going to. A large part of it is going to be just basic demographics, asking you where you're from, obviously what country you're from. Your gender, your age, your household income. You can refuse the questions if you're not comfortable providing it. It's going to ask you consumer level questions such as if you have a smartphone and do you run Android or iOS or Windows. What consoles you own.
Are you like selling this information off to fucking Facebook?
Yeah, you like selling this information to advertisers or something, mate.
Me and Mark Zuckerberg, man, we're
You're best buddies.
Do you own an iPhone? Who did you vote for last year?
I sent a note to David Auerbach. I don't know if you guys know who he is. He's written about Gamergate. He's a Slate guy. He's a very smart guy, and his suggestion for a question is, who did you vote for in your country's last national election? So that will probably make it on there. And then, of course, I'm going to ask
Labour
some basic Gamergate questions, some political questions, your views on if marijuana should be legal.
Yeah.
What else?
I just think there should be
possibly
quality
a gun control.
Can you send me a link to the survey?
Well, the survey is going to be sent to everyone who signs up.
How do I sign up?
Check my pinned tweet on Twitter.
Got to say that so many times.
I don't know what your Twitter is, dude.
Brad_Glasgow.
The fiendish cunning of that name.
Why is that fiendish?
I'm speaking out.
Oh God! Oh Jesus! Unfollow.
What?
What?
You
Who's
wanna
unfollowing?
You want to see this?
Yes.
Okay then. That
Oh,
is
holy shit.
that is some. Okay.
What am I seeing?
Okay.
It's not
Are you looking at the video feed? Yeah.
the video feed?
How do we see
The
that?
show.
Oh, sorry, I
God.
don't keep both on at the same time because reasons. Like,
I've got
actually,
these.
what I'm really doing right now is I'm
That is
browsing
the image that appeared on my.
I can't see it. Where?
Give it about 20 seconds, guys. It'll look.
Can't you just post it in the side chat?
It's somebody's tweet, and I'm sharing on this. So it will turn up.
I'm gonna have to turn
Gotta
it.
have faith.
I'm playing
Okay.
the game.
There's the video feed if you guys can't actually. God damn it!
Actively wait.
Hi, Hitman.
Are you sure you shared the screen?
I've just sent you a link in the side chat.
Oh my god, what the hell is that?
Playing Dark Souls, bitch.
What the hell?
Why would anyone share that?
Oh,
Why
come
would
on.
anyone share that? What?
I'm sure I just killed that in Dark Souls.
Talk about dropping the soul. Talk about dropping the whale.
Oh God.
Jesus Christ.
Randy
It doesn't
Harper
matter
picks
if
up the
you-
soap.
It doesn't matter even if she even though she's dropped the soap.
Yeah, can I ask you, Brad? I believe you've come a cropper with, just to segue into this, that you were talking to Randy Harper.
Not really talking.
It's not my fault he showed this picture.
Anyway.
I knew it. Hitman's Canadian.
she's nuts. She's nuts, mate. That one is off.
I think we found out Hitman's actually French Canadian.
Yeah, that young lady there is kick flipping off the shark. Yeah, if you're trying to justify
She
yourself to
is the
that crazy
coral
person,
reef.
yeah, horrific.
No, there was no attempt to justify. I just sent her. Wrote an article about Owen Good writing his Polygon article, the Play It Straight and They're Still Irate. And for that, I sent email to Zoe Quinn and Randy Harper asking them for comment because I mentioned them both because they went after Owen Good for writing a neutral.
Hello?
They didn't condemn. They didn't condemn Gamergate
Yeah.
in his
Yeah,
post.
so they condemned him for being neutral on the subject.
Exactly. So I wrote about that and wrote about the difficulties covering Gamergate, and I sent Randy Harper a request, and she said, "Well, Zoe's traveling, but I'll give you a response here in a bit."
Let me guess, she didn't respond.
No, she didn't respond.
I'm surprised she didn't say she's traveling and this is where.
Oh.
She so I sent her a couple of notes back saying, "Hey, you said you were going to respond. I was wondering if you had a response. The questions I'm going to ask are like this." And I said, I'm available whenever it's convenient. And so then I wrote her one last time, said, well, it's going to go to press, so I'm mentioning you if you want to...
you've had your moment. Yeah, you've had your chance for reply.
So that was...
And that's harassment.
Well, that was about 6 weeks ago, probably now. Probably 6 weeks ago. And so with this survey, I actually kind of reaching out to some people. And she was one. I sent her an email saying, "Hey, I'm going to be surveying Gamergate, and I'm going to have at least 500 confirmed Gamergate supporters that are going to answer questions. And I was wondering if you had any question that you think should be asked." And that was it. And she sent back that email saying, "Let me bring it up here." It was. Nice.
Yeah, spill that dirt, dude.
Yeah, I mean, she posted it, so I may as well.
You want me to do a dramatic reading, or would you like to do it yourself?
Oh, so you weren't talking about me then?
No, it's pretty short.
That's what she said.
Oh. She said, "Why would I want to engage with anyone asking about a group that's been harassing me for a year? ? Please never contact me again."
Talk about generalizing.
So what
You've been harassing us for a year, you twat.
So what I sent back was, I thought, should I not contact her again? Or I'm going to be writing about her, so I need to let her know in case she ever wants to give her own input. So I answered her question of why would she want to engage. I said, because learning why people do the things they do, whether it's joining pro-Gamergate or anti-Gamergate or joining ISIS, is a legitimate field of study. You want me to never contact you again, and I can do that, though I should mention that I would love to include all perspectives in my writings about Gamergate, and if you ever feel like doing a non-softball interview, I'd be happy to oblige. Okay, so that was a bit bitchy on my part, I admit. I said, if
God,
not...
that was the meanest you've been. God, what an animal.
I said, if not, I understand and hope you have a very happy holiday season.
Yeah,
and of course, she took that right to Twitter.
Well, of course. I mean, this is a woman who doesn't like to be prodded.
Yeah, much less threatened the way you did.
That was some evil
You
shit.
told her to have a happy holidays. You know that's microaggression.
That's just evil. You've ruined her holidays. Wow.
Yeah, and then Popat got into it a bit. I think you guys know about Popat.
Who's Popat?
It's a legal blog, and I think Popat represents her, or Ken, the lawyer from there, represents her, and I think that's why he was defending her on that. So he blocked me, and they made it all a deal. And
what
it was
a waste of personality.
It was amazing because
there's no personality involved.
I have to feel, I shouldn't be talking about her, I know, but I have to feel that she is profoundly insecure about herself. Because when she attacked me on Twitter, what she said was, something about her being more accomplished than me. Like she's never hardly exchanged any words with me at all, and she went right into how do I not know boundaries, and I'm just trying to make a buck on the surveys, the book about Gamergate, and I just can't handle a woman who's more accomplished than me or something.
No, she's just trying to shut down the questioning. They don't want genuine inquiry.
But the thing is, if you piss me off, I'm gonna say screw you, you're a dick. You know, you're an asshole. Why are you such an asshole? What's your problem? You know, you're a dick. Stop that. And she doesn't. She says screw you, I'm better than you. So
And then blocks you.
Yeah, well, she had blocked me
Insecurity is
before.
times a billion.
So it's, to me, that's really insecure of you if you have to say, you know, instead of screw you, you're a dick, screw you, I'm awesome. You know, that's like a need to self-aggrandize yourself. It's very odd to me. But
Yeah, well, that's her odd. Yeah, in a nutshell.
yeah, and that's what I put that. I wrote that tweet. I said, you know, Randy Harper is oddly lying about me, and everyone's like, "No, that's not odd. Why are you saying that's odd? What are you, an asshole?" And I get everyone's point, but this, to me, damn, this is weird. You know,
Welcome to the party, pal.
That's true. Normal people don't act like
I
this.
did say this. This is the thing.
Key phrase normal.
This is this right here is what a lot of people are talking about.
Absolutely.
These self-important, self-aggrandized.
These are pathological liars.
Yeah, and they're just completely off the chart. And it's like here, Randy, if you're
There is no
listening,
chart. They destroyed
the
it.
reason that you're not getting what you want out of life is not because you're a woman. It's you. You have to be nice to people, get what you want out of life. You can't just be angry at everyone.
Well, no, actually, she doesn't, because it is exactly her position on Gamergate, which is giving her over $5,000 a month.
Yeah, I saw that recently in a video.
Which is a pretty good amount of money.
That's crazy.
It's not, as she says, she was making $150,000 whatever a year as an engineer, and
so many people
Wait, she was an engineer?
She and her ilk are innocent on that.
She's a drama engineer.
Holy shit.
But
a lot of people are taken into this idea that Gamergate is a harassment campaign and there's nothing else to it. Then nobody's looking into the fact that the people who are professional victims are making buku fucking bucks off.
People like to do that because they get lots of clicks when they, you know, say things like that.
Now
but it gets even further because
Another thing
there's always this argument that it came from 4chan poll, whatever the fuck, and that makes it true.
Yeah.
The only evidence I've
come out of 4chan.
I found out my only evidence that I'm pro Gamergate is joining the Steam group.
The only way you can do it, Brad, is just to interrupt. Push on through.
Oh.
He's just sitting there quietly, just waiting for you guys to finish. Bless his heart.
Shit posting.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
You guys are just whining.
At the same time, and we get louder and louder so that
This fucking
everyone can
bitch,
hear every
man.
single one of us very clearly. That's how we have conversations.
Unless there's a video of me on a stream that says I was pro GG.
I like how
November.
everyone's response to Robin coming in and going, "Hey guys, you're talking over Brad," is that everyone
Just to
was like,
continue
"Yeah,
with
isn't
that.
funny?"
Yeah,
and
that's
carried
us.
on.
That's what we do. Yeah, so
Yeah,
Brad.
I'm trying to find my way edgeable for this survey.
Yeah, Brad, if you can still retain the thought that you had before that rude interruption, have another crack.
Yeah, I don't really have any more thoughts.
Oh, was that what you were about to say?
No, I think it broke my thought, and it's like
Thanks, guys. Nice
irreparably.
one.
I'll take apology. I will
This is why
apologize.
you don't get
in the
nice
name
things.
of the millennials. Sorry.
Have to hear themselves speak.
Yeah, I don't
kids.
know what's with people. Why don't they know their place?
Yeah, there you go. There's an American saying to English people about talking over people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think about this for a second, kids.
Screwed up.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Didn't you see me saying, "Oh my God, this feed is so British"? I still think.
Shut up!
Running on a hypothesis. I'm still running on a hypothesis that Gamergate is disproportionately British.
What?
I think there are. If you were to look at total population of the America and see how many people are pro Gamergate, and you look at total population of Britain, the UK, see how many are pro Gamergate, I think there would be more in the UK. Are pro
Also, I just remembered another thing to address.
Think about it first.
Yeah.
Then say it.
I've been talking with some folks who are anti-GG for various reasons. They don't think that that's real. One friend told me, "Don't let them tokenize you," and I'm not doing that. I don't think. Have you people tokenized me?
No.
Good.
What do you mean by tokenizing?
Like the black in a group of white people.
Oh,
The black.
The token black.
The black.
Oh,
Is
right,
that
that.
That's a
that
lovely
thing.
way of putting
You
it.
know, all that fun stuff, but
I personally look at people kind of going, why didn't you include these that and that, and I'm sitting there kind of going, look, here's the trick, okay? If somebody wants to include these people in there, that's fine. You don't have to nag. That's all, and people.
If they want to come over and play the video games, that's all by fine. But I'm not going to go hunt out them.
Yeah. Brad, I've got a senpai notice me moment. I actually got followed by American McGee.
Oh, cool.
American McGee.
Yeah, he's like a personal hero of mine. He made a game in 2002, I think it was, called
Wow.
American
Alice?
McGee's
I
Alice.
think I was 7.
Oh yes.
I've never played it, but I always wanted to.
You never played it? You should really. It's an education. You've got to imagine that this was made just after Quake 3 had just come out, so it's Quake 3.
Yep.
So this is introduction of shaders. So you could take a texture and have it so it's actually animated, round or around and things like that. And so this was perfect for Alice in Wonderland type stuff. And he's the big level designer. A lot of people were sort of like kind of going, I love the way that Doom, Quake, and that the way the levels were designed and stuff like that. But this gentleman here is for its popularity in that way. So he's always been a personal hero of mine. And American McGee's Alice was a non-sexualized female character.
That's true.
Who used to kick some serious fucking ass.
I mean,
it's a bit twisted.
Well, yeah, I mean, technically, Robin, some people might find her sexual, but then again, you really have to be fucked in the
Not in this iteration, I think. She's walking around with a large knife.
People do have that will get someone off.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to be talking about that in the book a little bit.
The internet taught me anything.
So, Robin, did you play the new one?
I haven't, no. At my great despair. But if you could imagine, when I was a bit of a kid, that was one of the only games I didn't pirate.
that is a miracle.
Yeah, if you can imagine, I've spoken to a few AAA developers and stuff like that, and a lot of them are actually okay with kids pirating stuff, because they know most of these kids can't afford it, and it does actually give them a lot more exposure to the wider audience. And I've got basically, I would say $1,500 worth of computer sitting next to me. I pat it proudly.
I gotta go AFK for 1 minute. I'll be right back.
So if I can afford to get $1,500 worth of computer, I should be able to manage $60 worth of game now, shouldn't I?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's really that's the whole thing. Really, I've got a few ideas when it comes to how like free-to-play games and price brackets as far as gaming is concerned. A lot of people aren't particularly they pay to win.
Oh god, not pay to win.
Exactly, it's not good.
Apart
good
from the Chinese.
Yeah, it's not good for players. But one of the avenues I would consider if you were to make a AAA game, and in most PCs especially, that have settings levels, don't you?
Yeah.
So if your game is a gaming PC kit, you can obviously lower the settings down to your lowly standard. Okay.
So basically, if you've got a filthy console with the setup of a gaming computer.
Yeah. So imagine, if you will, you're not somebody who necessarily has a lot of cash to throw around, if you like that. Whereas somebody may say have a mid-range PC. They haven't got a lot of money. They got a bit. So they can afford to throw a few shekels around, but not, loads. And then you've got the monster. Somebody obviously got a bonus at work and went, fuck it, let's spank it on something amazing. Okay, so you've got, let's say, 3 tiers different gamer here. Now imagine a free-to-play game that essentially the only difference between the free version of it and the paid version of it is graphical fidelity. It's that simple. Most people are quite happy to pay for, play games that pay for stuff that
Of value.
Yeah, they're silly hats or whatever like that like that. So people are prepared to pay for something that's better.
Hats are not silly.
I said silly. I didn't say it. I didn't say. I said silly hats.
Oh, okay.
No, so I wasn't saying that hats are silly. I'd like to state it and make that clear to anybody in the hat community. I'm not disparaging
you are forgiven.
anyone in the hat wearing world. There are silly hats out there.
hats are beautiful.
There are silly hats out there, but not all hats are silly.
We donate you 1 pineapple hat.
But I mean, what about you? How would you consider that as a reasonably good way to go forward, as far as various tiers of gamer, Brad? If you heard that.
I missed.
Okay.
much
No,
of what you said.
I'll go through it again with you. Imagine, for example, I mean, I'm sitting on about $1,500 worth of monster PC here. I've got like a Power
Very
PC. I've got 12 thread, 6 core. I've got a 780G. Fuck you all.
I hate you.
Okay, so for me, when I buy a AAA game, I can have all the settings on lovely jubbly. Whereas somebody who is, say, Win, who basically has something that can barely calculate pi to 4-bit decimal, he's not going to be able to.
I have a mid-range PC.
Okay, all right, you're in mid-range, so you're
I'm mid
sort
to high.
okay, you're mid-tier. Okay, so and then you have people that have barely got a computer that can barely get the lowest settings out of, say, a AAA title right now.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
like
so-
mine. I can't play triple. Mine is 6 years old now,
Yeah.
so I'm.
You guys want to discuss?
It's time,
computer
dude.
specs?
Yeah, don't. Simon's in a completely different tier himself. He's on.
Is that Simon's?
Yes, it's the I'm like the MGTOW of computer tiers.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
just-
say Simon's well into the 90s.
Oh.
Okay, so essentially you've got if you can afford yourself like $1,500 worth of PC, probably splash out $60 for a AAA title. Whereas somebody who's got basically a piece of shit, they might just be able to play it, but they'd have to cut the whole settings down to next to nothing. Well, my proposal would be for, say, free-to-play, slightly better graphics, and then Uber graphics as a way for everyone gets to play the game. Imagine a big multiplayer game. Yeah, you want as many players on there as possible. That makes it that much more joyous. So if you've got people that are able to actually play the game free when they start, when they've got a piece of shit game, a computer, they also you could upgrade that game with a small purchase, for example, download the extra textures, whatever like that, download the extra geometry, all that sort of thing, make a much better game.
Buying higher settings now?
And then even higher, of course, top tier graphics for people who want to have if they've gone to that money to spend out on a really fabulous PC, they want to really be wowed by the graphics, don't they?
Then we run into problems with how do you know if you're optimized or not?
Well, you can still have optimization and LOD. LOD is when it comes to this thing. If you've got, say, a lower tier PC, yeah, and you've you put your settings to the lowest possible setting, but you still have various LOD settings going on there.
Yeah, I think a way around, I think a way that would be good for people to see if they can actually run at a higher tier at a decent frame rate. It's like, say they have a level for just experiencing on a higher graphic fidelity.
Well, essentially, yeah. If you were to get the game for free, you can try it out, and if you really like it, then you can actually see it in its full glory.
Developers would never go for that. It would be too much work for them.
Well, essentially, you already have that in a mip mapping range where you have, say, a varied resolution textures, varied iterations of models. Anyway, this is already there. Just simply splitting it so that it's actually into these thirds. It means that, for example, customers aren't actually downloading a game which they're not actually going to, because they haven't got the power involved. So they don't end up having a massive hard drive full of stuff that they don't use. It means that the upload of the data is so bad for, say, Steam or whatever. And it also means that the exposure to the game is that much bigger. You know, who wants to not, you know, what would you rather have? Would you rather have somebody find out about your game from a pirate, or would you rather have somebody find that game from somebody who actually played the game in a legitimate sense?
One of the Dark Souls, I think was it Dark Souls 2 that did the two different versions, DirectX 9 and DirectX 10 version.
That would that would really be more than anything else that they made a DirectX 9 version and then DirectX 10 has come out. They tried to change the game up.
With the implementation of free-to-play style microtransactions in paid-for games, I could see this becoming an excuse for certain AAA publishers to basically have higher graphical settings as DLC.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. I think that would be a much better way of doing it.
Yeah, but I think they would still charge for the game.
Well, yeah, and then they'd ruin themselves that way.
Yeah, Dark Souls 2 has the 32-bit version, which is the original Dark Souls 2, and then the
64-bit.
Yeah, the 64-bit, which is the Solar of the First Sin one.
But let's say this is something that you can upgrade as well. You know, for if you have it. You know, I say free to play. It doesn't necessarily have to be free to play, but it would be nice to be able to play a AAA game on its lower end for say $20.
Yeah, the thing is, that would take a pretty knowledgeable user base to do that, because you would have to, you know, does the person that's playing your game, do they know how good of a level of the game that they can run? You know,
you're talking about the PC Master Race here.
Well, it's not. The PC Master Race only comprises, you know, a certain percentage of actual PC gamers.
I mean, you can literally Google.
We are a small percentage of PC gamers.
Well, as far as checking out one's settings or whatever like that, I mean, the computer games themselves will double check to see what equipment you've got and what you can handle. And actually, you know, they'll check how much memory your graphics card has got on there, the power, you know. So the idea of actually having software that actually checks for that isn't really that far-fetched.
Like if Steam, I know Steam scans you can tell it to scan your computer.
That's right.
And
so
upload survey.
Yeah, you could have recommended settings.
That
for
to
that.
then rate your computer. Saying
Yeah.
you're within the lower end tier. So and then it'll say this game is not. It's not good for your.
Yeah, but also there's the other thing. Yeah, imagine if you have upgraded your, paid $20 for the low tier game or whatever like that, and you think, you know what, I want to actually have the better tier game now. And once you've actually upgraded your PC, you know what, after playing this game for a couple of years, I want to see actual, you know, what the person originally intended. Second sale. So that's somebody actually paying up front for the full graphics again, without actually having to buy a full game.
I think this would create a system in which EA could take big advantage of.
I mean,
Yeah, I
the
just
other
don't
you
think
could
that'd work.
you could actually move that to consoles as well. In the
Do you
sense,
Take a look at Grand Theft Auto 5, which made, $11 billion dollars
11 billion.
at least. At least 11 billion. I mean,
let me just. I need to Google that word. What was that? 11.
11. Yes.
11 billion.
It's a word originally used by a British man named Tolkien, who ripped off Homer and his Odyssey to write.
11. There is in fact 11. It is a commonly used mockery of leet talkers, derived from the overuse of exclamation marks after a declaration.
I thought 11 billion is it's the kind of billion they have in ISIS.
Okay.
And apparently, it's also the name for this decade.
Oh, that's awful.
Well, there was the noughties, wasn't it? So this is the 11s.
God, I'm sorry I said it now.
That's just not. No.
That'll learn you. But anyway,
Yeah.
carry on.
Well, the GTA 5, they made mad money.
11 billion, as you said. Yeah.
Well, they sold well over 1 million copies on PC alone.
Well, they sold something like 30 million copies on console, and then I think it's something like 10 million copies on PC, and it's still among Steam's top 10 games every week. And
It is hard to swallow the idea that piracy is ever going to be harmful to an industry or morally abhorrent when the product that people buy is called a copy.
Yeah. Well, they're
Semantics aside,
if they split up the game into several different, graphic levels, it would cost them quite a bit of money.
No,
and
but they already do, Brad. That's the thing.
Well, but they don't restrict.
You know
Yeah,
what
they'd have to put
mipmapping
in
is? You know
Yes.
what? Yeah. So you've got basically one texture, and then you've got another texture that basically at a lower resolution.
Right, but it would take some work for them to say, "Oh no, you can't go up to this resolution. You got to pay some money before we
No,
unlock
you
that for you."
download those.
Ah.
Yeah. So in other words, what you've got is a game that has a smaller footprint on you.
I see.
You can't afford the hard drive space. You can't afford the processor. All that sort of it.
So what's keeping me from buying the base game and then pirating the textures?
Indeed.
So they would have
downloading a
to do some weird ass DRM.
However,
with that.
you are now invalidating your own game. Already bought, for example.
God damn it, Valen.
Especially with a lot of games these days, they've got
End up with publishers taking advantage of consumers with this whole idea.
Well, at the the idea of
tried to put the UI behind the paywall in the Star Wars MMO.
the UI.
Yeah. The user interface, they put it behind a paywall.
You're kidding.
Yeah, they segregated parts off behind a paywall.
Wait, who did?
EA with Star Wars MMO.
Battlefront?
No, the MMO.
Wow.
The Old Republic.
Tor?
That's one. Yeah. Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah, and
Oh.
but as
I
I say,
played
Brad,
Tor
the idea
once.
of the idea of splitting up a game into three different tiers. Any game, for example, I could take let's say any recently made game or anything like that, and if I myself, of course, have the software to rip the compression of the files, I could take any of those files and just basically take the resolution and bring that resolution down or bring that resolution up and then replay the game and it would work. I mean, obviously at this point my graphics card would probably die because it's rigged up for 3 gigs and now it needs 6, but the principle still remains. The difference between them is simply, you've got various levels of geometry for every single character as it already have various mipmap levels for the textures. It's simply having them in a downloadable format. But the principle being is, of course, is that everybody gets to play the same game. They don't get locked out of that, so everyone gets to enjoy it.
Oh,
And
so the only paywall is for graphics, and
That's right.
so you buy the higher settings.
Yeah.
And that actually really works out pretty well in my mind. And I've been because I was quiet, I was actually waiting for the talking stick to come around, and I forgot we're supposed to interrupt each
It's
other.
very consumer friendly.
Yeah, it is
and also
friendly because the people who get behind that paywall, the people who are going to buy the beefy graphics, they should at least be, and if they're not, it's their fault, are going to be the same people who put all that money into their PC.
Indeed. And you've got to remember, there's a lot of people out there that are actually refraining from buying a game simply for the fact is they're looking at all of this high-end graphics and never going to be able to manage that.
Yeah, and so if you get a cheaper PC, you can get a cheaper version of the game, even if it's an MMO, and have all the same advantages as everyone else because graphics don't make it any less playable.
I mean, how many people have got a DVD of an old film that they really loved or whatever like that, and then when the Blu-ray comes out, they went, well, I'm going to get the high-def version.
I haven't.
I'm
not quite sure I experienced that.
You guys are pathetic.
But
there are plenty.
I've only got like one Blu-ray.
I have like 5 DVDs.
Millennials.
I've only got one Blu-ray, so.
Yeah, but I don't think you're necessarily, a good cross-section of the entire planet.
Yeah.
And,
I am.
We're talking about consumerism here, folks.
I'm actually the entire planet, not just a cross-section.
Yeah, I'm
Damn, you're fat.
Globekin.
I am the entire human race, Kin.
So yeah, but that's my idea to solve the problem between the consumer and the producer. Without having to basically go through the crap.
It would be an
that
entirely
they've put themselves
different investment model, though. They wouldn't be able to get away with investing all the money in the marketing because the marketing would essentially be a good quality gameplay, and they don't understand that in as clear a metric for investment. It would have to be a better investment.
A better game.
Funding it, yeah.
So people would actually put a bit more effort into actually making it fun for everyone.
It's like Monster Hunter 3. It was both on the Wii U and the 3DS, and they were able to play with each other.
But we already have people doing this. Recently, we've had a re-upgrading of Doom 3. We've had people do a reimagining of what was it?
Final Fantasy VII.
Final Fantasy. I believe we also had, and I'm trying to remember the name of it.
That's a remake, though.
Oh no, what was it? It was that Chinese GTA. What was it? Sleeping Dogs.
Sleeping Dogs had the.
Sleeping Dogs is like the game I intend to eventually fucking play because it's like GTA, but instead of
it's actually pretty good. The driving sucks. Driving sucks, to be honest. You're driving on rails, really.
A game where the driving didn't suck.
GTA.
I like GTA's driving.
GTA's driving, seriously?
Yeah.
GTA's driving, compare it to any driving game, and it's pretty.
GTA is not the best at driving.
It's not realistic or anything, but it's arcade-like and it's fun.
It's a jack of all trades. It tries to be a shooter.
It's not a racing game because racing games usually don't have people that you can run over. And you usually have a track that doesn't have other cars on it, sort of like going the other way.
My favorite
and
is
going, meep, meep, asshole.
I miss like Burnout Paradise, Burnout.
Oh, have you heard
Crash
Simulator
2015.
Have fun.
There's going to be a spiritual successor to Burnout made by some of the people who left Citadel.
Oh yeah.
But imagine if you will, gents. Imagine if you will, going further on this particular event. It paves the way for upgrade on upgrade. So if you can imagine, instead of people thinking about sort of you have this, making glorious reimaginings, you've got an HD texture pack here as a DLC on Sleeping Dogs. They already do this, Brad.
Yeah,
for Skyrim,
I think you're complicating things.
Because they're not going to be like.
With Sleeping Dogs, it wasn't really just a graphics upgrade, though.
I think what we're in right now is PC game makers, especially our well, pretty much every game now is made for PC and console. So they make it, as to the limit of the console,
standard, yeah.
and then you might get some higher textures for PC, but that's going to be about it. And so far, that's been profitable for them.
Once again, the same thing can be said for doing this in console, especially now that you have downloadable content. Is that, for example, somebody who maybe doesn't necessarily have, in a lot of consoles you have various priced consoles as well. Those are generally larger or smaller hard drive, essentially. Maybe a few extra controllers or whatever like that.
And the game
So
with it.
this is also another great thing, because of course, if you're say a lower tier purchaser of the console, for example, you don't have a lot of space on your hard drive, and so if you are doing a direct download from the developer, and you are only having to download half of the textures somebody else is downloading, you can't actually put that on there. I mean, it's another thing to put you off. I can't play this game because I'll have to actually uninstall these games just to fucking play this one.
With the PS3 and the PS4, they use SATA hard drives.
Yeah, they do.
With various sizes. Various sizes.
The default 3.5 SATA.
No, mate.
I'd be interested in giving that a try, but it would require a game company to innovate, and you don't see much innovation out there.
Well, like I said, got to encourage that.
That's true.
Like they could sell the for the physical, they would sell the top tier one, and then digitally go for the lesser.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So everybody gets a fair crack at this. There are people that look at a game, and they go, "I'd love to play that, but I can't afford it." Those people get to buy the game. There's a damn sight better sale going on if you get $20 out of something. Nothing.
Speaking of sales, GOG right now is giving out free copies of Giant Citizen Kabuto.
What's that?
Oh my god.
I never played through that game. I played through like an hour of it.
Kids these fucking days.
Everybody can't
that
know
was before
everything,
my
Simon.
time.
Everybody can't know everything.
Okay, so I just chatted with Valerie saying that I've found some furries, furries, who would pay good fucking money for some characters for them to consume, which is why I was going to capitalize them. She asked me to pimp her shit to them for
Wait, consume like
consume? Yes.
Guess what? Dying Light's coming out with an upgrade too.
I want to sell them something before I. Damn.
They actually, yeah. I keep on spotting games producers are actually. I mean, Dying Light have done it really well actually. They're giving this away free. So for everybody that's actually bought Dying Light, you're going to have a full free upgrading of Dying Light, so you can play it again in a more glorious fashion.
Glorious.
Glow.
But imagine, if you will, Brad, how many games don't you play because you don't think you've got the computer to manage it?
Oh well, any modern game I can't play. Like GTA 5 and Dragon Age Inquisition are pretty much the last of the modern age games I could play.
GTA 5 is well, GTA 5 is beautifully optimized.
It is. Yeah, I mean, it looks beautiful on my computer, and my computer sucks. So.
I get about 50 odd on those them settings.
Can I ask what your embarrassing settings are?
Sure, it's AMD Phenom 2 955.
That's a quad core, yeah.
Yeah, quad core, 3.2 gigahertz. An AMD 5770 with 4 gigs of RAM.
You have to wind that up before you start up the computer.
Sometimes, yeah.
Just haul coal into it.
I think you might need a bit more RAM, and that is a nice looking dog.
Oh, thank you.
Robin, is this the point where I get to talk?
Yeah, go on then.
right. I know I have some sort of dual core processor, a motherboard that only has 2 slots of RAM, out of which one is broken, 2 gigabytes of RAM, and an AMD Radeon 6700 Plus.
Wow.
Well, your video card's better than mine.
Oh shit! It's time, Brad. It's time.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I know. I'm hoping
yeah,
early
it's
next year to.
time.
Oh yeah.
I'm upgrading to a Fury.
You know, Nvidia's going to be coming out with their I don't know if they're going to do a 10 series like that, but that one is going to knock the stocks off of cards. So Nvidia's cards are going to be a damn sight cheap here. I don't know if you guys have seen what the tech that they were displaying for this one, but they're going to be using memory. So basically,
I'm a diehard AMD fanboy.
that's because you're cheap. Right, okay.
I like
Nvidia,
AMD.
okay,
No, I
3D memory, well, let's say this year, the memory that I've got in mine, running, I think, at about 6 gigabit per second. The 3D memory that's going to be coming out for the new cards is going to be running at 80. Let that sink in for a second.
Yeah, that'll be nice, but there aren't going to be any games that take advantage of that.
Oh, yes, they well, here's the thing, Brad. Have you ever heard of something called super dynamic resolution?
I was going to say Revelation 60.
Revolution. No, right.
I'll not be able to run that game.
Okay, super dynamic resolution is thus. You've got anti-aliasing, right?
Okay.
Imagine it done in a full screen aspect. With super dynamic resolution on a 600 series upward, you can have your screen resolution computer running at 4K on a 1080p.
What?
Oh, cool.
So in
Really?
other words, you have sub-pixel accuracy.
Really?
So for every pixel on your screen, you actually have 4 pixels being rendered by the graphics card. Now, now that is incredibly memory intensive and incredibly needing of a graphics card that can spit out stuff real fast. And with that going at about over 10 times the speed, that means that you could probably be playing games at 8K on a 1080 screen. So you would be getting basically the sort of graphical fidelity that they use in AAA movie time. So we're talking about bye-bye anti-alias. Don't worry about it. Why bother?
Huh.
That sort of accurate.
That's pretty amazing.
It's not exactly a feature that has been sort of screamed from the top of roofs. But to be honest with you, this is actually the one that makes games look fantastic. But I can barely run 4K. I generally do mine at about 40p with a little bit of anti-aliasing on, and that's just the right bite point. And the games just look so much better. The textures look better. The anisotropic filtering is a lot better. You've got a few more extra pixels for these things to actually coalesce on. It's just beautiful. And that's definitely the way forward. I mean, we've got games consoles sitting there kind of going, no, nobody needs 1080p. And I'm saying, yes, they do. They need 4K on 1080.
I never actually thought about that actually being a possibility. I mean,
that was the original way that anti-aliasing was done in the old days. The first card to actually do this sort of Voodoo.
Huh.
I had one of those.
Yeah, the Voodoo 3. That's its anti-aliasing method. It basically rendered the scene at twice its size and crunched it down to you, downsampled it. Thing.
That was a great time, though, wasn't it? Voodoo 3 versus, was it the TNT 2 or?
I had 2 Voodoo 2.
Oh, yeah, I had the
Voodoo,
Voodoo.
baby.
I had the Voodoo 3, but it was PCI.
12
Robin,
megabytes on the card.
Do you remember the box for the Voodoo 2? I mean, wasn't that the most glorious thing ever?
They were beautiful boxes. The Voodoos, the Sound Blaster boxes were beautiful.
Yeah, I've actually got an old school Sound Blaster X-Fi, I think.
I remember with Razer, I got the original Razer mouse, the Boom Slang. It was $100. That was what, 1999, I believe, 98.
Okay, so $100.
And it came in a cookie tin with foam. It was foam in a cookie tin, and it was beautiful.
So much better in the 90s, Brad.
It was.
When that mouse came out, I was like 3.
Thanks.
And you haven't changed since.
When in the 90s?
Sincerely, fuck you, Robin.
Robin.
But yeah, guys, if you have Dying Light, any of you that have been lucky enough to purchase Dying Light, there's going to be an update for that, I believe, in the next couple of weeks. So,
Robin, Joey, just so you know, as someone who works in this industry, I can, say this with fair certainty. I ship it.
I didn't get that. Did anyone get that?
No,
I shipped Robin and Zoe.
Nice one. I get it.
I'm lost.
Yeah,
she works for FedEx.
Oh!
Bad puns. Yay.
Anyway.
Take a look at this Vine that Christina Hoff Summers just posted.
Oh, do I have to?
Yeah.
And press F5 card and you're going all wibbly.
Stop oppressing us with your Vine.
Where are you sharing this, Brad?
I'll retweet it right now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Okay.
Going to look for it. Great older brother, haha.
Yes.
Rock the boat.
Oh, dude. God damn it,
rock
man.
the boat, baby.
Flip the baby.
Oh. Older brothers, man. They suck.
Do a backflip.
So is that what you do? Is this what are you doing next, Brad? What are you posting up? Are you working on some secret sauce right now?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Although now that I delayed things, I'm like, I can breathe now.
Oh, so you're just going to take it easy for a bit. I was hoping you were going to write a passage in game politics, which doesn't make me kind of go, oh my god.
No, I just realized.
Can you talk to Andrew? Can you take him to the side and go, Andrew?
The
Now,
shit
what
out of
journalism
you have a
involves
problem.
research and thought.
The whole point of Gamergate was basically protesting that the fact that people were bringing politics into games and using them to moderate what can and can't be put in the game and just ruining it. But Gamergate kind of turned into a political movement.
No. I wouldn't say so. There are people that are trying to put their politics into it. Yes.
I'd say there are factions. Actually, a good question for you guys. What I'm planning to do is I'm going to do the survey, and there are a lot of things in the survey you can't ask because they're too open-ended. So I'm hoping to do what are pretty much like focus groups online, where I can talk to people in more detail. One of the primary questions I want to ask people is, what are the factions within Gamergate? Because I know there are factions in Gamergate.
I would say that they are centered in some cases around personality and places where people. So
Sure, but go ahead and start naming some.
Okay, there's for example, there's two factions in 8chan, for example, HQ.
Mm-hmm.
That essentially is, could everyone just shut up about the shit posting when you get stuff done? And then the other one kind of going, can we just shut up about fucking getting stuff done and shit post?
And are those is GGHQ more aligned with Kotaku in Action?
I would say so, if anything. I wouldn't say they were aligned with each other, otherwise they'd basically be, working
I
with...
know the original Gamergate board has recently re-submerged due to Mr. Shikiki.
But yeah. Kotaku in action, they're for Redditors, really. I would say most of the, let's say, personality within Gamergate, the people who are basically trying to put themselves out there and say, this is what I think, I would say frequent Twitter more. Because, that's really where you're going to be able to get the most notice. So let's say the Twitter world is more the PR department.
Okay.
Whereas GGHQ and GG Revolt, just give them credit for this, are the more sort of diggers. Now, there are good digs and bad digs, and you get both from there. So
there's 3 Gamergate different boards now. Though.
Oh God, what now?
I said the original Gamergate board.
Oh right, yeah, but that sort of dissolved and then ended up being GGHQ. And then basically there was a split within GGHQ where you had basically a lot of people who were just fucking about time wasting. And, basically moderators within GGHQ going, could you please just fuck off and just stop wasting all this fucking time.
Yeah, the new Gamergate board is literally, we don't care about e-drama or anything, it's just let's get facts done.
Yeah, and GG Revolt tends to be centered around e-celebs. So if you've not actually appeared on GG Revolt in some sort of fashion or not, then you're not an e-celeb. There you go. So it's of that sort of ilk.
I noticed I looked at Ralph Retort's timeline yesterday, and he was getting into it with Cult of Vivian and
What a Jesus.
Baz.
Baz as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I do like me some Otter Jesus.
Well, Ralph's problem more than anything else is, as some of us said, the Lee Alexander of Gamergate, where he, by his own admission, has said that without Gamergate he wouldn't have really any exposure at all, and so it's very much within his interests to keep this whole thing going. And I found that from quite a few people as well. I mean, I've turned off the hashtag Gamergate on this open house because I feel as if we've come to a point where we've basically bloodied the nose of various publications. We've emboldened developers, emboldened other writers as well, yourself included, I would hope. That you can see that there's a story here and there's something to be said. That's what we really ever wanted, for people to actually have a look at fashion and not basically hiss on us. So, a lot of this in GG, and this is probably why you don't have that many to actually pull from, are satisfied with the net. Now have other people that basically want to take on the entire planet with GG at its back. And a lot of us are sitting there kind of going, I think you're asking a bit much. This is the Milo Yiannopoulos, for example. I wouldn't necessarily consider this a person who is interested in calming down.
Right.
So you've got a faction in there that are wanting to make sure that this wound doesn't heal.
I'll see you guys around, okay?
Take it easy.
See ya.
But yeah, Ralph, for example, he literally lords over the fact that he was the most viewed writer in GG, and dude, basically just saying that you're the world's tallest. There's like people like Tepraptor, for example, who have made their bones on the back of GG. Way. I'm not saying that in a detractive form, guys, but to be honest with you, if you are listening, just remember that you're supposed to be neutral if you're going to be a journalist. That's how it works.
Hello.
Have a look at Brad here.
Hi, Brad.
Okay, you be neutral.
Yes,
Don't pick sides. That's the whole point. That's what we wanted out of journalism in the first place.
I just haven't been paid enough yet.
Yeah, sorry about that. You not this particular job does not pay well.
No,
that's right. Yeah, sorry.
Facts don't pay. Lies.
So yeah, and you know, I'm coming at this from a position of somebody who was originally there, and I'll say to the people that the conspiracy bunch, you're not the start of Gamergate.
I'm a new fag when it comes
Yeah,
to Gamergate.
this is a lot of the thing that they haven't. They've got it sort of stuck in their craw. That you know, the reason that these people were given an avenue is because of you lot. While you guys are whining and bitching and moaning about social justice warriors, you gave journalists a perfect out. You were their excuse, and the cognitive dissonance that you suffer is the reason that you won't actually get that. That's why you get shitty with say it. Because
Say
you don't
what?
want to hear it. Well, you know, the conspiracy was the catalyst that sort of brought the whole GG together, but it isn't the start of it. That's the thing. What a lot of people what came into Gamergate for, the fact that we saw it as an open collusion, Journo Pros list, all this. And you know, I will stand by this for till the day I stop breathing, which judging by my smoking habits won't be long.
That's depressing.
No, it's not depressing. Trust me. Once you beat 30, once you've beaten Jesus, everything's gravy.
Everything's gravy.
It's the simple process is that they
just means
saw
being
this.
born.
You know, there was the whole social justice warrior versus, you know, there's the atheist plus, and you know that was already there, already, and games journalists exploited that in order to get themselves out of being caught up on their nepotism. Gave them an excuse, and you really hate that. But that really isn't the Gamergate thing. That's the conspiracy thing. And those two, if you think that is, then you are basically parroting the exact line that those social justice warriors were saying at the very beginning of Gamergate. You're not talking about gaming press. You just want to bitch at some girl gamer.
Look, I'm gonna just say that I am absolutely an anti-SJW, but I am not going to bring this shit into Gamergate because these are two separate topics. I mean, they correlate somewhat, but I'm not gonna be like, yeah, well, Gamergate should totally go after SJWs because that's not the purpose of the movement. SJWs should be gone after, but not under the banner of Gamergate.
To be honest, Gamergate has run its course already. Like mostly.
The original iteration of Gamergate.
I distinctly remember saying this a year ago, that we have to fucking be careful not to turn into fucking Occupy. Because Occupy just kept droning on, and then they eventually just turned into a fucking...
We're now kind of the watchdog now.
Well, I would say that, you know, a lot of people have said that the reason that Occupy basically fell on its backside was, you know, you had basically the progressive stack social justice warrior types that basically made everybody idiots. Well, in Gamergate, we have Chan culture warriors doing that very same thing, who have undermined people that were actually reaching out to the press, trying to actually give us some so we'd actually get people on our side and things like that. And you actually undermined those people, either jealous of the fact that they were getting some sort of credit for this or whatever like that. And you went and attacked folk. Went out and you actually attacked folk because they weren't in the chans. They weren't they weren't in the message boards, all anonymous. And it's the very same. I've said this yesterday, Brad, about sort of like message board anonymous culture and stuff like that. They're actually pretty much the same as social justice warriors in this sort of sense. Both parties here really can't stand the idea of anyone picking on them. And they're just using two different ways of getting out of it. One of them is basically kind of going, well, let's ban people speaking. And then the other one is like kind of going, well, let's just drift into anonymity. In the marketplace of ideas, one of them is a hypermarket and the other one is a black market.
It's so easy to just say that the J word when it comes to
I'm probably gonna say that I much
why people do the things they do.
Continue.
But in all honesty, right, I have a feeling that most of the reason why the add-on cultures like come into Gamergate and try to do their sabotage stuff it's probably because they just want another target to fuck around with and to get their jollies off of.
Well, there's those people as well, but we've got some true believers as well. We've got a certain level of poll running around in this that
Oh, no
thinking
doubt.
that Gamergate can take on the fucking planet, and we're going to go into academia, we're going to take over this and take over. It's like, God, there was like
I know
50,000
that.
of us at the top end of this.
Paul is. I'm gonna keep saying this, Robin. You might hate me, but Paul is sometimes right. Sometimes, not this time.
Paul
Definitely.
is sometimes
Paul is right quite often.
Yeah, but that's like kind of going, a dice can sometimes hit 6.
Yeah, it has a 1 in 6 chance, but
yeah, it's like
if it's perfectly symmetrical dice, then yes, it has a
Robin.
Anyone can be right once.
What?
You might as well say at this point. You might as well say that fucking Alex Jones can be right, but I ain't gonna listen to him on a day-to-day basis.
I think the saying you're looking for is a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but a clock that's set wrong is never right.
Well, at least it's not a broken cock.
Well, as long as you,
Damn it,
as long as you know how oddly it's set off, you can always tell the time. But it's like I said, as far as you were saying about factions like that, you've really got anonymous, non-anonymous. Really, if you want to make any particular hit here.
Ethics.
There's more splits within splits.
Yeah, you've got people who are basically here just to get games journalism organized. I mean, most of us sort of think, well, do what you can rather than do what you want. I mean, I would love to live in a world where we're going to get rid of every single authoritarian nightmare that's out there in the world. But I'm one of a couple of hundred people in my particular circle who is part of a group of maybe about at its height about 50,000 people, which a lot of you have put off with your constant whining. But
yeah, I was about to talk about this, but the biggest thing that killed off a lot of the momentum of Gamergate is basically the big era of power plays that happened. I think at around March, and basically like it is like people realize that there's like a big vacuum of power within Gamergate because we think we don't have any appointed leaders. However, in the absence of any power, it's pretty obvious that at least someone is going to try to come in and speak for their whole hashtag and try to gain as much relevance and power as they can from within it.
Well, I found kind of an opposite way of doing it, more of a leading. Certainly, like the burgers and fries, we're going to basically the campaign to get. It's not so much to. You can, instead of leading people, destroy anyone vector don't agree, and thus you essentially end up basically vacuuming your own direction.
And thus you end up doing shit like alienating people like King of Paul.
Yeah. And that and
He was
they did that on purpose.
And his massive audience that went bye-bye.
Yeah. And so
to be honest though, King of Paul kind of fucked up majorly, which I think a lot of the stuff that he lost was sort of deserved because over time, right, he tried to put like his own pride over the truth of the matter and tried to force a verification when one wasn't warranted.
So I got a question. Lots of people say that Gamergate's like run its course and stuff. Like, what do you guys think about that? Do you think that's true or?
Well, in general, it's certainly lost its momentum. But then again, a lot of the things have actually been accomplished. The problem is that what people want to do is have Gamergate solve every ill within the gaming world.
Golden hammer fallacy.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That's the problem for a lot of people. They think that this is the great
I
savior.
believe it's actually now become a different entity than what it originally.
I can tell you, I haven't sent an email in a couple of months.
Yeah, Gamergate has gotten so decadent that it was become completely ineffectual.
What, we're bourgeois now, are we?
I don't think you guys are right on that. I think anytime you see a hashtag, if you see like a SJW hashtag campaign coming, Gamergate can destroy it totally
Oh,
destroyed.
yeah. We do
we
that.
take
Okay,
pride in
so
that.
all right, so we destroyed
those
it. Okay, so
people are
we
pushing.
destroyed an SJW hashtag campaign. Now what? What do we actually
Well,
accomplish?
sure. I mean, well,
I mean, like, sure, raffle stomping is always fun and all, but what would that actually accomplish?
We barely even have to do anything to destroy those.
They try right. So the hashtags they do is slander hashtags, and then it's like what PC Master Race. It was originally an insult, but we took it and we accept it as our own.
I'm gonna just remind you guys that ideologue markets 101. What kills ideas? Ridicule.
Yeah.
You can't beat the SJWs by going to fucking Congress. You can't beat it by going to fucking NATO or the United Nations. What kills ideas is ridicule and laughter. You can't
trying
the more
to
you're going
Or
to
as social
decry
justice warriors call it, harassment.
or as your opponent. Ideologies need opponents. If you're going to engage them as opponents, then they're going to just grow in strength. I mean, it's just look at the neo-Nazi movement.
Yeah.
They've been
Here's the
branded
thing, though.
outcast.
Well, they're going to university
Nazi
now.
ideology
That's
has
their
been branded
target.
taboo, and all it actually achieved is popularized the ideology worldwide.
But like you said, Brad, and here's the thing: you're talking about social justice, which has nothing to do with games, Jam.
well, it can be. I mean, there are SJW game people who try and. I mean, usually a lot of times.
I'm gonna show you. I made a video about this.
Well, seeing as they call us misogynists, we kind of have to encounter.
Yeah, but this is just cover, guys. I'll
Let's
send
put
you
it
a
this
video
way.
about
Certain factions of Gamergate feel like what Gamergate was to them is done. We've managed it. Or nearly anyway.
Yeah, and many
the
people.
original thing was done.
Yeah, well, you know the thing. Actually, the biggest goal in Gamergate is to just make a point, an impression upon the industry, so that people will think twice before committing acts of journalistic impropriety. And I think we've accomplished a lot of that by
That's the most you can expect.
Yeah, like a lot of the journalistic outlets are now putting in policies of disclosure, and quite a couple of YouTubers are actually doing more diligence to disclosing their own proximity to the.
Boogie's a great
stuff that-
example. He's taken this and he's made something.
Yeah.
And,
Unfortunately, we haven't made a dent in Yogscast yet, but Yogscast is way too big.
I don't
Yeah,
even
the
watch them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening with the Yogscast?
Well, the
I don't even
Yogscast.
understand how they were
The
popular.
problem with the Yogscast is that they often take money from publishers and indie games, and they never disclose the fact that they are being paid to endorse and shill a game.
No, that's dangerous activities for them. There's plenty of government organizations that frown on that shit.
Well,
Let me put it this way.
the FTC definitely frowns upon. Right to
Yeah,
the
but
FTC
they're-
about that, they'll do something.
But they're British, so they should be. It's,
Oh right, that's in
Sorry.
our part of
In Britain,
Sorry
you have
about
to.
that.
However,
I should also
they,
point out that.
hey,
I
hang
should
on,
also
hang on. That's on YouTube, isn't it?
Yes.
Then that's FTC.
Others, they also did it
YouTube
on
is
the
an
on the
American
Steam
company.
curator system.
And
They
they
also
are
did it on the Steam-
YouTubers. So you would
Yeah.
go through the fact that they are actually American company.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but in the UK, you have to mark something down if it's paid sponsorship or not.
Absolutely, but if you can imagine, they're not broadcasting.
As far as the UK
Well,
government
they
is concerned.
still have to apply to those laws.
No, but it is the equivalent of cash in hand as far as any enforcement in the UK could possibly do it. Like that, yes, technically they're wrongdoing, but it's barely a misdemeanor as far as our ability to enforce it goes.
Yeah, but if you can imagine, if you go to the FTC and you talk to YouTube about it, they will actually say, "Well, stuff no can do." Well,
Yeah, and
you're
YouTube
breaking
are
the law.
beginning to crack down on the bullshit usage of the thing.
Yeah, but if you go to YouTube and say these people are breaking the law by on their channel, they then shit together. I mean, I put porn on my YouTube because I had Mercedes Carrera popping up
once
with
for a couple of seconds.
with people popping in. So that was enough for my YouTube channel to fall. That's how it
Maybe that
works.
picture you posted earlier will be enough to kill this one.
Yeah, I'd probably been killed by now.
About the picture
No,
earlier,
that
you
wasn't
have
of
to-
the level that Mercedes Carrera was doing. Let's say.
If anything should kill a channel, though, that should do it.
You gotta at least give
I
that
would-
woman credit.
I'd-
At least
If
she had
anything
enough
could eat the
backstrap
channel.
to actually
I
bend
would be
over.
okay with that. But yeah, I'll actually let me just find the video that I did.
Canino's talking in chat about the Performance Matters, the voice artist. I wanted very badly to do an article where I wanted to talk to the game companies about that, because no one had talked to the game companies. They only talked to the SAG-AFTRA, the union, about it. And by the time I was able to get responses from them, I found that they are, all of them, the union and the companies, are now in a
They're in
media
talks.
blackout. So
They're in talks.
they're in talks, and there's no information coming out whatsoever on it. We just have to wait.
They'll make their announcements.
It's tighter
Actually
than a
come some
choir
sort of-
boy's anus.
But at least they're actually getting doing it with arbitration at this. I mean, the only thing that can really matter is to get them to actually talk.
Yeah. I'd be really surprised if they get those the incentives. If a game sells 2 million copies, and they get
The
50%
developers
more or whatever.
don't even get those.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about the most disgusting use of jump this high to get bonus, how about Fallout New Vegas? They were supposed to get bonuses if the game got a Metacritic score of 90. They got an 89.
Yeah, and
No, they were 2 marks off it.
well, I believe this was something that was highlighted by Leanna Kay, who did it in more of an emotional way of doing it and saying, I would feel bad as a reviewer by giving them less than 80 to affect their bonuses. This was then jumped on by the ever ethical Ralph retort by basically kind of going, she's in their pocket! Yeah, and that's why you're a
Jesus
twat.
fucking
That's why you're a
Christ.
twat, Ralph.
Yeah,
That's why.
Ralph is a fucking disgrace to everything he touches.
We don't
and
like
I don't-
Ralph very much because he seems to be exactly what we've been fighting against.
Who is Ralph?
Yeah.
Ralph
Ralph is basically hot clickbait garbage.
Yeah, I'm a blogger. I'm not a journalist. I don't give a fuck. That's that's the attitude. Yeah.
What was the thing Varilo said something like that, didn't he, to Sargon? He was saying, oh yeah, Sargon was like, well, you're a journalist, you should do the things. He's like, no, I'm not a journalist. Journalists do the bad thing, but I'm just doing the thing I think journalists should be doing. It's like, doesn't that make you a fucking journalist?
He reminds me of Perez Hilton.
Frankly, at least he has the fucking self-awareness to not claim to be a journalist.
Well, yeah, Brad,
but he's only doing it so that he can't be held to the standard.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's so he can get away with it. Brad,
yeah, but there's always tabloid journalism.
Well, that's journalism, though. Tabloid journalism. It's in the world.
Yeah, I would call what he does tabloid journalism. Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, don't let him hear you say that.
Let's say this, yeah. I've seen him do a lot of hit pieces to people without giving anybody a right to reply.
Hit pieces.
Sure.
That's
sure.
his
That's-
thing.
yeah.
He's done character assassination.
Whoa.
The sort of person that we're talking about here. So I'm
That's
not keen.
crazy.
Let me say that when he did that to somebody that I was actually working alongside, I knew what I knew, and I had people giving me information about him basically colluding with other people, basically character assassinate. Yeah, that really pissed me off.
Yeah,
because we've basically got somebody here, basically limited in taking advantage of the hashtag, placating people, whatnot, and then when it comes to anyone who may, I don't know, piss him off, he utilizes whatever power he has to try and fuck people. That is not somebody who I would consider anything to just basically a whore.
Yeah. That's one thing I want to look at with my book is how people have benefited from Gamergate. I mean, if you look at the number of followers, for instance, on for Anita Sarkeesian before and after, I
It's
don't
not
know what
done
it was
well.
before. It was 100. I know a lot of her followers are fake, of course.
Yeah,
or
majority
bots
of
or
it,
whatever. But she had what 100,000 maybe or so, and now she's
Brad.
up to 400,000.
Brad.
And of course,
And
Brianna.
even more fake.
150 actually.
And even
Brad,
more of them
do
are
yourself
fake.
a favor and don't fall into celebrity journalism. Don't look at shit like Twitter followers because that shit doesn't mean nothing.
No. I'm not.
Look into her,
Yeah, I don't care.
quarterly
I'm
earnings reports.
It's part of a whole deal. You got to look at it as a whole. That there are a lot of people who, what I call Gamergate is kind of a cottage industry, where I'm kind of included on that because if my book is somehow a success, then I make money on it.
I think your book, what you're doing, is basically the investment that certainly for me, it's the investment that is still present in the Gamergate thing. I don't want to put it down whilst it's defined by the opposition. Like, I want to clear its name first and then go, look guys, this is what was actually happening. And then I'll feel perfectly fine walking away from it.
Great!
Brad,
so I could be the end of Gamergate, huh?
Yeah, but Brad.
Well,
To be honest with you, mate, it's certainly in my circles and personally stuff like that, I consider required to have a bigger.
Yeah, sure.
And if nobody can see an end there, those aren't really people interested in solving a problem. They're just there to basically.
I think though, if you ever see something happen with video games, Anita Sarkeesian or something saying, "Oh, Grand Theft Auto 6, they're killing women."
I don't think she's got the sway that she had the last couple of years, mate. To be honest,
I would agree with you. I would agree. I think her sway is.
We've even got NeoGaf turning around and kind of going, if it wasn't for you lot attacking her, we would have been ridiculing her every day. And I'm sitting there kind of going, shut the fuck up, you fucking hypocrites.
But I think
that for me, yeah, but that for me just basically smacks of these people now starting to turn on their heels. You know what it's like with especially within these sort of circles. Yeah, none of these people are ever going to admit to this, ever.
Well,
but what they will do is they'll slowly, gradually turn themselves around. I mean, the only person I can think who's actually, and I'm amazed to say it, Ian Miles Chong.
Thank you.
Who actually went, holy fuck, what the fuck am I doing? These people are a nightmare.
I
and then turned right round, and I now am amazed to say it that he's the honest one out of all of them.
Yeah,
wow.
The former hyper feminist neo-Nazi Asian person. He's the sane one.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what you've got.
Yeah,
you now look worse than Ian Miles Chong does.
Wow. That's crazy.
But yeah, have a look to the side chat there, Brad. That was a video I did. This was
National Socialism.
March,
Not
I believe
quite
it
as
was.
bad as feminism.
Oh, now that we mentioned Nazis, Shrek wakes up.
So somebody say something about the side chat.
Like a
Yeah, that was for Brad to watch that little video there. That was just a little something that I posted out there to sort of like give you an idea of my thoughts on the matter at the time.
So I shouldn't be posting pug pictures over there.
Whatever. You're going to
Wait,
post
wait.
pug pictures anyway, Pug. I know.
Aww.
Maybe you and Shrek can have another pug off.
Ooh.
But what were you saying just now about
wounds
how
healed.
that?
I was
being a bit pugnacious.
I was saying I think anytime a controversy happens, Gamergate is going to speak up. Anytime, they're kind of Oliver Campbell's kind of trying to speak up about this DOA X controversy a bit. Any anti-censorship kind of deal, I think Gamergate is always all of a sudden going to boom.
Yeah.
Explode. I'm really looking forward to Zoe Quinn's movie.
That's gonna be
so
funny.
am I.
I'm gonna have to watch that.
I mean, can you imagine? I mean, I'm sure Gamergate is probably going to trend again when that comes out.
We've become aware that we need to stand up to this bullshit, or it'll just go on forever.
Oh, I would promote the hell out of
Just
that.
for that movie, I need to record a video of myself laughing vigorously for 15 minutes.
I'm gonna do a 2 girls 1 cup video of me basically watching it. It's gonna go.
My friend Sunbuns made the perfect video to do with this. Like the perfect video to do with like the whole Zoe Quinn movie thing.
Yeah, well, you know what though? I have to say, I have to admit, I follow Zoe Quinn on her Twitter. I think she seems like a pretty cool person. So
No, I don't, but I've had run-ins with her to the extent that I had to block her.
And before you get accused of harassing her and being a stalker.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, this girl was when the height of Gamergate and when it went off and stuff like that. She was putting out tweets saying "I love rape" #Gamergate. Retweet. Put this in your own Twitter feed. I'll give you a free code for like Mario Smash Brothers or whatever.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, this was.
Yeah,
This was
she retweeted.
Pterodax as well. This is the level of idiot that we're talking about. Now, I consider that rather bad form for somebody who's supposedly against harassment. When you can imagine some 12-year-old kid thinking, "Oh yeah, I'll just copy paste that and I get a free game, brilliant." And then they go to school and they're going, "You love rape? What the fuck?" Yeah.
I would personally say right now that I don't think the people, Randy Harper, Zoe Quinn, Anita Sarkeesian, or Brianna Wu,
tonight.
it does not appear to me that they are afraid whatsoever of gaming.
Of course not.
They'll say they are. You know?
I've been driven from my
Randy
home.
Harper, obviously South by Southwest. She's worried. Oh no, Mercedes Carrera is going to kick my ass or something. I guess.
Yeah. Well, you know, when somebody's kind of going, "I've been driven but out of my home and having to go to a completely different country that I just coincidentally had planned to go to in the first place."
Yeah.
Like, no. Don't think you can get away with that one.
I've been driven from my home by the fact that I've run out.
She was driven from her home in a limo. It's total harassment.
Yeah.
Oh no! Look at all these bomb threats I have.
Look at all these monies I
I
have
went
from
for
this
a
stuff.
6-month vacation in Europe.
But
I'm not afraid.
That's one of the things I'm also saying is, can you really blame her? She's got a book deal and a movie deal now.
Yeah, she's gonna be making that moolah, man.
Not only can we blame her, I feel we are morally obliged to do so.
I blame her quite effectively.
I actually
This all
blame.
started
I
because
blame
she
the
was
wider
an
public.
abusive bitch.
I blame the wider public for this. I didn't give. There's far too much babysit cash running around. And you've got kids. They've got kids out there that have obviously got managed to get hold of daddy's credit card. I go, yeah, I'm gonna give her money. Yeah, I'll make the world a better place.
There's a meritocracy out there that's how the world works, isn't it? Because clearly there's a lot of stupid people with more money than they need.
Yeah.
You mean like Rami students?
So well done, Zoe.
Money, money, money.
I will
Must
say,
be funny.
we all know it's going to get a cinema release. It's not going to be direct to DVD.
This is the same person that'll bitch about.
It's not going to go straight to DVD. Are you kidding?
It's going to go.
Nobody's going to print that shit.
It's gonna go straight to the trash.
Yeah, that's going to appear in one theater once.
They're hoping that we'll make a stand against it, and they'll be able to spin another narrative, and the movie will get just as much attention, and everyone will go to see
Well,
it.
if we make a stand against it, a bunch of people will be like reviewing it good, be like, these people are misogynists.
It might be.
And then we can do a class actions lawsuit for slander.
I tweeted quite a bit when I heard about her with the movie deal. I always
Can you imagine if it's good? What if it's good?
They're gonna make it a total Hollywood movie with like an explosion behind her where she doesn't even look back at the explosion.
Everybody still remember that.
Dude, have you seen the production going to be going into?
There's probably going to be like two people that trying to kidnap her, and
they
they're
are
like,
not
"Found
going to be
game again" or
getting.
something.
They're not going to be getting the people that are involved in this.
No, they're gonna get Michael Bay. He's correct.
I've heard a lot of buzz about who they want to play.
Buy
things
me
and
that.
stuff. Has any of it been
If,
confirmed?
if Michael Bay doesn't work for them, they'll be like, misogynist!
Well, they've got what's her name who's played the what's that the I forgot I can't forget what her name is.
Scarlett Johansson not
That's
play,
the
so
one.
That would be a
Also
completely
play it just
unrealistic
like Black Widow and.
Can they find a single
no,
actress
not
that could
not the
even
good
cover
No,
that
no,
one?
actually, I think Scarlett Johansson would be the perfect match after all. You know, in Avengers, she has plenty of experience with playing with 5 guys.
no. They said the one that was playing the mutant. Which one?
Trick, you come in with the best lines.
He's had that for a while.
I done forgotten what. Not Black Widow, the other one.
You need, you know, these sort of lines. You need to save them. Wait.
Do you mean Fury's associate?
The one, the female one of the two Eastern Europeans.
Fuck.
Not
I
the
want
quick one.
I want this to be directed by Uwe Boll. The main reason for this being, right? It's gonna turn around eventually. And eventually there's gonna be a lot of people realizing that they've been cheated out of their money. And let's be honest here, the people we're talking about, they're not exactly the quietest, nicest bunch of people, now are they?
Yeah, if Zoe thought the harassment she was getting before was bad, just wait till this shit turns on her.
Wait till the movie releases.
They
Oh
are.
no, we will have GG watches.
Some very public cult behavior, actually, aren't they?
Well, the thing about that is the public relations people, Hollywood public relations people, big time people, are going to. The only way to make it work is to turn her into a hero. You can't just say
a strong, beautiful
Didn't they
American
do
hero.
something? Didn't they do something about the WikiLeaks guy, and then he washed his hands of the movie because he felt they were like doing a character assassination on him or something?
A strong, beautiful, abusive hero.
Well, obviously, I don't think they're going to mention the Goon Squad in that movie.
No, but here's the thing: they've bought the rights now, so that means that they have the right to make the movie, and it doesn't matter whether Zoe Quinn likes what they're going to make.
Huh, I never thought about that.
Which is another thing that can backfire.
Turns out to be a massive troll, and it's just like, oh my god, that's
That
gonna
would be the funniest.
Yeah, it's gonna be a film about how clinically insane America's youth is today.
Well, I tweeted it's going to be hilarious if they cast like a non-transgender person for transgender role in the movie, because then all the SJWs
Nicolas
are going
Cage.
to boycott it.
We all know it's going to be Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage is amazing.
Oh my god,
Do not
yes.
diss.
Yes, because like Brianna Wu looks so much like Nicolas Cage. It'll be a perfect fit.
Mate, do not diss Nicolas Cage. Like, seriously.
No, it's just unfortunate that John Flint looks like Nicolas Cage.
Elizabeth Olberson, that's the one. That's the one who they said is going to play her.
But you do know that
You've got to realise that this particular public. I'm not exactly like massive in that, but I do understand that.
She played Scarlet Witch in the second Avengers film.
Now to get Scarlett Johansson a film like that is not going to be.
Nope.
Okay. So for every penny that they pay Scarlett Johansson, they're expecting to get 10 back.
Unless you can get Scarlett Johansson to like direct it or something. If it's a pet project for her, then. But that's.
I don't think they've even. I think somebody's wrote a letter to Scarlett Johansson hoping that she'll fly.
I don't
then
think they have
told all
the
their
budget.
mates that she's going to do
I
it.
do not think
All
they
of their
have
mates
the
have then
budget.
posted this crap up there, hoping that
Yeah,
they're going to
they
guilt
have
her
no-
into
they don't
doing
have
it.
the budget for
What's that movie with Eddie Murphy in
They
it?
certainly
where
never confirmed this business. Crying out loud, there's no fucking way. Even anyone, if I was her agent, I'd be sitting there kind of going, "Stay the fuck away."
Yeah, stay
Yeah.
away from this.
There's a movie. There's I think it's Eddie Murphy, and that he plays like the movie star that this small-time director wants to film a movie around. So they just follow him around with cameras and just fuck with his head, and he ends up like having a mental breakdown or something, so that they can film a movie without telling him because he already said no to it.
I remember that. I don't remember the name of it, but anyways, guys, I'm gonna have to take off here. I gotta get.
See you later, bro.
No worries, mate.
Good talking to y'all.
Take it easy,
You
Brad. See
too,
you soon,
dude.
mate.
Have a good time.
Have a good what? Finish
One.
Have a good wank.
GG.
Whatever your one may be, have make
GG,
sure that
well
it's good while
played.
you have
Surrender
it.
at 20.
Have a good pug.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys. See ya.
Cheers.
Bye.
Cheers.
And then suddenly fucking silence.
Yes.
Yeah,
Silence.
silence. I hate that guy.
Silence? What silence? Oh, you mean that sound, that humming sound in my ear?
But you're a pug. You're always hearing something.
That's probably my computer fan.
That's a microphone, by the way.
Okay.
Damn.
Damn what?
I'm just looking at my Twitter feed and up it pops.
Damn who?
Wow.
So, pancakes or waffles?
Both, please.
Oh, whatever happened to that troll?
I want a pan of
Oh,
a
God, look at the
paffle.
chat.
Or
Tell me,
a waffle cake.
guys, tell me, what the hell is it between Ralph and Cult of Vivian? Like, why do they have such an ass-pained grudge with each other?
Because they
why?
want to fuck.
Hello.
Hello there.
Welcome to the open house. We have fun and games here.
Great.
No, we don't.
Greetings, Lars.
Hi.
How you doing?
How are you guys?
Yeah, pretty good. Taking it. What are we at here? About sort of 10 o'clock? 8
Yeah.
o'clock? 10 o'clock.
Quarter past 10.
Yeah, so we've had about 7 hours. What can you bring new to the table that we haven't already discussed today?
Prove yourself. Oh.
Just have it. No, just
That's a lot of pressure.
bring a topic. You know, that's all I'm after. Don't worry about these guys.
We all brought a topic.
We could always go back to answering my question. What happened to that troll that was here before I left?
I think he left because no one was paying attention to him.
Or at least
Aw.
the attention he was after. It was ethics all. Yeah, if anything, yeah, I would say that Viv is probably much more of an ethical person or an ethics lead person. And, well, from what I'm seeing from Viv, she's actually proving that, Ralph is happy to be a paid shill. She's, I'm just watching her actually discuss this, and yeah, she's like, I didn't want to bring this up, but, here we are. Want to be a douche? Okay, I'll show that you're a douche. There you go. There's
Douche
you.
and a turd sandwich. Those are your
In all honesty, right, Ralph didn't need any help to be shown that he's a douche.
It's like one of those sort of classroom exercises where it's like, yeah, we know it's been established, but
So,
just for the sake of it, why don't you have a crack at it?
So, Robin, I
Speaking
wanna
of
know
which, right?
where you
Speaking.
stand on like
Yeah,
early access games.
Early access games?
Yes.
Where do I stand on it?
Yeah.
I'd say I'm fairly negative on it.
I'm
like,
positive.
there's very few cases in which early access is a legit kind of operation in order to get a game finished, because most of the time an indie game comes out with a prototype of a promise of a game that is to be finished if only the people gave them enough money. So they get their money, and then more often than not, they just run off with it and just terminate development, or they don't get enough money, so they're forced to terminate development because lack of funds.
The only
be a good
early access
alternative.
game I liked was
You know what?
Minecraft.
Part of me wants to side with you on that, but then again, I have, frankly, two words to say to you: Wasteland and Elite Dangerous.
Well,
Okay,
but those are exceptions.
It's a good alternative to
yes, but without early
pre-orders,
access, it
but
would not
nothing
happen.
else.
Yeah, but those are
I've not been
exceptions.
burnt on any single early access game.
Like those are the reasons why early access
Look,
should
I
exist.
don't know. You just gotta focus on projects that you know are reliable. I mean, I've funded my fair share of games, and I only got burned once. You know, that's still a good statistic from where I'm.
That's pretty good.
Just stop funding hipster projects. There you go. Just stop funding hipster projects. If you wanna fund a game, then fund reliable people like fucking Brian Fargo. Brian Fargo is a reliable guy because he was not just a fucking ideas guy, Tim. He was running the fucking company. Yeah, he was running the fucking company. So you know that this guy is not just a fucking artist that's going to take your money, run off with it, and buy a bucket of cocaine and see if ideas.
A bucket of cocaine.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to talk like?
I'd love to buy my cocaine in buckets. When you love to go to your dealer and kind of go, yeah, how much do you want, mate? I'd like one bucket, please.
I think
we're talking about
boneless bucket of cocaine.
Guys, we're talking about 80s and 90s of game development. Game development companies were like drug dens back in those days. I mean, fucking Ultima series. You know that Richard Garriott was most definitely smoking something in very liberal doses.
I think everyone in the 90s was
We're
just full on
talking-
drugs.
Yeah, we're talking about a man that made a fantasy dungeon crawler game where you collect laser rifles to find a TARDIS to go back in time and kill an evil wizard before he became immortal. And that's not even mentioning the fact that you can buy a fucking space shuttle in the dealership to go into space and fight the evil empire to impress the princess that's supposed to show you where the time traveling.
This is supposed to be a fantasy game, right?
To impress the princess. You don't need to rescue this princess. You just need to impress her.
Not only like that, you're plopped into this like world that you're supposed to save, but every single minor or major lord in the land has a princess in his fucking castle that's captured, and freeing her apparently does not get her knickers off. No, that's just it. Every fucking jolly with a sword can come over.
What
and
else
save
would you do with princesses?
In order to impress the princess enough to show you where the time-traveling TARDIS is, you have to become a space ace. And to become a space ace, you gotta buy a space shuttle. I mean, this is not even bringing up the implications of how does a society function where the best thing you can buy in a weapons dealership is a bow and arrow, but then you can go to the stables and buy a fucking Apollo 13. So
and this is why rape was invented.
That's the point where Captain Picard would normally step forward and go, Q, show yourself!
My stance on early access is that I think there needs to be more, need to add in more steps into releasing an early access game. Like, you have to show proof of future concept.
Well, the problem with that idea is that pretty much every game that releases an early access is a proof of concept.
No, I meant you should always just buy an early access game that is
not
worth
every
buying
game.
when it's early access.
There are games that are literally just asset flippers. It would just buy a Unity asset pack, like the Unit Z.
Oh yeah,
which is
those
basically
things.
Minecraft and DayZ.
Such
They'll
as
just buy the
Minecraft.
assets, do a little bit of coding. Oh look, I am game developer. Buy my early access
Yeah,
game.
it gives you a whole new appreciation for Unturned, doesn't it? I mean, at least the guy fucking made the game himself. It's not made out of Unity.
Like, there's a lot of them that are early access that, like, there may be the odd UI change that they've actually made their own UI, but
you
other
know
than that,
what?
it's the same asset pack, early access. Give me money.
Yeah, and you know what? The fucking Unturned at least has enough self-awareness to be free to play. If you want to give him money, you can buy like some sort of upgrade pack that is barely a fucking upgrade. It's just basically giving the kid $5 and saying, "Yeah, good on you." It was
Like
good
Talisman, Talisman Digital Edition was an early access game.
But then again, it was Talisman. You can't really fuck up Talisman if you want to just recreate the board game. Now, can you?
Okay, I'm coming to the conclusion of what's going on here. It looks like Ralph has been somewhat of an underhanded chap here. Who would have thought it? Yeah.
Cockers.
Apparently, somebody had done some artwork for him, and he was going to pay them with ad space, and then decided not to. And
That's
Whoa, whoa. So even the bullshit thing of, oh, what's that? We'd like to do some art for you. What, you want payment? Well, no, you're getting exposure and experience.
Well,
No,
you know,
if
if it's agreed upon, if ad space is agreed upon, then that's okay. This person was expecting this ad space, but he didn't get it, and apparently this is because he organised a class action lawsuit against him. I wonder what that was for.
You know what? Ralph is the person that is the kind of person that deserves to be
I mean-
shooting to the ground.
I might be repeating myself, but honestly, there needs to be some sort of emergency glass installed here that I can break in the unlikely event that I'm this fucking shocked.
in event of Ralph break memes.
in case of Ralph.
Just ejector seats anywhere. Just like,
Pretty much.
shit, Ralph's in the room. Get out, everyone.
Insult
What if he
here
turned
for
up here?
Ralph.
You know, I'm beginning to understand why the A-Team went after him.
Should we try to get him to come on?
Dude, the Ralph.
Can you imagine?
No, the Ralph isn't welcome here.
Oh,
Are you sure? I would have loved to shit on him.
Well, then
I mean,
go to
wouldn't it
his
be
channel
good?
and
Could we
shit on
put
him.
him in a cage and poke him with a stick?
Yeah, if you want to shit on him, go to his channel. I don't want to fucking. I was
Yeah.
nice. I was nice enough to him, plenty of times. You know, gave him plenty of. You know, if anything, yeah, we were all giving each other exposure as well. I gave him plenty of exposure myself.
What did
Okay?
he do to you?
Well, it's not so much what he did to me.
He
it's
fucked
what,
his sister.
No, it's what he did. Anyway,
He Ralphed.
The Ralph has a certain ego, and
Oh, he's egotistical.
and tends to. Well, for example, there was a guy who basically with him to take down a certain personality with Gamergate simply that is he.
Huh.
So,
Wow.
Yeah, allegations of impropriety. Well, it's not sexual but abuse.
Wow, that's
So,
major slander.
Yeah, that's some serious shit. And
So he pulled a Monday Matt.
oh yeah, Monday Matt's another one who's a bit of a prat. Right. Yeah.
Monday Matt's a bit of a prat. It all rhymes.
I'm afraid so. Yeah. While a lot of things were going on, you know, one of the sort of people who kind of go, I don't like this particular guy. I need to get rid of him, and decided to do Poll as well as Roguestar as well, trying to make up conspiracy theories, hoping that they'd actually catch them, but that they could fuck them
so
over
that was
later.
Monday Matt who did that?
Yeah.
Robert, by the way, what happened to Roguestar? He kind of just vanished.
Well,
from
he got banned from Twitter.
One too many times.
Didn't he make like alt accounts or shit?
Yeah, and eventually, after a while, you just give up. Basically, just every time you turn back down. So you know, I'm not saying that sort of like Roguestar's like the most tip top of guys or anything like that, but I do.
Oh no, he's no saint.
Yeah, no, most of us aren't.
Ralph is a social construct.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I'll with a call social construct thing. Oh my god. Speaking of which, did Carded show you about that one Tumblr post where people are trying to equate like furry dysphoria with gender dysphoria?
What? Are you? No. That's
No?
not. That can't be.
I say they're in the same ship.
My
No.
pie is the wrong color.
Like this is like, oh my god, like this. Let me show you this post because this needs to be seen.
Yeah, get off
This
our
is the
side,
most
Ralph.
idiotic.
I've really just. This is why I
Alright, what the
can't. This is one of the things that really pissed me off in various circles. Okay,
I've lost faith in humanity.
Oh well, no. Don't worry. You're not supposed to.
Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
that
Just take a
was your
look at this
mistake.
post.
That was your mistake there.
Yeah, just take a look at this post and try not to have an aneurysm. What the fuck?
Like a dramatic reading.
Yeah.
Okay. People think it's crazy to spend 2K on a fursuit, but think nothing about spending a shit ton on permanent surgery and hormone. Why buy life-saving medicine when you can buy a fursuit instead?
Do people think nothing of significant surgery?
I think they do. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm pointing out that people think 2K is a ton of money to spend when it's something related to a furry identity. Furries have dysphoria. Oh, fuck off. To think nothing of spending much more on their own. The hypocrisy of placing so much value on their identity and comfort while attacking somebody else's. At no point did I say anything even close to what you did. How the fuck is it life-saving? Furry dysphoria.
I have a friend who's a furry, and from what he tells me at least, is that the kind of furry that tries to treat it like some sort of gender identity is basically their version of GG Revolt. You know, they're just the kind of people that the rest of them look at and go, "No, we're not really about that."
Yeah, I mean, basically, that is somebody who kind of goes, you know what? I'm not shunned by society, and I need to be shunned within my own subgroup too.
People think I'm a weirdo. I want them to think I'm a super weirdo.
I want to be the weirdo of the weirdos because
Yeah.
there's too many weirdos here. I need to be even specialer.
I remember like a furry saying, we had a furry here. I don't remember what.
There's various. We have various furries.
Yeah, we had various. You're like
a very
number
diverse group.
6.
I've got a rather large beard.
Yeah, you.
Congratulations.
Well, you're gonna have to get in line because I'm reigning supreme on that.
Well, I don't think so.
I'm
Hexagon has the
ginger,
best
so
beard.
we do quite make good beards.
Fuck off, Kyle.
I identify as Win.
And they basically said that
You
if you
can't.
want to find the craziest of the crazy furries, just go for the straight furries. That's
Or you could just go to Tumblr.
What furries?
Straight furries, like they're men.
You know,
but
James is both a furry and straight, Simon.
yeah, they basically said that more often than not, straight furries are the most batshit insane furries you can find.
Actually, they would be wrong. The most insane furries that you can find are those that subscribe to SJW ideology.
Well, that's
Trust me on this.
Yeah, and those subscriptions aren't even cheap.
They're like $50,000 a year, mate.
Yeah, they're expensive.
Got to keep up with the peer-reviewed literature.
For the potential chance of mating with a sheetwink.
I honestly think we could get this all to go away if we did kind of, do the smile as we sidle up to them and be like, oh yeah, sure, let's go along with this, educating children in the ways of the world so they won't be raging misogynists, and just basically teach them how to talk to girls and be respected, and all of the massive male support for the bullshit will just go away. Because that's like their #1 incentive for
You
for
know,
going
some
along
of
with it.
the male feminists just want to get laid.
Well,
They're
pretty much
the
all of
white
them.
knights.
Hello.
I was kind of
I
bordering on
would
it,
tip
actually.
my
yeah.
fedora, but we've got no webcams, so.
That's just sad.
And your
No,
icon,
maybe.
it's not exactly a fedora.
Oh, fine, I shall tip my my hat, my lady.
Scalp Justice Warrior.
I do love it when Games Workshop fucks up on the floor. But they then retconned it. There's
Yeah,
something
Games
actually
Workshop
more
Games Workshop likes to retcon a lot of their shit. But it's all good because, Warhammer is fun.
Yes, it is.
Even
I want
when they-
Portal to update their orc book so I can field
Even when they replace all the models with plastic and then charge based on stats.
Not necessarily.
It would be pretty awful, but you know what? People would still buy it, so kudos to them.
If you could have one classic game remade in 2015, what game would it be?
I thought you said plastic.
No, classic.
Thermonuclear war. Some joke about that might happen.
Doom.
I would like to keep the classics and not have modern day game practices apply to them.
You don't have to have those.
In that case, Dawn of War.
Dawn of War? I wouldn't disagree with that. Dawn of War is actually quite a solid RTS.
I just wish it had a better engine. They've released the source code for the engine. The modding community can actually do good with it. I also enjoyed Dawn of War 2.
Hello.
Hi, Dash.
Hello, Dash.
We're talking about social constructs now.
Let's not get him started on how the penis is a social construct. We'll be here all day.
What? How could...
Don't ask.
Dash says everything is a social construct.
No, it's both. It can be both.
Hey.
Shut up.
Oh, I know what we could do to talk over is that we could try to sing Christmas carols.
No.
We already did that. It's called. Yeah, we already did that, and let's just say that it was embarrassing for all parties involved.
I'm suitably drunk for it now.
I'm currently involved in Electric Boogaloo. GG sings round 2.
The active.
What's the one game this year that you consider to be the worst?
What games have I bought this year?
Not so sure.
Because I bought LBX this year, quite enjoyed it. I bought GTA, I quite enjoyed that. Bought Elite, I enjoyed that. Payday 2 DLC,
Fuck you.
I bought the DLC before the pay to win skins.
Yeah, I tried to get a refund on a DLC. They fucking denied.
Like the worst thing was the completely overkill pack. They gave you DLC that I presume everyone that already had bought the completely overkill pack already owned, and then if you refunded it, you lost the DLC that you'd already bought.
That's me.
Can I count Humble Bundle games in this?
Sure, why not?
I bought a copy of Talisman this year. Simon enjoyed that.
The game I've enjoyed least this year is that secret game my preacher showed me. That was awful.
For me, it has to be a new kind of adventure.
Not played a Capiba Trip yet, so I'm not going to say anything on that yet. Warhammer End Times Vermintide. That's enjoyable.
Now I'm sorted.
The Warhammer 40k chess. Enjoyed that.
Fried bacon and mushroom sandwich.
Yeah, mushrooms.
Mushrooms are
Now you won't be such a misogynist, will you, Robin?
I got Blood Bowl 2. Enjoyed that. Duck game. I got that. Enjoyed that.
Habib, why don't you want to come on today, mate? Are you too busy playing Elite Dangerous still? I know you've got a long way to travel. He's just gone to the centre of the galaxy. He's on his way back.
No, he's not got there yet, has he?
Hmm.
Looks like he's like 3 or 4 days off.
By the way, is it live?
Yes, we are live.
Okay.
We're live, loud, and in charge.
I think it's like 1 minute delay, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, it's the thing
Then
on
I
the
guess
top left.
the
Where the top right says it's off air.
Good.
The reason why it says off air is because this was a room that was used for an actual Google Hangouts show, and we've now stolen the room, using it for our own nefarious reasons, and Robin's using OBS to stream it to the YouTubes.
If you could stop one game from being made, what game
Star
is it?
Citizen.
I fucking knew you were gonna say that.
Why?
Because everyone's, it's the Bash Star Citizen,
It's
look,
No, it's just a
hip
smite
right now.
company.
Yeah, allow me to elaborate my position when it comes. Oh, the room is full. Can we bin some people? Who's not speaking? Laboom, you've been quiet.
Laboom, you here?
Probably fucking asleep or something.
Fucking is cheap.
Are you there?
What?
Laboom. I hate it when people do this. They like reserve a position here. It's not really very fair to just sleep on the couch.
I will step out because I need to go have pizza anyway. I'll just watch.
Get yourself fed up, mate. It's late in the day.
Get yourself pepperoni.
Yeah. With what am I looking at? Leave call. Right. Okay.
Try now, Habib. My position when it comes to Star Citizen is I'd love to see this completed. The problem is
They keep fucking delaying it.
Well, you've got somebody in there who's micromanaging the thing to death. It should have been, I would
The
say
longer
after
they delay it, I feel the longer they're gonna be screwed. The more people they're losing.
Isn't it the opposite that it hasn't been managed well?
Well, for every day that they take to do it, the longer it takes to do, the more money that they're leaking out through hiring people, hiring equipment, all the things like that,
Production costs quite a lot.
And
Hello.
although it was a rather grandiose plan and maybe a little over the top and stuff like that, it's not necessarily beyond the wit of man. However, the way that they've actually gone about it, and Chris, I'm sure you're listening to the channel because I know you're a fan. It's a little bit to do with you. Now, I'm not saying that you're some sort of, I'm not the Derek Smart in this world who thinks that you're actually trying to con people. I think you actually genuinely want to make the ultimate game that you've always wanted to make. But that also puts you in a very, very dangerous position where you've got all the money in the world to do this, and it means that you give yourself all kinds of avenues to get this done. You've micromanaged people out of the business. So
you could say it's very dangerous, darling.
Creates a very hostile market.
Well, there are other games that these people can go off and sign for, and they've gone. And I've seen internal emails where they weren't expecting anybody else to see this apart from them. And Chris, you've got it. It's your behaviour that is actually the issue here. You are desperately wanting to get absolutely everything right. You really need to allow people to get stuff done. I've directed film before, yeah.
You've directed film?
Yeah, and the real, not major releases or anything like that, but the way to actually get really good stuff out of people, whether it be the person who's operating the camera, the actors, whatever like that, yeah, to allow them room to play and trust that they can actually do the job. If you manage it down to the nth degree, you're basically saying to everybody around you that you not trust their commitment to the project.
And limiting lots of creativity.
Yes, and you limit their creativity as well, indeed. And so when I'm directing a short film or whatever like that, yeah, first thing I do is ask anyone who's coming in if they've got any ideas to bring to the table. That's apart from introducing myself, it's like I say to them, if you want to have a play and stuff like that, go for it. Don't worry about it. If you can see any angles or what like that, you don't even have to alert me. Just take them. Don't worry about it.
I mean, pull a Samuel Jackson and just ad-lib some of the stuff.
It's all
because honestly, right, some of Samuel Jackson's best lines were when he just ad-libbed the fuck out of it.
That's natural.
Get these snakes.
Not everyone is Samuel L. Jackson though.
Get these Monday to Friday snakes off this Monday to Friday plane.
Oh my god. He's done it.
What was this, spicy wiener? TB brought up this in recent podcast regarding Psychonauts 2. Can't recall Dev, but he would support that Kickstarter in a heartbeat because Dev delivered time and time again.
Wait, that was an odd. Yeah, no. Not happening.
No, TV knows it's not.
I would look into Psychonaut 2 once it's released. If it's a good game, or at least as good as the previous one, then why not? I love Psychonauts. If not, then another Tim Schafer failure.
As Jenna Bain has said, like on Twitter a lot, that she completely believes this is a bit of tension. Not trustworthy at all.
I don't. Okay, I mean, fine. I would take her opinion into consideration, but I have my own opinions. I would wait for the game to come out, if it comes out.
Oh no, it may even. It probably will, but it will just be an awful state like Deep Space Nine, Broken Age 2 second half.
Oh god, Broken Age. That game is just.
Well, the name of that game actually describes it pretty well. It is broken.
The fact that he managed to lose $2.5 million during development.
The guy can't count up to 50, so that's going to happen.
2.5 million.
Yeah, $1 million he managed to lose.
Yeah, I watched the whole development videos of the game, so I backed it.
Wow.
I'm glad that I only backed it for $10, but yeah, I backed it.
How do you feel now? Have you been keeping up? Have you you said you downloaded the 2.0 thing, yeah?
No, I don't have access to the Star Citizen 2.0.
He hasn't paid for it.
I haven't paid enough.
How much how much have you paid so far?
I've got the $40 tier. I paid $120 at the Kickstarter to get 4 codes equivalent of the $40 tier.
Got you. So you can't get your money back because you've already given it out to people.
Yeah, I pretty much we pitched in, me and my brother and a friend, and I gave the 4th code away. Now, to be able to get a refund, I have to return all 4 codes. And I can't remember who I gave the 4th code to. So yeah, I can't even get a refund.
Damn.
Rest in pieces, refund.
Yeah, I mean, I downloaded the latest patch for the Arena Commander, and oh my god, the ships fly like shopping carts. Physics are broken as fuck in the racing game.
Shopping carts. That's
yes.
Wow.
Imagine Resident Evil 2 tank control in a spaceship. That's how bad it is. I'm like, And this is coming from someone who's already played over 250 hours of Elite Dangerous. I understand that controlling a ship can be very complicated. I'm using more than half of my keyboard to control the ship.
And that was within the last week.
Yeah, it was within the last week, I do admit. But yeah, I mean, comparing the two, like, there is a difference between easy controls and responsive controls. Elite Dangerous is responsive. It's not easy, but it's responsive. Elite, the model that they have for Star Citizen right now, it's either. I'm sorry, neither. It's not responsive and it's not easy.
I hate how the launcher stays open, even though you've closed Elite Dangerous down.
Wow.
Yeah. True.
That programming.
Oh well, it's really kicking off.
Get your football.
Looking at Viv's thing. Gadzooks, man.
Does that mean Ralph is killed?
Ralph has been killed for a while.
Would be nice.
It's just taking a while for Ralph to finally realize that what he's doing is pretty much suicide at this point.
I wouldn't say it's suicide because it's getting him the clicks that he desires. So if he's in it for the clicks, then he is getting the clicks.
Oh, that is true, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about that money, money, money.
Yeah. Giving that money.
They don't care about the ethics.
I mean, I consider him the TMZ of Gamergate.
That's harsh.
No.
Yeah, that's harsh for TMZ.
Who?
Yeah, true.
Who?
Oh, you don't want to know. TMZ is like really shit.
No, I know what TMZ is. Who is the TMZ?
What?
Ralph.
Why are you saying she?
I didn't say she. Who said she in here?
It's your tranny biases punching through my.
Oh, god damn it, man. I'm
now-
sorry.
and
I'm
now-
still transitioning. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm confused.
And now that Ralph has gone on, now that all of this is kicked off, Ralph's gone on Sargon of Akkad live stream.
Oh,
Is he
God.
actually?
Yeah, Sargon, why do you even bother, mate?
Why is he on Sargon?
Because Sargon is a shill, much like most of the YouTube personalities, and they're there for the clicks. Like, they don't care how they get it, they want it.
Hey, I like Sargon.
Yeah, but
dude.
Sargon doesn't need GG for clicks at all, you know?
He doesn't, but he would definitely not shy away from benefiting from it.
He's one of those people who says GG's done with. Let's done. He's in the camp of GG has done what it's meant to be.
Once again, I'm sitting there kind of going, and then he's talking to basically Ralph, who basically lasts forever, at least until his retirement.
But there's something to be said for that, right?
Yeah, when you
Engaging
make
with a
GG
differing
your
opinion.
job. Like, you build your career on a hashtag. That's just weird. Why
Well,
would you?
Sargon can't. Well, Sargon definitely couldn't build a career on making a game now, can he?
Wait, are we now hating on Sargon because that's old?
I like Sargon. No?
I like Sargon. This week in Stupid is very
It's really
entertaining.
hard to hate Sargon.
Who doesn't like Sargon?
Nah, I'm just giving him shit.
Yep.
Sargon's never done me wrong. After that little debacle with the stream that we were sorting out, and it all went a bit tits up. He could have run me through said booted. It's just like, if anybody was the twats in this case, it was trolls fucking about. And they're sitting there going, wasn't me, it was somebody else's fault. Yeah, but you're the one spreading all the shit about, you douchebag. Like, guys, there are some really pathetic people that sort of like, gravitate towards PG that are just so pathetic. I'm going to say this, Pterodax, everyone can hear the depression in you.
Oh yeah,
Everyone
and
can hear it.
I keep running into them all the time, like in various streams that I'm
I don't
into.
care how baked you are. Yes, there is a reason why you hate yourself. You are just a male, Zoe.
Wait, who are you on about
Seriously,
now?
wait a minute. Monday Matt just appeared on the Sargon stream, and the second
Oh,
post
boy.
after him was "Bugger off, Matt," and turn off that pesky ad block. He just gets shit on.
Yeah, he was in a Johnny Fox stream, and I said that to his face. I'm like, did you turn off the ad block before you came here?
Who was?
Yeah, Monday Matt and Ralph on the same stream. It's like Shield City.
Well, he's in the chat. He's not in the actual stream.
Oh.
By the way, Robin, please tell me we stopped streaming. I mean, this cannot be entertaining.
It can't be entertaining, but we're still here.
How
Still,
many
yeah, people
viewers
are
have
still
we got?
watching for some odd reason.
Yeah.
Well,
But,
Hitman's very strange being Canadian now.
Oh, I think I've got a topic we can talk about. Are you familiar? Are you familiar with? Wait, actually no, I don't think you are. But some of you may know, right? A couple of days ago, a visual novel of a third reservation hit Steam. It's called Major/Minor, and it is fucking disgustingly awful. It's just like, it is basically what happens when you take DeviantArt fan fiction with a cast of self-insert characters and turn it into a furry visual novel.
Okay.
And the sales will be low.
Mm-hmm.
So a
let me
shitty
put it
game
this
was
way.
released.
And the developer was a
Yeah.
twat.
Yeah, and here's the interesting thing, right? Looking at the Steam Store page, right? The review was locked at overwhelmingly positive. However, the most popular review, the most helpful review, is very, very negative towards the game. And looking deep into it, right? Because a friend of mine mentioned it when he posted his review on Fur Affinity, is that developers have actually been deleting negative reviews, and they have locked the rating of their game to the positive one, like before the whole bad review stuff starts to hit. So they're basically trying to misrepresent their game as something that is much better than it actually is.
So basically, mass censorship on reviews.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And I'm just sitting here thinking, right? Can furries actually make a good game for once, and actually not throw a bitch fit when people say that their game is shit?
No.
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 It's impossible.
Yeah, it's really frustrating because people, let me put it this way. There are a lot of furries who make games, but they have no understanding on how mechanics work or why it is called the way it is. Like, for example, let me put it this way, a musician, right, by the name of Renard V in the furry fandom, had made a very, very boring and bland shoot 'em up game with their OC shark characters, right? Like shark girls with big tits. And let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. They call it a bullet hell shooter, but it contains none of the design aspects of a bullet hell shooter. Like the hitbox is the entire character sprite, which is a big no-no when you're talking about bullet hells, and the bullet density is actually very, very insultingly low.
Sounds like a sequel to Sharknado.
Yep.
That's actually pretty awesome.
Well, Sharknado, the density is very high.
Right then,
But
guys,
yeah.
I'm actually going to close this up one because I was just going. I'm interested in what Sargon say about this. Doesn't delve
Well, are
into
you
it
really
often.
I mean, are you really gonna focus on furry games?
Well, I could obviously, do Streamception. So we can watch Sargon
watch
stream in
Sargon.
here.
All right.
But then you
Actually,
guys,
Robin-
would have to shut up. That's the only thing.
Actually,
Oh,
Robin,
man.
I can help you out here. When I say something, when the next thing I say is something, right, you can actually close the stream. All right? 1, 2, 3. Hitler was right, and Hitler didn't do anything wrong.
I get the last word.
All right, bye.
No, I get the last word.
Good night, everyone.
Okay.
Bye bye.
All right.
Bye.
Take it easy, guys.
Bye.
Boy and
Bye bye. Bye. Bye.
bye 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 bye
Bye bye bye.
Bisexual.
Buy all the things in the store.
Oh, Zoe's here. Wow. Oh, she's posted something. The house passed the hay trade component of the TV.